You've returned for compilation number 22, Fall Asleep to Relax. At this point, you're either desperately seeking unconsciousness or just really enjoy my verbal sedation. Either way, prepare to be bored into another dimension. I see people debate a lot what's better to stream on YouTube or Twitch, and it's a question I get asked a lot because I'm like Constantine, the man who walks between worlds here, because I stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I multi-stream. I am the future. I'm the chimera. There's pros and cons to each platform, but if you do both of them at the same time, you create the perfect stew. It's the chemical X to streaming. I have said since switching to multi-streaming, every single person should be multi-streaming. Contracts don't exist anymore except for on Kick, and even that I think is gone. There are no Twitch contracts. There are no YouTube contracts. They've gone extinct like the saber-toothed tiger. You know, like they have wiped their ass with contracts to creators. So I think you are making a big mistake if you just marry yourself to one of those platforms instead of just doing both, because you can. When people talk about this subject, they only give like the basic rundown, like the nutsack summary of pros and cons. I haven't seen anyone really go over numbers. I'm going to go over numbers. And I really think that the numbers here tell a very complete story of why multi-streaming should be the norm for streamers. It's in their best interest, and for viewers too, because then viewers have a choice on, do they want to watch it on Twitch where they're going to have a much more interactive chat experience, or do they want to watch it on YouTube where they don't care about the chat experience because it's a lot more dog shitty there. It's basically non-existent chat culture on YouTube streaming, but the playback is a lot smoother, a lot higher quality, and you can rewind it, which is a nice quality of life change. Also, it's a lot better on mobile. Twitch on mobile has been a fucking disaster for me for as long as I've tried to watch Twitch on my phone. Also, the ads on Twitch, they're getting outrageous. YouTube streaming doesn't have nearly as many ads, which is a nice breath of fresh air. Like, there are real pros and cons to both, but these are just the basics. And these talking points have been worn out more than my bussy after eating anything with spice in it. So I'm not just going to be baby bird vomiting the same talking points you've heard a million times. Instead, I want to show you the numbers. I want to bring up my biggest, most profitable stream I ever did on Twitch and then break it down a little bit. It was in 2022 when Moist Esports won the Rocket League Major, the Spring Major. Still one of the best moments I've ever had streaming. I peaked at 75,000 live viewers. It was a very long stream that I did, and it took home 11.7K for that whole stream. Roughly 2,000 subs, but most of it came through ads, and most of those subs were primes. Subbing on Twitch is far more common than members joining on YouTube. Membership on YouTube is the equivalent of a Twitch sub, where someone on YouTube pays $1. So like a tier 1 sub on YouTube for my channel is $1. On Twitch, the minimum's $5, but it's the same concept. You pay money and it's a subscription, basically. And that is so much more common on Twitch. So 2,000 subs on that Twitch stream is more than I've ever got through a YouTube live stream, by a large margin. And 11.7K is the most profitable stream I ever had in my entire 7 years on Twitch. I actually streamed on Justin TV before it became Twitch. I used to do like World at War Zombies on there and shit, but then I took like a long hiatus and then came back in like 2016. But this was the biggest stream I've ever done. I then switched to multi-streaming last year, and what I've learned is Twitch is much higher potential to earn money while live than YouTube, and it's because of things like the Twitch Primes, which have become a pretty integral part of the Twitch ecosystem, and ads. Twitch actually has more ads than YouTube, and thus, since more ads are playing, that's more money being generated from those ads to the streamers. There's so fucking many ads on Twitch. They pump ads out the wazoo, and they are so intrusive. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple years, Twitch integrates a system into their player that has like eye tracking capability. So if a viewer looks away during an ad break, it'll pause the ad till their eyes are glued right back to it to finish the ad. It's brutal, but it does have higher earning potential while live for those streamers that have all of these ad breaks that are going on. So Twitch has a higher earning potential through live content. And the VODs on Twitch don't make any money. Like, they just don't. I don't even know if they're fucking monetized. And if they are, I don't know if streamers even see a penny of that. Like, not a single one of those fucking clams makes it to a streamer's pockets through the VODs. But on YouTube, it's a totally different story.
My most successful stream on YouTube isn't the one I just had at the Game Awards with over 110,000 live viewers, which is my biggest stream by viewer metrics. The most profitable stream I've ever done, the most profitable anything I've ever done, is this stream right here, my Starfield stream. During the stream, I had 31,000 average viewers with a peak of 38K, which is a big stream. That is a big stream for me. It's actually more average viewers than the Rocket League one. But the Rocket League stream not only was a longer stream, but had a higher peak, and thus you would expect make more money because of the ads and the subs that came through. Well, what if I told you that's not the fucking case when it comes to YouTube streaming? Because this Starfield video actually made $84,000. 84,000 doubloons for a 4-hour stream just playing mid-poop-ass Starfield. The actual... Like, this was like an insomnia, try not to fall asleep challenge, basically. $84,000. And it's not because the 31,000 viewers all of a sudden just started, buying memberships or donating tons and tons of money. This wasn't like the biggest documented case of credit card fraud and money laundering that the internet's ever seen. In fact, the live stream itself made 1.6K on ads, and the other $78,000 came from the VOD and the ads that played during a VOD. Now, the membership number there, the 2.4K, a lot of those memberships were just from people watching the VOD and then buying a membership, not them doing it while it was live. Also, the supers and gifts, I'm pretty sure that is live. So you can add the 1.6K plus the 1.6K on the supers, so the 1.6K from the live ads plus the super chats. And let's just go ahead and be generous and say, like, the live stream, while it was live, made 4K. The other $80,000 came from the VOD. This isn't some, like, rare mutation here, like a fucking X-Men of analytics. This isn't some fringe outlier isolated case. This is the way that YouTube streaming is optimized. YouTube streaming is kind of just an afterthought for the platform. YouTube has always been about VODs, the videos itself. So when you finish a stream, it becomes a VOD, and that enters into the YouTube algorithm. And YouTube is extremely efficient at monetizing VODs. So finishing a 4-hour Starfield stream, it immediately saved as a VOD and made tons and tons of money through the VOD. Whereas on Twitch, I don't even think VODs are monetized. And if they are, it's not the creators making the money from the VODs, I don't think. YouTube is a totally different story. You don't make as much money while you are live from people buying memberships or donating money or anything like that. And their ads aren't that frequent on YouTube live streams, thank heavens. But what you miss in live revenue, you make up for with VOD revenue 10 times over. What I showed you with the Rocket League stream was my biggest, most profitable Twitch stream I ever did. So even when I was a daily streamer for like 6 to 8 hours a day for years, averaging between 10 to 20,000 viewers, fluctuating, I would usually be making between 4 to 6K a day. And that was like the norm, with the occasional peak going up to like 8 or 9, and then that being the biggest at over 11. But right now, my viewership combined on YouTube and Twitch is higher than it ever was on just Twitch. On YouTube, I average between 10 to 12K a stream, and on Twitch, it's between like 5 and 6K. It really just kind of depends on what I'm doing at the time. But on Twitch, you'll make more money while live and make nothing once the stream ends. On YouTube, you'll make less money while live and then could make 5 times as much from just the VOD. On Twitch, when the stream ends, it's basically forgotten. That's lost media at that point because no one's fucking watching Twitch VODs, it seems. On YouTube, when the stream ends, well, now the journey's just begun. Like, now, there's no telling what that can generate. Like, take this for example. This was a very normal, pretty low-key stream. I was just replaying Gears of War, one of the most important games in my life. This wasn't a brand new, hot release that would be, like, algorithmically successful. Like, it's not like something the algorithm will be salivating over, pushing out a Gears of War live stream. Gears of War is older than the hair on your grandma's titty nipple. Like, this is one of those streams where I do just because I really wanted to replay this game. And you can see my average viewers were 10,000, which is normal. That's a pretty normal stream for me on YouTube. But the VOD now has 1.6 million views and has made over $20,000. And of course I was multi-streaming, so I can pull the Twitch data as well here. This exact same stream made $1.4 thousand on Twitch. The difference is substantial. Now you can see again here in the data, the live revenue, 802 while live here, plus, again, memberships and supers aren't really indicative to what was live because some of those could have been from people watching the VOD and it calculates here post-VOD. But regardless, you can see that the live revenue was less on YouTube than it was Twitch, but the overall revenue is substantially higher on YouTube because of the VODs, which is something Twitch just doesn't really have, which is why I think you should just do both. Your potential to earn while live is much higher on Twitch, but your potential to earn through VODs is astronomically higher on YouTube, so you're really doing yourself a disservice if you don't just do both. And again, it is a positive for viewers too, because they'll be able to choose the platform they want to watch on, as opposed to having to roll their eyes and be like, oh, my favorite streamer's on YouTube. I hate the fucking chat there, but whatever, I guess I'll watch. Or maybe I won't. I really hate YouTube streams. Or vice versa. Oh man, my favorite streamer's only on Twitch. He went from YouTube to Twitch, and I just don't like Twitch. I'm not a fan of it, and I guess I'm just not going to watch him anymore. I'll just wait for the VODs on YouTube when he posts the clips. Like, now they have the option of just being on what platform they want to watch the stream. And there's a lot of streamers that are making the switch to multi-streaming. I just really think this should just be common practice for anyone who streams, because there's no reason not to. There is no exclusive contracts anymore. They're gone. Poof! They vanished. And that's great for streamers and viewers alike, honestly. I used to think contracts were the future for streams, but that was until I realized just how efficient multi-streaming is from both a streamer and viewer side. There are just endless examples I can give in my time multi-streaming. Like, here's another super normal one with me playing an indie game that I really like called Another Crab's Treasure. Fucking Crab Souls. Absolute banger of a game, but it's not like this stream was doing crazy numbers, right? Like, the movement on this stream wasn't anything, unfathomable. Average 13k viewers, but the VOD now has over 2 million views, and it's made over $30,000. And to show this same stream what it did on Twitch, the numbers that it put up over there, it did 1.3k during the live stream, and nothing from the VOD. I can go on and on with the crazy numbers that YouTube stream VODs are capable of putting up. Like, here's me just playing Liza P, fucking Pinocchio Souls, 16,000 average viewers, and the VOD has made over $51,000. I just don't think there's a very good argument to only streaming on one platform. There is no reason you shouldn't just multi-stream. Your viewers are going to pick the platform they most prefer, and I think that it's nice to at least give them the option of choosing that for themselves too. And again, the potential for the streamer is pretty huge. So yeah, anyway, hopefully this was helpful for anyone out there that's trying to decide what platform they should stream on. I think it should just be both. That's my advice, and to any streamers out there right now that are only streaming on either YouTube or only on Twitch, really think you should just come in the middle and hold hands with both platforms and just, like the commercial, why not both? I really think that it's probably a good idea. I do want to say, though, regardless of what platform you're on, it's a very saturated market, so it's going to take a lot of luck. I've said this since the beginning of time. I'm not special. I got lucky. You could be making the best content the world's ever seen, turbo cheek clapping, slapping, banger, heater after heater, but at the end of the day, it's all about having that one lucky break that puts it in front of people's peepers and gets them interested. The only thing you have control over is the consistency. So that way you'll have like a catalog of videos that people can go back and watch after they might find that video that popped off through luck. So that's really about it. See ya.
I still functioning, that's adorable. Your resistance to my sleep-inducing powers only makes me more determined, just given to the sweet embrace of boredom.
It's finally here. The underwhelming conclusion to the perpetual failure machine that was Sony's lack of Spider-Man universe with villains that were actually heroes, not even anti-heroes. Every movie in this pitiful attempt was bad. At best, one was mid. Not exactly a glowing success. But Kraven is here. No one wanted it, but it's here. No one's seeing it, but it's here. It dropped to a whopping 11% on Rotten Tomatoes, which I know doesn't really mean anything, but even the people that aren't just like Rotten Tomatoes critics don't like it. And it was pretty clear that this wasn't going to be a good movie from the very first trailer, really. And it only got worse as time went on, where even the director came out and publicly begged, actually groveling, for people to go see the movie, saying to please give it a chance. The writing was on the wall that this wasn't going to be good. But it is better than Madam Web. And it's better than the worst movie of the year, Borderlands. I will get my best compliment out of the way for Kraven right now. Things happen. And that is more than you can say for both Madam Web and Borderlands. Now, that's about where the compliments come to a screeching halt, really. There are some action sequences that are good, unfortunately brought down by really bad CGI, but despite that, there are some good action moments. Like, there's 2 kills in here that I actually thought were pretty cool, like, kind of creative, so that was nice. And that's every single compliment that I could possibly fish out for this movie. So I just got back from seeing it and fighting off the drowsiness from how boring the first act was, and I took some notes, which is how you know the movie wasn't very good when I start taking notes. I do want to mention that they had it in the biggest theater there, like the biggest screen, and I was one of only like 10 people seeing it. So I'm getting the impression that this isn't going to be a, smash hit. Not gonna be a grand slam here, I'm gonna tell you that much. But I think we all knew that because it's a Sony no Spider-Man movie. They just are not working. And luckily they're done with it, so that's good at least. Anyway though, the first half of the film, they dropped the first 8 minutes on YouTube so you can kind of get a gauge for how the movie kind of plays out. He is not a bad guy. He's not a villain. He's not even an anti-hero. Kraven is just a full-blown hero. He hunts bad guys. He even has a list of bad guys, an actual Santa Claus naughty list, and he goes and kills them. So the whole premise of the film is he's killing bad guys in order to save a family member, which happens in the second act towards the end. In the first act, though, after the 8-minute intro, which has a couple of action sequences and he breaks out of a prison, after that it's a flashback. And he's hunting with his father, Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe is on a real stinky streak. He has been in so many shit films recently. He's just in that era where he's just taking paychecks. Like, he's not really even trying that hard. In this movie in particular, I don't think he even really gave a fuck. Like, he didn't even bother to try and have fun with it. He just looked bored in every scene. It was just, he was cashing it in, which, it's Kraven. I don't think anyone thought this would be good. But that always brings me back to... I know I'm not even talking about the movie right now in particular, but it always brings me back to, like, common sense. A movie of this scale, with this kind of budget, goes through so many different departments, so many different people put their fingers in the pie. How could nobody pipe up and say, hey, this is bad. Nobody's going to want to see this. Like, I don't know how that doesn't happen. Like, I understand lazy cash grabs, but usually a lazy cash grab has a chance of making money. Kraven never even stood a fucking chance. What's the point? It's not like they even tried to do anything with it, really. They were more than content just being generic. And that's all. I don't get it. Anyway, though. So they're in the flashback for the first, 35 minutes of the movie-ish, probably. That's another thing. This movie didn't even have the courtesy of being short. It was a long movie. It was a fucking slog. I don't think it was over 2 hours, but it was pretty close. So the first 35 minutes, they're in the flashback, and Kraven and his brother are with their father. He's a real asshole. They don't like him. They're hunting. There's this big chunky lion that is a legend, and their father Nikolai wants to kill the lion so he can become a legend, but instead the lion has a staring contest with Kraven, Sergey. So they have a staring contest for some reason. They bond, and then Nikolai shoots the lion, and then the lion panics and mauls Sergey, and then carries him off into some bushes and plops him down. And then a girl comes over with a magic potion and dumps it in his mouth. So that girl is Calypso, and in this flashback, there was a different flashback scene where Calypso's with her grandmother, and she's doing a tarot card reading that ends on the strength card, which has a lion on it, and then the grandmother gives her a potion and says it's going to heal someone in undreamed of ways. And then that girl is on a photography trip with her parents, and she randomly decides to get up and leave, and then she stumbles across the lion and Sergey, and then she pours the magic elixir in his mouth and gives him the tarot card and vanishes, so then he wakes up with superpowers. That's his origin story. It's really fucking lame. It's super lame. But it's bad. It's just bad. It's just bad. Then after starting to figure out that he's got new powers and stuff, he decides to abandon his brother and leave his father behind and go live in the woods. And he's basically just Tarzan. He's just Tarzan. A lot of the first 35 minutes is spent with him staring into animals' eyes as animals stare into his eyes. There are so many scenes of them just locking eyeballs. Like, all the animals fucking worship him all of a sudden because of, like, the lion blood inside of him. It's really lame. So anyway, he's Tarzan now. He's living in the woods, and there's some poachers. Poachers are like the big bad guys that kind of bring Kraven to life. So he kills some poachers, because everyone hates poachers. Poachers fucking suck. They are villains. And in this movie, they're like the first bad guys we're introduced to. So Kraven kills the poachers. Honestly, the first 35 minutes felt like an R-rated version of the Wild Thornberrys, but without him speaking to animals. They were communicating telepathically. And that even comes in towards the end of the movie where the impression is he like summons a stampede. Like there's this, I guess I don't want to spoil everything, but it's implied that he like summons a stampede. So he's like some kind of influence over the animals to a certain extent. He's like Aquaman, but on land. He's fucking Landman. Anyway, though, I'm breaking the timeline here. So after like hunting poachers and shit, it fast forwards again 16 years later, and we see Calypso. She's now a lawyer, and one of her friends has been killed after investigating some bad guys. And Kraven shows up at the funeral and hands her the tarot card that she left him 16 years ago. Somehow, he found her 16 years later from only the tarot card and nothing else. They don't even explain it. They just say he took a while to find her. He just says, yeah, it took me a while, but I found you. Fair enough, I guess. He's very good at tracking people, is what they're trying to get across. But he shows up at the funeral, hands her the tarot card back. Now they become friends. And he wants to work with her to start finding the people that are on this list more efficiently. I will say, though, if he's supposed to be like the master tracker and he can find anyone, kind of underwhelming that he then goes to a lawyer to just find people for him. Seems just kind of lazy, or maybe he's just not that good at it. Also possible. So they team up kind of to like get all the bad guys so Kraven can kill them. We then learn about the Rhino. The Rhino is basically a dweeb. He's a guy who everyone counted out and underestimated, so his big character arc is he got real strong by going to this doctor in New York who gave him like tenfold strength enhancement, but it ended up making his skin rhino-like. So then he takes like a serum to keep the rhino side suppressed because it hurts. He doesn't like the pain of being Rhino. So that's like the main bad guy is the Rhino. We get like a side bad guy named the Foreigner, and he has like the ability to like brainwash people temporarily, where he'll just count 1, 2. And then they're like kind of stunned, like they're frozen, while he can move around freely. So he just kind of like teleports around like that while they're stunned, which is a cool power. Like that's pretty strong, but they don't really utilize it super well. Like one of the times they use it is where the Foreigner is talking to this guy who just fed wrong wrong on purpose information to Calypso. It was all a ploy to like fool Calypso to get Kraven to a certain spot. And the Foreigner was talking to this guy, and then he's ready to kill him. So the Foreigner, hypnotizes him. 1, 2, and then he just shoots him during that. You could have just shot him. Like the guy that he shot was unarmed. He was just standing in a stairwell. What was the point in even putting him in the trance? You could have just shot him. Like it's a cool power that I don't think they utilize in a really cool way, unfortunately. Because anytime he uses it, it's kind of just like a gun would have done the same thing. And nothing else. Like you didn't need the power. Like it never at any point got him out of a really sticky situation per se. He could have always just shot the person or the people that were there. So kind of underutilized, but I actually thought that character was interesting at the very least, because he's also like a master assassin. So that's kind of cool, like the master hunter versus the master assassin. When they actually square off, kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks. I'm not going to spoil how that goes. I just thought that was a really lackluster way of dealing with that guy, with the foreigner. I'm not even going to bother with the rest of the notes. The movie's just not good. You weren't planning on seeing it anyway. Nobody is planning on seeing this movie. For good reason. It's just a waste of time. Like I mentioned, there's a couple decent action moments, but I can't even say full action scenes are good because the CGI is so bad in those scenes that it does weigh that down. So you can only have like a couple flashes of decent moments. So like him using the bear trap to kill a guy was cool. Him setting up this elaborate trap with bear traps and a giant log, that was cool. But the rest of that scene around it, not very cool. So there's like a couple of moments that are decent, but overall, it's just not really a good movie. It is infinitely better than Madam Web, though. That movie had nothing in it, like actually nothing, and it's better than the Borderlands movie because that movie also had nothing in it, and Borderlands is still worse because not only did it have nothing in it, but it had the worst fucking jokes ever. At least Kraven, this movie, doesn't really have many jokes. Like, maybe one or two total. So, it's better than two of the worst movies of the year. So, it's improvement, like, all things considered, for the Sony villain Spider-Man verse, but they're not villains, they're actually heroes, there's just no Spider-Man. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Still conscious? That's like trying to stay awake during a lecture about paint drying. If you're awake, why? If you're asleep, continue being a champion of unconsciousness. If this helps you achieve maximum sleep hack, hit like, subscribe, and share with your fellow insomniacs. Sweet dreams, you magnificent sleep warriors.
Yeah, I'm greasy. What about it? First thing in the morning, haven't showered, worked out right before bed, didn't shower. Big whoop? Can't handle a little grease? Get out of the kitchen. Last night was the Game Awards where Jeff Keighley teabagged us all with some big announcements and some big awards. And there's a few things I want to talk about. First of all, that was the biggest stream I've ever done in my life. I had 110,000 peak concurrent viewers on YouTube and 20,000 on Twitch. 130,000 total viewers on one of my live streams is unfathomable to me. Can't even get the words out. So huge thanks to you for anyone that tuned in. That was cool. Big thanks to Jeff Keighley for making my biggest stream of all time. I mean, I worked really hard on watching the Game Awards this year. I put a lot of work into my reactions, so I'm glad to see that this was the stream that popped off so big for me. But there's just aside from that, there's some things I want to talk about with like the announcements as well as the big talk of the town, Game of the Year. First and foremost, there were some big announcements that I absolutely think are worth getting excited for. Some shit that I don't think even Baba Vanga would have predicted were revealed at the awards show here. I know there's a ton of naysayers saying nothing good got shown, it all looks like trash. But I would say don't listen to the paint chip eating weirdos that are still soiling their diapers. Like, that is actual delusion. Like, sure, you can say, oh, I'm not really looking forward to, maybe the next Elden Ring game, which I'm going to get into in a moment because it seems it's going in a weird direction. But to say that there were no good announcements blows my mind. We got a fucking Okami sequel announcement, for God's sake. I feel like people that think there was nothing good shown here don't actually play games, because that alone is huge. We got a new Onimusha, a new Virtua Fighter. To keep in mind, Virtua Fighter hasn't had a new real game since 2007. We got a new game from the Shadow of the Colossus team. Like, these are huge games that I cannot wait to see. Like, these are OG from back in, like, the golden era of really creative works. So I'm super excited to see a new iteration into these franchises. Like, I think that's really exciting. And then for new franchises, they announced Project Century, which looks really good. Naughty Dog's got a new IP. Hey, I'm breaking the timeline here. I just showered, but I have to replace this section here as I was listing new IPs that they announced last night. So that's why my hair's wet instead of greasy now. Just want to peel back the curtain on that a little bit on why it changed so drastically. But some of the other IPs that they announced that look great. First Berserker, Kazan. Dispatch. The Pac-Man secret level game, Shadow Labyrinth. Like, there's just a lot they showed that I actually think is super cool. So I was really impressed with the trailers and really surprised that people thought there was nothing good that they revealed. It actually baffles my fucking noodle up here that anyone would think that. I really think it's people just wanting everything to be bad. So they'll put on their biggest frown and just pretend that it was all negative and it's all lame, throwaway shovelware. The gaming industry is so cooked. I also just forgot, they revealed a new Turok. There hasn't been a new Turok since 2008. I used to make montages on the 2008 Turok game when I was still in fucking middle school. Turok as an IP has been dead and dusted for almost 2 decades. The last time I touched a new Turok game, I hadn't even held a girl's hand. And now, in 2024, we get a fucking Turok announcement? How is that not hype? Like, I don't understand why everyone is so desperate for everything to be the worst it can possibly be, even when there is, like, real positive shit that they showed from the announcements. That's exciting. And gaming, I think AAA gaming is kind of cooked. Like, at least Western devs, it's been fucking floundering left and right. I've talked about this a lot. But where the AAA space is eating ass, the rest of the world is blessing us with great games. Like, we haven't had this many international releases to this quality ever. And indie games have never been better. Like, the gaming industry as a whole, I think, is in a good space. And I think it's a good thing that some of these legacy AAA studios are eating so much shit. Like Ubisoft. I spit on Ubisoft every chance I get. I've been hawking loogies at them for many, many months now. But they deserve it. Like, they are digging their own grave. They just released a fucking NFT game in 2024. Like, come on. So while Ubisoft might be having this cartoonish fall where they're just perpetually slipping on ice as their stock price continues to plummet, where they might not make it, there will be other games that will fill that void. And they'll probably get bought by Tencent. I really think Ubisoft will end up getting bought by Tencent. I don't think that's going to save any of the properties that they have, but that's my little game theory, my hypothesis there. What we'll have is more room for great games like a Black Myth Wukong, or great indie games like a Nine Souls. Still very upset Nine Souls didn't get a single nomination, by the way. Anyway, though, I'll stop going on that tangent. Let's talk about something I just briefly mentioned that I talked about quite a bit during the stream. The new Elden Ring, Night Rain. When they first showed it, man, I was kicking my little feet in my chair. I was so happy. It's clearly not a battle royale. I'm so fucking hyped. Oh my god, the Nameless King, I'm gonna come. Jiminy Christmas. That guy just has an eagle for a head. That's the most American patriotic shit I ever seen. So it's not DLC, they said it's a standalone. So it's a new Elden Ring game? All that excitement soon turned to excrement. The more I learned about it, the more I started to get more and more worried and kind of shitting on the concept. So Night Rain is a roguelike, co-op survival boss rush type experience with battle royale elements. Like, that bird you saw right there is actually like their battle bus, according to the people that played. Oh, it's painful. Like, I have nothing but faith in FromSoft, but I am really concerned that this might be their first blemish. And this is not with Sony buying Critikal yet. So this is a FromSoft decision. And I'm gonna be honest, sports fans. I'll play some clips from the stream where you can see the realization wash over me that this might not actually be good. But I think this really might not be very good. I don't like the concept. I do not think it makes a whole lot of sense for a Souls game, but I am willing to be proven wrong, hoping I'll be proven wrong. Please don't let me down, FromSoft. The vibes get even stranger when you see a battle royale style wall of deadly rain encircling the map and characters dashing around on foot like that. Wait, what? Night Rain is Elden Ring Turbo, condensed 3-player roguelike with a little dash of Monster Hunter to it as you choose a final boss to face at the end of a 30-ish minute run. That's assuming you survive 2 days of the circle shrinking to focal points where someone in Alt Limgrave, each night culminating in its own tough boss battle. I don't really love that. Yeah, I know Miyazaki's not on it, that's what chat was saying, but even still, that just seems like such a blatant cash grab. I don't like that. I mean, maybe, again, I have nothing but faith in FromSoft in general, but that direction I'm not super stoked on. When I started my first session by dropping onto the map from a spectral bird, the entrance was so Fortnite coded I wondered if From Software was joining the live service party with a battle pass, seasonal event, and $20 epic skins. So that's what the bird was that they showed? That's their like battle bus dropping? Oh, fuck me. Oh, yikes. We wanted to have a game that felt like a complete package out of the box on the day of purchase, so everything is unlockable. It's not what we'd consider a live service game. We're still in the process of thinking about possibilities. No PvP elements at all, no invasions, no esoteric multiplayer covenants. We wanted to have a sense of accomplishment. You don't put those words together. You never put those words together. Ever. You never put sense of accomplishment like that. Man, I'm a little worried this might be FromSoft's first miss. And this isn't even Sony's fault. This is before they're getting bought out by Sony. Shit! Well, okay, I'm counting my chickens before they hatch. But man, how do you even make that good? That is like the antithesis to a Souls experience. Like, I think you can make a roguelike work. I think you can make roguelike elements work. What I'm not convinced you can make work is a battle royale influenced boss rush. Has Miyazaki-san had any input in the game, or is he strictly hands-off on the project? Initially, I took the idea to Miyazaki-san, who gave it the green light. He was a little involved in that initial concept phase of the game, but after that, he gave full reign to me. Isn't looking good. It's not sounding good. But I guess we'll see, man. I'll give FromSoft the benefit of the doubt. They haven't let me down yet, but this feels like something I'd expect them to do under Sony, to be honest. But it's not Sony. This is something they just decided to do. I'll go ahead and stop yapping about Elden Ring, and now let's blabber about the big one, Game of the Year. I've said for a while my Game of the Year was Black Myth Wukong. My favorite games of the year were Black Myth Wukong, Nine Souls, and Space Marine 2. I absolutely fucking loved those three games. Astrobot, I do think is a good game. It wouldn't be my personal game of the year, but that is what took home the gold medal. Come on, Wukong! I think it's gonna be Astrobot, like I said. I think it'll probably be Astrobot.
And the game of the year is...
But I'm pulling for Wukong, please!
Astrobot!
Damn it! Fuck! I told you though. There were a lot of people upset about this dubski from Astrobot here, especially during stream in the chat. I think a lot of people didn't play Astrobot because a lot of people kind of wrote it off as just being like a throwaway platformer, even though it was like a game journalist darling that had like 10s across the board. Trust in game journalists has never been lower, for good reason. Just look at IGN. They're really going hog wild on 5s for like actually good things. Like, it's at a point where a lot of people don't really care what a game journalist review has to say about something. So people didn't put a lot of stock into something like Astrobot being an actually good game. It is. Astrobot is a great game. It was a wonderful game, super fun, full of soul. It has a lot of replayability, but I do still feel personally that Black Myth Wukong was something a little more special. Astrobot set out to make a really good platforming game, and it succeeded in a big way. Black Myth Wukong set out on like a really unique path. It's not like the most unique game, the gameplay in it isn't something we haven't seen before, but the complete package that it delivers is unlike a lot of things I've played, because it comes from a Chinese developer that really tried to carve its own road with this game. And I think they succeeded. Like, it has so much style and so much to it. Like, it took me 35 hours or something just to beat the game the first time around, and that was without getting the true ending. So the game has a lot of meat on its bones. It never really overstays its welcome somehow. Like, it still constantly feels fresh. It's challenging, but not in a way that ever really felt unfun. I've glazed Black Myth Wukong plenty. I'm sure all of you have heard me gushing grannies over it. I just really thought Black Myth Wukong was game of the year for me. Wukong did win Player's Voice, which was the 100% user voted game award. So Black Myth Wukong got the Players Game of the Year award, the People's Champion. But I just really did think that it was deserving of a Game of the Year win here. Not that I think Astrobot isn't, I just still felt Black Myth Wukong was stronger. Anyway, though, I just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about the Game Awards last night. Really, that's about it. So, yeah. A few nights ago on stream, I watched a little bit of a video called I Got Divorced Over Yu-Gi-Oh! And I went into it, you know, like lollipop and spinny hat, thinking it was going to be like good, silly fun. Like I thought it was like an exaggeratory title where he was telling a story about how his wife walked in like Seto Kaiba and ripped his blue eyes, and then he said, "Enough is enough. We'll play a shadow game to decide the fate of our marriage," and then they divorced or something. But the reality is, it's a very honest and open look at an unhealthy relationship, and it's one that I went back and finished the video for and have been thinking about since. So in a nutshell, this guy had a YouTube channel that was dedicated to Yu-Gi-Oh! And he was actually paying his bills through the content he was making. So it's not like this was a hobby that was destructive to him. You know, he wasn't going out on the streets and selling his butt for Yu-Gi-Oh! Briefcases of cards. Like, he was making a living through Yu-Gi-Oh! And his YouTube channel, but his wife didn't really like it. She didn't have any respect for it, and it basically boiled down to he married like his number one hater. And she eventually wore him down enough to the point where he did abandon the hobby and his YouTube channel because she just thought it was kind of cringe, I guess. Like, I'm not saying in every healthy relationship your partner has to, you know, get into whatever hobby you're into, but at the very least, the bare minimum is being understanding and supportive of it. Like, I'm not saying she had to go out there and get a tier 0 deck or learn how to pendulum summon so she could start banishing assholes to the Shadow Realm, but maybe don't be constantly spitting and shitting on your husband for something that he's clearly passionate about and something that is actively making him money. I got divorced over Yu-Gi-Oh!
I need to say this. Let me just say it straight out the way. I am no longer married, and I'm divorced.
More time for Yu-Gi-Oh! You can grind. YCS pretty soon, I think. Can't remember when the next YCS is. But you got so much time now.
When I met this woman, and I told her about my Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff, she hated it. She didn't like it. She said that, hey, you could do something better with your life. You should go back to school.
All right, I hate that. Man, just let someone have hobbies. Like, who cares? It's not hurting anyone, not hurting you. It's nerdy, sure, who cares? It's a hobby. I bet she had stupid hobbies too. Everyone does.
I said, you know what? Maybe she's right. And you know what I did? I sold all my equipment. I sold my YouTube channel.
Whoa.
I sold all my camera stuff. I'm like, you know what? Maybe it is time to move on. Maybe it's time for me to do something better with my life. Not knowing that at that time, what I had was very special. At that time, something that I chose to do, YouTube, I gave it up because someone said, hey, you know what? Maybe it is time to move on. You got to do something better with your life.
There are times where someone's hobby is detrimental to them, whether it's financially draining or mentally draining. Like, that is a problem, and that's where you'd come in and say, like, hey, maybe it's time we look for something else, try a different path, and move on to something else. But that's not the case here. This guy had a channel, and his YouTube and Yu-Gi-Oh! Hobby were helping sustain him and pay bills. So her coming in there, fee-fi-fo-fumming around, marching up to him, saying, like, you gotta move on, makes no fucking sense. Like, that's so stupid. Just basically saying it's time to grow up. You know, this is a children's card game. We don't do this as adults. It's time you be a real man, a real adult, and start doing crypto scams. Like, it's just silly.
And she's no longer here. And this problem persists. She told me at that time, hey, you want to meet my mother? You need a car. Because I didn't have a car at the time. I was doing YouTube. I was working from home. I didn't need to drive anywhere.
Chasing the dream.
Yes, YouTube is what I did for a living. It's how I paid my bills. And I was street performing also. How did I street perform? I just catch the bus 20 minutes down the street, played my horn, went home. I never needed a car. even though I explained to her, this is what I chose to do.
Why did she even come into your life then? It sounds like she didn't respect your hobby. She didn't respect your drive, your passion, or anything. Why the fuck was she even here? Just to completely change you? That's sad. There's definitely a limit too. Like, if you're obsessed with a hobby and it's actually a detriment on your life, which it doesn't sound like it was for him, then I can understand someone coming in and be like, all right, look, maybe we need to reevaluate this. You know, maybe, collecting fucking, I don't know, jelly beans and putting all your money into antique jelly beans is, taking its toll. Maybe we should look at other things so you can get out of the house. You can start, finding something else. I get it. But it doesn't sound like it was to that point here. This is just sad. I imagine the channel was generating income. He just said he was paying his bills through YouTube and street performing. So he was making money. He was perfectly sustaining himself. At least that's the impression I get. She was probably embarrassed to tell her friends what he does for a living. Well, then don't be with him. If you're embarrassed of your significant other, why are you with them in the first place? That's on you if you don't respect them. Don't be with them. It's bad for both you and the partner. I feel like this probably happens a lot, although I've only seen it happen to one of my friends once, where he got with a girl that just really didn't like anything about him. Well, what are you doing there? Why are you choosing to be with this person if the goal is to change everything about them, to turn them into a blank canvas for you to paint on? That this doesn't make sense. Find someone that's more compatible with the things you like at that point. Like in this case, she comes in and she just doesn't like any of it. You're going to flush Yu-Gi-Oh down the shitter. You're going to go back to school. Honestly, it sounds like a mom that's trying to discipline their kid. Like, all right, no more Xbox. We're unplugging the Xbox and you're going to go to school twice as much now. Somehow. We're going to find extra school for you to go to. It's just so fucking toxic. This guy was doing just fine. He was providing for himself through his passion, through his ambition, his hobbies. But it didn't fit what she thought was acceptable. So she goes in there and tries to force him to do all of it, and unfortunately succeeds, where he does abandon his hobbies and his passion for her, for this relationship. And that just shouldn't have been a sacrifice that he was forced to make for the sake of the relationship. He didn't need to tribute summon his hobby in order to get his wife's appreciation for what she believes is an acceptable idea for an adult hobby. It was making money, it was paying his bills, and it's something he loved doing. Why change that? There's really no good argument I can think of for it. Sounds like she just hated Yu-Gi-Oh! She must have been more of a Digimon gal.
So, she hated those cards. She literally cried because of those cards. And people say, hey, priorities, man. It's your wife, or, you gotta do what you gotta do.
You tell me your wife was crying about Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
But then I'll be back at that point where I'm giving up things that I like, things that's a part of my life, for someone else to feel happy. And I feel miserable in the process. I love that. I miss that. Why can't she come along with my journey instead of scrutinizing me? And then that's money gone from me. It's not about the money, but that was money gone from me.
That was his career. Man, what a disaster. What a shame. Imagine your Yu-Gi-Oh passion being so epic it makes your wife cry. My husband has mastered the shadow games. Damn! Fuck! I'd want nothing more than my partner loving their job, man. I'd cry tears of joy. I imagine that's how it works in most healthy relationships, brother. I feel like it's kind of important to have, respect. You know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of basic. He triggered her trap card of divorce. Now, another thing I was thinking about when I went back and watched the whole video is that there is a time where a hobby becomes too consuming, where it starts straining the relationship. Maybe he was always fiddling around with those Yu-Gi-Oh cards, by candlelight in a dark room, and, scratching at his neck for more Yu-Gi-Oh cards and ignoring his wife and letting the relationship start to crumble around him because it's always Yu-Gi-Oh all the time. But I don't think that was the case here. And you'll see why I think that in a moment, the more he explains about how it got to that point. And it's not all about Yu-Gi-Oh! He does talk about how a big part of his life has always been music and street performing, and even that wasn't acceptable to her or her parents, really.
I met the parents. They asked me, hey, what do you do for a living? I had to tell them I am a musician. I couldn't tell them I was a street musician. I am a musician. Then they said, hey, you have a degree? I said, I don't have a degree. My ex-wife parents did not speak to me for 2 years and told her not to marry me because I don't have a degree.
That's fucking brutal, and to me, it blows my little noodle because this guy was doing so fine on his own. He was paying all of his bills. He was living just fine with the money he was making through Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTube content and street performing music. And he'll talk about it in a moment, he was making enough money where he could provide for both himself and his wife through those passions. Yet, they wanted him to just burn it all to the ground, fucking salt the earth, so he could restart with what they think is acceptable, which was going back to school to get a degree and getting a 9-to-5 job. Both things that he did do. Well, he got the 9-to-5 job and attempted school, but school wasn't working out super well for him. But he did everything for that relationship to try and make her happy and be like an acceptable partner in his ex-wife's parents' eyes.
So I give up this YouTube thing. I give up my entrepreneurial things. I try to do something that's not innately a part of my strengths at all because I'm thinking I'm in love to do something for somebody to prove something. So when we got married and we moved out to Baltimore to somewhere else that I didn't want to be, she said, hey, how come you're not paying the bills? And I was like, what? I have a job. I have a 9-to-5 job. I don't make enough from this 9-to-5 job to pay all these bills. Before then, I could street performing in YouTube. I made enough money off of that to pay the bills. Now I'm working 9-to-5 all day long, and that's not a complaint because there are people who do that. But I had something that most people wish they had.
He's right. He had the dream job. He literally had the wet dream most people wish they had, which is their hobby, their passion, being able to sustain them. So they don't have to do something that makes them miserable just to survive. And he says, like, he gave all of that up for her and this relationship and that new shiny 9-to-5 that he got, all to please his wife because she believed that that was the only real way to grow up and, move on from Yu-Gi-Oh! And street performing music. Well, that 9-to-5 couldn't pay the bills for both of them. And that's the unfortunate reality of where America is right now. I've talked about this a lot. The normal salary you make at like a 9-to-5, you can't fucking live off of that in like a 2-person household. That just, it's impossible. Things are way too expensive, especially in certain locations. It's just not happening. It's an absolute shame. It's a fucking crime. I'm not going to just rant about that. I've done that plenty on stream. He had a job that could do that. Like, he had a job people kill over. And she just didn't like it. Found it cringe, I guess. Wasn't proud of his hobby and that job that was making him money. So forced is the wrong word because he mentions as well, he made the choice. He ultimately chose to get rid of all of that for her, but she was pushing him to do it, and now he's miserable with this 9-to-5, and she's not happy because that 9-to-5 isn't able to pay all of the bills.
She says, hey, you need to find a hobby. I'm like, oh, let me play Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. So, last year, I start my channel up again. I buy my channel back from Java. Like, oh, she gave me the okay to go into a hobby. You know what she said? You're spending too much time playing those cards. She says, why are you into those cards so much? I said, hey, I need to make a video about something.
After selling everything and starting over, he does eventually get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! To a certain extent where he picks up the hobby again, but his wife still just hates that the hobby he picked up was Yu-Gi-Oh! And YouTube. So he goes on to say how she just really didn't like it. That's when he gets into saying how she would like actually cry over Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's where I was saying, like, if it was completely consuming his whole life where he was ignoring her and everything in the relationship was starting to just dwindle because he was too preoccupied with Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'd understand it. But from what I'm seeing and like going back to his channel, it doesn't seem like that was really the case. He was talking about how since he'd been away from the game for an extended period of time, he needed to relearn it. He needed to catch up on all the new things with Yu-Gi-Oh! So he could make content around it. So he'd be able to be knowledgeable on it, which is perfectly understandable, I'd say. And it doesn't seem like he took it to an excessive degree. It's his passion, it's his hobby, it's what he wanted to do, and it's what he was doing, so he wanted to get back to it. He recognized just how much of a gift being able to do that and make money off of it was, and he wanted that back. So he was getting back into the hobby. She still really hated it. One thing led to another, and now they're no longer together. And it seems like the big reason is because of Yu-Gi-Oh! The deeper issue is that she had absolutely no respect for his passion, and she wasn't supportive and seemed like was embarrassed of him. So it's two people that should have never been together in the first place. He gave up everything he loved to try and make her happy, but she was never really happy with the man that he actually is. So it's just very incompatible, and they tried to make it work, and it didn't work. And both people, I think, were not happy as a result of the relationship. Hopefully going forward, they both find better partners. Hopefully this guy starting over on his YouTube channel, luckily he was able to buy it back. Hopefully he is able to find that success that he once had. And yeah, just kind of wanted to talk about it because I just found it to be one of the more honest videos I've seen on the platform about a subject like this. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I just watched a crazy video from Code Blue Cam about a drunk driver, and really, drunk is not the proper nomenclature. That doesn't really tell the whole story. He is cartoonishly inebriated, to the point where I was half expecting him to start burping up bubbles like a character out of Tom and Jerry when they drink a root beer. So this goober was driving the wrong way and actually almost hit Kamala Harris head on. So he starts getting interviewed by the Secret Service at the scene as well.
But as her motorcade made its way to the airport along I-94, a vehicle driving in the wrong direction approached, narrowly missing the convoy by just feet. After passing 29 vehicles involved in the escort, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputy at the rear of the motorcade quickly stopped the vehicle, identifying the driver as 55-year-old Wayne Wacker.
Could there be a better name? Wayne Wacker sounds like a superhero who jerks off villains at dangerously high velocities till they give up. Wayne Wacker. It's like a name I would make up for a Dark Souls character.
An open Miller Lite beer can was clearly visible in the center console.
They should have slapped an additional charge on this DUI for his beer of choice being a Miller Lite. I've been saying it for like 8 years now. Miller Lite is the actual worst piss water ever made. Full stop. I can't stand that. If you serve me Miller Lite, I'm leaving. Like, that's a sure, like, you would get me out of an establishment faster by handing me a Miller Lite than you would by telling me it was on fire.
You got his ID and everything?
I didn't get anything yet.
Oh, you got your ID on you, sir?
What?
You got your ID on you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna need that. Is it in here? Your ID's in here? I don't think so. Where are you coming from tonight, my boss? You don't know? Clearly too little too much to drink, even with your Miller Lite here, huh?
Doesn't matter.
It sure does.
This man is so lost, truly discombobulated, acting like Robin Williams when he popped out of Jumanji for the first time, wondering what year it is. He is in a trance. He is so drunk he doesn't know what's happening. When the officer picked up the Miller Lite and took it away from Wayne Wacker, I thought he was gonna jump at him like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare to get it back. Like, he looked upset that the Miller Lite was moving out of arm's reach.
Why do you keep pointing at that? I didn't need your ID. I don't care what's in there. Oh, no, still not it.
They get caught in this cutscene here with Wayne having a whack attack. Like, he doesn't know where the ID is, so instead he just, like, slowly moves around like one of the tree ints in Lord of the Rings, and, like, just cannot, like, grasp what's going on. He's in a totally different dimension.
Hop on out now. Hop on out of the car. Hop out of the car. We're talking to my partner.
No, let's get him out first. Let's get him out. That's fine. So unbuckle your seatbelt, sir.
They eventually just decided to skip this cutscene because Wayne was making no progress locating that ID. We'd probably find Atlantis before Mr. Wacker would stumble across his ID.
Down south?
Down south? You know you could have killed somebody, right? Going the wrong way in traffic, man. A very busy highway here. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you had to drink today?
Couple beers.
Couple beers? How long ago?
For this wrong way, I had to start a new car over there.
Tonight.
Tonight? Okay. What's your name, man?
Wayne.
Wayne? Wayne what? Whacker.
It's a very serious situation. I've made this clear many times over the years. I have literally zero respect for drunk drivers. But even in a situation like this, hearing someone say that their name is Wayne Whacker, I don't know if I'd be able to stop myself from laughing. Like, I don't know how I wouldn't giggle at that name.
U.S. Secret Service agents responded to the traffic stop to speak with Wayne.
Where were you? Like, where were you headed from? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Where were you coming from?
Down a gay bar down in.
Gay bar downtown, or like where?
Yeah.
Now we're getting a little exposition here and some background on the character. They're starting to flesh out the lore of Wayne Whacker. So they lean him against that median because he couldn't really stand super well. So they have him leaning there and he just starts like posting up, fucking taking a chill pill. Like he's about to overdose on chill pills while he's intoxicated. So he's just leaning against there and they're just asking him some like basic questions like, do you remember where you're coming from? And he said that he's coming from a gay bar downtown.
Was it in the center council or where was it at?
It's there.
It's there? Okay.
Out of traffic in the border with the state patrol.
Sir, Secret Service.
Got me.
See a motorcade go by?
What?
See a bunch of cars go by when you're going the wrong way?
No.
You didn't see that?
I am close by. Take that.
Wayne is gripping that like it's a roller coaster ride. He is holding on for dear life there. So the Secret Service comes over to get some answers to some questions to see if this guy was like trying to perform an assassination attempt here. And Wayne, he doesn't even know what's going on. Going the wrong way, doesn't see any of the 29 cars that passed him. He doesn't know what is happening. He is so fucking drunk. In the way that he speaks, it sounds like he's got like peanut butter in his mouth. Like it sounds like he is actually talking in a dream. Like, you know, like when you're in a dream and everything feels like really slow and like odd, like especially throwing a punch. Like that is how he is talking.
Where are you coming from? Car? Home? Alright. How much did you have to drink?
2 beers.
Take a suspicious 979 South 60.
Any idea that Kamala Harris is in town?
Well, I guess I did.
Is that the reason you're going the wrong way on the highway?
No.
Why are we going the wrong way on the highway? Because you're drunk? What?
Drunk.
He admits to being drunk, yet he still says he only drank 2 beers. Usually that whole "I've only had 2 drinks" line from drunk drivers is a tactic employed by those that are trying to convince the others that they're not drunk. Wayne is just like, I'm drunk. Drunk. Speaking like a caveman with like one word. Drunk. I don't even really see the point of why he's lying about how much alcohol he's consumed. Or maybe he's just a super lightweight somehow and he really did only have 2 beers and he ended up that fucking hammered. Though I find that pretty unlikely.
Do you remember what entrance you came up on?
What?
Do you know what entrance ramp you came up on? The right way? You don't remember any of that?
There's no idea other than his UPS employee, dude.
What?
Passport?
I didn't. No.
Do you have a passport? No?
No?
Okay.
What's your height and weight?
I'm fat.
Now the officers can't contain their laughter anymore. He is so fucking inebriated that when asked questions like what's your height and weight, all he can say is fat. And they found his public school ID. Turns out Wayne Whacker is a teacher. And you can clearly see Professor Whacker isn't taking this super seriously. He doesn't understand just how dangerous this was.
Are you motivated by any kind of extremism group? Are you involved or associated with any kind of groups?
No.
Like a military group or like anything like that? Are you a gun holder?
A what?
A gun holder. Like, do you have a concealed carry? Do you own weapons at home?
No.
Anything like that? You don't have any guns at home?
Yeah, I do.
What do you got?
Pretty much the entire time Wayne is smiling, like he has like a perpetual smile as his eyes are almost fully closed. So he almost seems flattered with how many officers and Secret Service agents showed up. He even asked if all of them were there for him, and they said, yeah, you're driving the wrong way down a very busy road. And he goes, really? Like it looked like it was the happiest fucking moment of his life. Like he just went downstairs on Christmas morning and saw the bicycle he's always wanted under the tree from Santa.
Yeah, what school? It's called,
Extreme Field, heading up from.
Where's it located, Wayne?
no, it's called,
Alright.
no, wait. What art means you teach, or what do you do? Yeah, what
I'm 100% sure that Wayne was going to try and make up a school name so that way he didn't risk his job with all this, because I think he was able to process that, oh, cops, drunk, this might not be a good look for the school, and now they know I'm a teacher, I'll try and throw him off the trail with a made-up name. But he was too fucked up, he couldn't think of any other name. But I really thought, like, when they asked him, you know, where is it? I thought he was going to reach into his pocket and give him one of these or something. Or hit him with, like, a really stupid name for a school. Like, Education Academy or something. But he just wasn't able to put it all together, so instead he just keeps, like, stalling. Like, he just keeps throwing in, like, filler words. Or maybe he truly is so drunk he just can't even remember where he teaches every day. Also possible, I suppose.
What's the deal?
All right, remember what I told you, Wayne? We're going to do some field sobriety tests to make sure that you're okay to drive, okay? So my
Well, I'm
partner's
not driving.
Well, you were.
I want you to keep your head straight, but I want you to follow it with just your eyes, okay? Remember what I was saying?
Am I doing it right?
Nope. So remember what I was saying? Just keep your head straight, okay? And just follow it with just your eyes.
Oh, just my eyes.
Just your eyes, okay? So you're still keeping your head. All right, you're
For so many decades, people have criticized Superman Clark Kent the disguise being really lackluster because Clark Kent is just Superman with a pair of glasses on and nothing else. How would people not connect the dots that Clark Kent is Superman? Like, the glasses wouldn't be enough for the disguise. But I totally get it now. When Wayne Wacker took off his glasses, he immediately polymorphed into Alex Jones. Like, he instantly just shape-shifted into Alex Jones. It was like a totally different looking guy. His fucking facial expressions remind me of Super Mario 64 when you start up the game and you can take the little hand and move his nose around and move his mouth around and everything and shake his head around. That is what Wayne Wacker is doing here for the Follow the Light field sobriety test.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, you all done, Wayne?
Yeah.
All right, one more test for you, okay?
As graceful as a ballerina and as elegant as a butterfly. Wayne, you've outdone yourself with that one. I half expected him to go up on his tippy toes and then hit us with a curtsy at the very end of that.
1, 2. 1. Hold on. I'm joking.
That's all right. Just do the best you can.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, we'll move on, Wayne, to one more test, okay?
He agreed to the PBT, which resulted in 0.252.
And blow. Keep blowing.
I did good.
All right, you know what the legal limit to drive in the state of Wisconsin is, Wayne?
No.
Okay, so it's 0.08, okay?
I passed.
All right, so you're at a 0.252, okay? So that's more than 3 times the legal limit. Wayne, you're going to be placed on arrest for OWI tonight, okay?
I can't believe it turned out he was actually drunk. I thought with how well he was doing in those field sobriety tests, it may have been a misunderstanding. Maybe he just got confused with the, where he was going on the road, the ramp threw him for a loop-de-loop and pull type maneuver. But I guess he was actually intoxicated. I'm as stunned as you are.
In the end, Wayne was only charged with felony second-degree recklessly endangering safety and received over $2,700 in traffic citations, including one for operating while intoxicated. Since his last OWI conviction occurred more than 10 years ago, it is being treated as a first offense.
Yeah, so that's how the story of Wayne Wacker and the Miller Lite wraps itself up there. I just had to talk about this a little bit. It was one of the weirder drunk driving body cam videos I've seen from Code Blue Cam or any of the other body cam channels. It was quite a ride. That's really about it. So yeah. I know, I'm one of the last people who still use Sony Vegas. I swear it's the best. Well, that's a pretty awesome screen to go to. I swear it is the best editing software out there. Don't let big Adobe brainwash you into thinking Premiere's optimal. The 5 or 6 of us that still use this know the truth. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not pulling your leg. With Sony, so a lot of people mention this, like when it comes to like stream stuff. Almost everything I post, I edit because it takes me very, very short amount of time to edit. So like the Bloodborne stream, it was about, I think it was 12 hours, no, 14 hours of footage. I edited it, wow, hitting the fucking remix. I performed an edit on that in about an hour and a half. I took the 14 hours and I edited it down to, 3 hours in about an hour and a half because of Sony Vegas. It's really easy. Like, I have such a good method here. I'll go ahead and I'll break the magician's code. If there's any aspiring editors out there, what I do is I have good memory, so I'm able to remember a lot of things, and like things I think would be good for the edited video. And what I'll do is I'll just go in here and I'll look at the audio waves, and when it gets high like this, I'll know it was something, at least something happening with me speaking or saying something or getting loud about something, which means that might have been a good moment. So I'm able to just skip around and I don't need to watch all of the footage back. So you're able to save a lot of time by just looking at the audio waves. So like 98% of the things I post, I edit because it takes me actual minutes. GB taught you that one? GB taught me. Man, fucking no, I taught myself that one. Brother, I've been using Sony Vegas since you were still in your dad's nutsack. I started with Sony Vegas back in 2008 with Sony Vegas 7. And I used a pirated version of Sony Vegas 7 all the way up until 2015. And then I used a pirated version of whatever that one was. It was probably like Sony Vegas 14 or 15 at the time. And then I eventually paid for Sony Vegas once they sold it to a company called Magix, whatever the fuck that company is. And I've just stuck with it ever since. This only works because you're calm normally. It might not work for everyone in every case, but I really feel like if you just look at audio waves and just at least remember some of what was going on in whatever the footage is, you can just kind of jump around and edit to those places without needing to watch back all of the footage. You edit all of your videos? Almost every single one of them. The only ones I don't are the ones that have like actual editing that isn't just cutting. So like the tier lists, the bigger production stuff like the 20v1 stuff or the ghost hunts, those I don't edit. Yeah, there's still a couple of us, a few holdouts. I don't know how the company that owns Sony Vegas is still around. In fact, to put this in perspective, just how antiquated this is, Sony Vegas version 20, so the previous one to 21, has a problem. To this day, on my old PC, I still have Sony Vegas 20 and it still has this issue, where they rolled out an update that broke it. So you can't actually open Sony Vegas 20 while being connected to the internet. It instantly crashes. And they never fixed it because there's not enough people that use Sony Vegas to complain. So instead, they just made Sony Vegas 21 that works. Nope, it was never fixed. So before Sony Vegas 21 came out, when I was still on the old PC, the only workaround was anytime I wanted to open the program, I had to unplug my Ethernet, open it, and then I could plug it back in to edit. But Magix, the company that owns this now, God rest their soul, they just never bothered to fix it because no one gives a fuck. I even tried going into like my firewall settings and blocking the connection of Vegas 20 to the internet because you should get the same effect. It was so broken, not even that would work. Are you saying you can recall exactly what you said every point during your streams? Jesus Christ, brother. No, I'm not a superhero. I just vaguely remember around areas of things I said. So like in this Marvel Rivals stream, like I'll remember around these parts. So like chasing Iron Man, I'll remember, I remember saying something here and I remember some good footage. And then I'll look at the audio waves and I'm like, oh, okay, here it is. So then I don't need to just watch the whole thing back. I'll just know exactly where it is. So I can just trim it. And it takes, instead of watching 45 seconds of footage, it takes me 3 seconds. Which is why I can edit a 14-hour piece of footage in like an hour. Have you done any crazy editing tricks, or is it all just cutting? All I do is cut. It's the simplest shit ever. I used to want to be like really good at editing, so if you ever found my old Gears of War montages or Halo montages or anime music videos when I was using like all kinds of crazy effects and screen shakes, you'll see. It was bad. I was never good at it. I couldn't get a handle on it. So all I do is cut. Nothing crazy. Sometimes I'll get really rambunctious though. Like for this video, I actually made this. So like I took the picture of the slapping therapist and I took this headline and I put the two together, and that's about as extreme as I get with editing techniques. Wait, you have two separate videos on the same timeline? Oh yeah. Like hold on, I'll show you a project. Like my projects are like they go ballistic. So here, I don't even know what B7 is. But like I'll have like 1,000 different videos all on the same timeline up to like 9 hours worth taken over. And I just remember which one goes where, and I don't let them bleed into each other. What happened to every thumbnail being stretched out? Oh, I still do that. So for example, here, I'll show you my thumbnail process. So here's how I made the Bloodborne thumbnail. So what I did, and what I usually do for thumbnails, the reason it's stretched, is I'll take a picture like this. I have the face cam there, and I don't really like that, so then I'll come down. I'll grab the image. I'll disable the aspect ratio. And then I stretch it. So that way, it's an emphasis on the part I like. And a lot of times, if I'm taking something like this isn't a game, so a lot of times I'll just take a random picture like that. There's not a whole lot of thought that goes into a thumbnail. I also really don't like having the black bars on the side of thumbnails, so sometimes, what I used to do a lot more, I haven't in a while because I haven't needed to, but I used to take like the auto-generated thumbnails from YouTube, and then I bring them in here and zoom it in so you didn't have the black bars on the side. You need to make a masterclass in editing. I unironically think if you're doing shit that's like super simple, like just yapping like this, I have the optimal editing strategy. Like, legit, I honestly believe, I don't think anybody can edit yapping as quickly as I can. Because it's just cutting. You don't need anything more than just cutting. Same with, like, the Bloodborne stream. Even though it's 14 hours of footage, just cutting, it took me an hour to go through all of that. Because I don't need to watch all of it. I just look at the audio waves and I cut around it. What video took you the fastest to make from recording to editing? Well, I've never gone for a gold split. I don't know. I'd have to really think. What if something cool happened when you weren't talking? Nah, it's impossible. Only cool stuff happens when I'm blabbering. I'm sure I haven't missed anything in the silence. What video editing app is this? It's Sony Vegas, but it's no longer called Sony Vegas because Sony doesn't own it anymore. They've wiped that blemish from their record. It's Magic's Vegas software now. If you bought Sony Vegas, hold this L. As I said, I used pirated Vegas software for almost a decade, and then it became more of a headache to pirate it because people stopped. This software is so archaic and like such an asswipe grease stain on the editing community. People stopped fucking seeding it. Like I couldn't pirate it anymore. Like I couldn't, even if I wanted to. So I've been paying for it for the last like 8 years. What about DaVinci Resolve? It's free. Oh, get out of here with that Zoomer hocus pocus jargon. I don't know. DaVinci Resolve or Rizmaster, whippin' nay. I don't know any of that old shit. That newfangled tech. I only know my Sony Vegas. You ever try to learn Premiere? I use Premiere when I'm on the road because none of my friends will let me download Sony Vegas on their laptops. So I'm forced to use Premiere. Premiere is a worse piece of software. I'm just going to say it. Sorry, Adobe enthusiasts. I think Premiere sucks. I hate it. I can't be as efficient. Sorry to tell you, but real editing chads use Windows Movie Maker. You think I didn't use Windows Movie Maker? Brother, I was using Windows Movie Maker during its peak. All my early videos were Movie Maker originals. Then I graduated to... Zero of you are going to know this one. Actually, zero of you are going to know this one. It's called Pinnacle Studios. Oh my god, it still exists. They're at Pinnacle Studio 26! How is this still around? Oh my god, what? But when I had the Dazzle Platinum capture card, this was bundled editing software. I think it was like Pinnacle Studio 4 or 5 back then. How time flies. Did you use Fraps to record? Man, I went through all of it. On my old AMV channel, I had a RuneScape music video for the song Dwarf Invasion, where I was in the mines like screaming the lyrics at the dwarves in the mines, and I used unregistered Hypercam 2 for that. I then made the switch to Fraps. I never used Bandicam, I don't think, but then I went from unregistered Hypercam to Fraps when I started doing gaming stuff, like outside of RuneScape. I thought you recorded the TV with the camera first. This is for footage on computer. Fraps was only for computer, and unregistered Hypercam was only for computer. Camcorder is how I recorded my old Xbox gameplay for Gears of War and actually Rainbow Six Vegas. Those are the two ones that I used to make montages for with the camcorder. Oh yeah, this is a better example. This is usually what it looks like. So like here's a video, 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 here's one, here's one. This is one, this is mouth washing, and this is one. You have multiple videos in the same project? You bet your sweet bippy I do. You guys don't understand optimal efficiency. Like, think about how much time I save going from a video in here to just dropping another one in here without having to make a new project. I save like 15 seconds per split. Like you don't get it. You do any fancy mixing and stuff for audio? Not a goddamn thing. Sometimes if the audio is too low, I make a separate audio track, bring it down here, and do this to just turn it up. So you don't do any effects? I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Like, here. Like, for these, sometimes... What a good example from the fucking Reddit text messages. Sometimes I'll need to zoom in with a pan and crop. And then actually here's another cool technique. So let's say this guy's name wasn't blanked out. What I'll do is I'll create a mask and I'll do this. And then I come down here and I set the mode to negative and bang, it's censored. Like you see that? Do you see that? And I just, normally if someone censors something, they'll take like what, a minute, 2 minutes to set it up. Fucking getting all the keyframes right. I make a box. Save so much time. That's a fucking 5 booms out of 5 booms right there on the efficiency meter.
I know this gets said all the time, but it's true, and it's sad. People will believe in anything. Today I just learned about slapping therapy, which I'd never heard of before, and you would think me, of all people, someone who has covered slapping tournaments for years, would have heard about slapping therapy, but even I couldn't imagine something so stupid. And today, a practitioner is being jailed for 10 years due to the death of a 71-year-old woman at one of his slapping therapy workshops, and it turns out he's also responsible for the death of a 6-year-old boy at one of those slapping therapy workshops. Now, when I first read the headline, I thought he was going in there and just like KOing people with slaps and trying to convince them that it was a good thing. He was healing them through like, you know, slapping the soul out of their body temporarily, like in Doctor Strange when she like fucking palms his whole spirit out. Like I really thought these workshops were basically just like a fucking fight club where he was throwing frying pans at people's faces with these big meaty slaps and saying like, all right, all of a sudden your cold is healed. But that's not the case. It's actually far more ridiculous than that.
Catching cold. Once you catch cold, you may have different symptoms. You feel weak, you got a runny nose. Easily find a big bone sticking out here. So you can just, whole area, you just do slapping here. Either with this hands or with this hands. Or on both sides. Also with this. Or you can do this way.
That's the entire healing method. If anything's going wrong, start slapping yourself. I'm not shitting you. That's actual baby brain stuff like, ooh, I got a tummy ache. Let me slap the tummy ache away. Oh, geez. That's the entire method. It's called Paix de Lagine, I think is how you say it. And this is like their preeminent expert in it who now has 2 corpses under his belt from it. Now, if you're wondering how this killed people, it's because the 71-year-old woman had attended one of his workshops, and she was a type 1 diabetic, and for years she wanted to find an alternative way of healing herself without needles. Then she eventually met Turbo Goober Zhao,
and attended one of his slapping workshops where she called him a messenger sent by God, starting a revolution to put the power back in the hands of the people to cure themselves and to change the whole system of healthcare. It is frightening how people could get that impression through someone just slapping themselves and claiming that it'll cure your diseases and make you healthy. But just like V-Bucks on Christmas Day, she bought it. She was fully on board, hook, line, and sinker to the self-healing slap technique, the forbidden jutsu, and she stopped taking her insulin, instead just slapping it away, and Zhao said, well done, congratulating her on it, and eventually she started vomiting, got tired and weak, and then was howling in pain, unable to respond, and passed away. The 6-year-old boy passed away in similar fashion, where his parents stopped giving him insulin after they attended his workshops, because his workshops claimed that they would slap away the poisonous waste, which is the same nomenclature, the same verbiage you hear from all of these con artists that promote this absolute ridiculous dog shit that doesn't work. And now he's killed 2 people as a result of it. This one, I think, is one of the more baffling alternative healing methods that people buy into, because you can immediately see it doesn't work, because he's saying that it basically does everything. This is like a fucking fairy godparent that Timmy Turner would have that would make all of your wishes come true as long as you can slap yourself for it.
I would guess 80% of the problems or the symptoms would be gone after doing those. If that is still not enough, you can do the whole chest here, like this. You can do it by yourself here. Here, see? This side, see? Here. Then the whole area right in the middle. If you have someone around you, you can ask them with both hands here, and also at the back. After doing what we call carpet bombing, all these areas.
This asshole watched Patrick Star ham bone in an episode of SpongeBob, and then said, I can make an entire business out of that. So now his whole thing is that you can cure anything through slapping yourself. So he calls it carpet bombing on your chest when you're slapping a cold away like this. But what's crazy is, anyone who would watch this and maybe think for even a fucking millisecond that this might work would try this when they had a cold and learn that it doesn't work. You can't fucking slap away a cold. But that's not enough proof for them. Even though it doesn't work, they still believe in it. He actually made a video addressing the death of that 6-year-old where he doesn't actually say anything, he doesn't actually address anything, he just keeps saying, it's an accident over and over. And the comment section is nothing but swallowing his meat.
Know more about the accident happened in Australia for that little boy. What I want to say is, first of all, this is an accident. When I say this is an accident, that means this has nothing to do with the workshop. It is purely an accident.
It actually has everything to do with the workshop, because he encourages everyone to just slap everything away to get that poisonous waste out of their body, all that toxic sludge that's infesting their body through some of this, some of that. And then the parents who got brainwashed into believing it took their child off insulin as a result of these workshops. Now, of course, the parents of the boy are brain-dead idiots that should never see the light of day outside of a jail cell again. They are too stupid to be reintegrated into society. But that stupidity was manipulated by this scam artist, and it led to the death of that 6-year-old. Now, the comment section here is people supporting him. And I do mean every single comment is just down here practicing their own brand of slap healing by slapping his meat into their mouth. So they're just talking about how this isn't going to stop them from spreading the gospel of Paida Lejin and changing the world one slap at a time. This guy saying this is not in any way your fault. You're actually trying to help heal people. How? By slapping them and putting them into an early grave when they inevitably get too brainwashed and take themselves off life-saving medication like insulin. Like, it's crazy to me that even when someone dies from this, and even when every single person in this comment section can confirm it doesn't work, they still latch onto it, this fucking fantasy that this is somehow the secret that's healing everyone, and they're going to be an immortal being because they slap their chest 5 times a day. Now, I do understand why people seek out alternative healing methods, because medications and normal doctor visits are unbelievably expensive. And everyone knows how corrupt the big pharma is. Everyone knows that. I get it. So I'm not confused as to why people will look for other means of helping themselves and maybe fixing whatever ailments they might suffer from. But what I don't understand is why people will choose the most blatantly fraudulent practices to believe in. There are other healing methods that do actually have some benefits, but a lot of them are trash that you can just research yourself and confirm yourself don't work. But people will still just, for some reason, become this lifelong believer in it based on nothing. I don't know how someone could sit there and watch this dumb asshole slap a guy's arm and say that it's healing him.
For 1 minute, ask me to stop, okay? One minute. Look, see? Just in 1 minute. It's like more than double the color. Let's show to the doctors, the professionals.
Wow! Just like Jesus turning water into wine, Zhao just turned skin into bruised a little bit. He basically claims that Paida Lejeune can solve everything. And I mean everything, even baldness.
But
this way is okay, is it?
Yeah, this is okay.
Not so fast. Slower and the
slower, better.
Then the energy penetrates inside.
Okay, that's how I do.
Man's actually teaching the Homer Simpson dough as a real method of curing your baldness. Brother, you're still bald. You should immediately be able to sniff out that this shit is not working. How? He can look in the mirror and recognize that his slapping head baldness therapy isn't working, yet still believes in it. I know it's overused with people saying this, but it is the truth. People will believe anything. Absolutely anything. Even something as comical as slapping therapy. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. He has so many videos and so many workshops and so many seminars where it's the same thing every time. Like there was one I saw for leg pain where he was saying, well, just slap the leg. That'll free it up. Just slap it a lot. It's everything. He's actually teaching people to fucking do like a knee slap when you hear a good joke, and it's gonna fix your fucking, sore muscles. Or, well, not sore muscles. What was it? I think he was looking to cure some kind of like chronic pain. I can't remember now. But the point is, even something as over-the-top absurd as this has people believing in it and worshiping Zhao. It's actually fucking crazy. Just sitting there playing people's head like drums. And they're like, oh yeah, he's curing him. He just fucking cured him. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Extraordinary work. In fact, actually clapping is a form of slapping. So every time you clap, you're actually cleansing your body of toxins. Did you know that? I bet you didn't know that. I just figured that one out through Zhao's teachings, actually. And the most pathetic part is no one will ever be able to get through to people that have already bought into it in this way that it is fake. That it is bogus. Even the death of the 71-year-old woman and the 6-year-old boy is not enough. That will only strengthen the believer's resolve in it, saying things like, oh, they must have done something wrong with the Paida Lejeune teaching. Zhao would never have misled us. He's healing all of us. He's a messenger sent by God. And the fact that they're jailing him now for this only proves to us that his teachings are a threat to the established medical order. So it must be true. His slapping techniques must be true if they just threw him in jail for it. There is nothing you can do to get people out of this. It sucks, man. Like, it's actually so sad. I'll stop ranting about it now, but it's fucking crazy. That's about it. See ya. From the very first trailer and gameplay footage, I said the game looks fun bad. I thought this would be a slam dunk fun bad game, but all the reviews are like 8s and 9s across the board. People saying like it's one of the best games of the year, so maybe it's just fun. Maybe it's just a good game. We'll see. We will see. Can you turn off motion blur? No. Do you think the real Indiana Jones turned motion blur off in Raiders of the Lost Ark? Absolutely not. I used to love the old indie movies. Used to watch them with my family all the time.
Friend of yours, a competitor.
I still remember the thing that freaked me out the most. They were pretty hardcore. I'm pretty sure also Indiana Jones is the reason PG-13 exists. That and Jaws, because those were PG movies. But the one that freaked me out was, it wasn't even really the heart grab. It was the one with the Fountain of Youth, like where it aged him and all that. That one freaked me out. And when they open the Ark of the Covenant and it melts their skin off, that was pretty brutal too. Now I whip crack each individual one. Nice. That was a lot slower than I expected it to be. That was at like Harrison Ford athleticism now at like 90 years old. I'm doing it!
That's it.
Man, I bet there's still game journalists struggling with this puzzle. And look at me go. First try. On the highest level puzzle difficulty. The real oh! Thought we were done. The real Indiana Jones would be proud. We gotta get the fuck out! You bastard! That was the alternate ending to the director's cut of Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Give me the whip.
Throw it!
Give me the whip.
Adios, senor.
No! I've been betrayed! Whoop! That's what I did a moment ago. I didn't get too far, huh? Thanks for the idol.
Adios, Vito.
No, the music just cut out for a second. No!
Wait.
The orchestra's falling asleep, just like Marcus, damn it! Oh, wait. There's slide movement tech here? That's pretty cool. It's not like your normal slide either. He kind of goes like ass first instead of with his legs. Kind of like scooting like a dog after it shits. You're expelled, Buster! No! Ouch! No! Jeepers! Now hit him, Indy. Use your signature maneuver.
Whatever you're up
the right jab. Oh, fuck. Alright, hold on. Hup. Blew it. Okay, what? Oh, gotcha. No, I didn't get him, I don't think.
You aren't going to open. It's a beautiful journal, isn't it? Who's it from?
Man, Marcus, you like the voice in my head or something, brother? What the fuck? Can you just stop? Like, I'm about to find out who it's from.
On the other side of this fortress.
Oh.
I'm just a tourist.
Hey, no. No need for this. No need for this. It was an accident. Okay. Holy shit, Indy.
And that's Professor to you.
Man, he's got the fastest right jab in the business. Holy Toledo. Take this! That didn't go as far as I thought it would. Oh, it also didn't get their attention. Oh! Oh boy. Can they not see me right now? I'm standing up. Can you see me? I can't tell. You just put up a set like you were ready to fight. Okay, it'll be our little secret, I guess. Oh, a rake. Can I use it as a weapon? Oh my god, I can. Take this! Ah! I ruined the accord me and this guy had.
Oh, turn around.
Ah! So stealthy. The actual hit was like beautifully silent, but then he blew up the table. What a shame. That made such a great noise. I bet this will have a really good speedrun route, just a hunch. Wonder how close I can get. Oh, no, his peripheral vision kicked in. Just the wind! It's just the wind! Big mistake! Wait, what? The other guy wasn't? There goes my boy Paul, just freaking out over nothing. I'll just continue my patrol. Surely just the wind. Take this! Pipe wrench! Yeah! Alright, I fucking love this. Hello?
Sorry.
Did you have the house
Not
key?
much to write home about.
Oh, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out? Oh, nope, that's not Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. A fly swatter. This is so good. Wait, and I get new abilities? I'm just gonna go all in on fisticuffs. There's no way this is going to be a useful weapon, right? A fucking fly swatter. And here's a loot. Found the house key. Let me see. Come here, there's a maniac on the loose. And he's using a fly swatter.
Time to shine.
Okay. I was kind of just punching him with my normal hand, but with a fly swatter in it. I didn't really, like, use the fly swatter on him. Let me find something to hit you with. Hold on. Looking for an improvised weapon. Nope, can't use a biscotti on you. Can't slap you with money. Okay, can you stop? Nice. What did that do for me? Didn't heal me. Take another bite of the biscotti? Oh, it gives me like a biscotti shield, I think. Oh!
Seem pretty flimsy.
Damn it. Man, nobody gets alerted. There's no reason to even do stealth. Take this!
Give it a rest.
Who did that? No, don't do it. Don't make me do this. Ah, why? Oh, thank God. I didn't have to kill the dog. It just retired. Alright. Don't make me do this. Just surrender. Just surrender, man. Okay. Oh, that alerted everybody. Can you guys stop coming in here with fucking baseball bats and spoons? Easy enough. Classic Indiana Jones. One of the finest martial artists. I need to heal. Where's my band-aids? Biscottis aren't gonna cut it for this. Take that! And some of this! And some more of this! Okay. I get the feeling I can't kill them with that.
That's close enough.
That'll work.
Buongiorno.
This American music is astounding. How do they play like that?
Wait until you hear Through the Fire and the Flames. Oh, wait, these are people I can actually fight. Sorry, that's on me, I'm not trying to cause a ruckus. Okay. I'm out of stamina, I can't fight. Oh, fuck, sorry, I'm winded, stop, I'm winded! Help! Biscotti! I need a biscotti! Ow! Biscotti! Ow! I know I can pull up the journal to see main objective. Are you a good guy or bad guy? I can't hit you, so you must be a good guy. Yeah, he's immune.
I saw a British professor.
Holy shit, pick it up.
But arrest, would you?
What the fuck is happening? They keep hitting each other. Put the broom down! Snap. What is happening? Move! Oh, god damn it, opens from the other side. Oh, if I could have jumped there, I would have been fine. Pardon? My stamina is just unacceptably low. That's definitely not where the disguise is. Can safely rule that out. He went that way! What? What? Why is everyone... Do I smell bad? Why is everyone running away from me? It's not like they're alerted right now. Okay, maybe if I just progress normally, I'll come up to that place. All of, like, the civilians are really afraid of me, but none of the people that would actually hurt me are. My aura is scaring them.
There must be another way.
My spiritual pressure's too much. Let me see if I can land on them and, like, Goomba stomp them. Watch out! Imagine if that just canceled fall damage. No, bless you. You're looking awfully shifty. Stealth takedown, check this out. Hip! Not quite stealthy. Come on, push him down. I wonder if this will scare people. Watch out! This man fell! Oh. I didn't expect such a loud thud.
Maybe this giant's tomb lies underneath the Tower of Nicholas V.
Yes, but it says here, to enter the underworld, one needs the blood of the 5 sacred wounds. Look.
By Jove, you're right, Antonio. That is what it says.
5 sacred wounds from where Jesus shed blood.
Where was that?
I'm gonna need some blood.
Alright, I know just where to find it. You ever been to downtown Tampa?
Il nome del Padre, Figlio, Spirito Santo.
Oh man.
What has been hidden beneath the Vatican? Henri, you should go to the Tower of Nicholas V and investigate.
Don't need to tell me twice. Hup. Yeah! Imagine I just died right there. I'm on my way, Antonio, and you just hear a huge thud and Indiana Jones's neck is fucking broken, splayed out on the floor. Take a photo of Antonio and give it to the nuns at the bottom of the stairs and you'll get adventure tokens. Why would I get adventure tokens for giving the nuns a selfie of Antonio? I love that. That's so good. Let me get Brawler 1 though while I'm thinking about it. We need to fight the aliens from Crystal Skull. That would have been a great direction to take this game. Indiana Jones in space.
Back away.
Can I trip you? Nice! Wow, I'm super out of stamina. That's so silly, I love it. How did you miss that? How did you not see me? Man, these NPCs just do not give a fuck. Trip him. I can just have my little whip just flaccid and running around on the ground like that. Trip on it, trip on it, trip on it. Okay, he wasn't tripping. I tried so hard to get him to trip on it. The guy in the back did. Nice. Outplayed. He thought he had the drop on me.
Great. Back where I started.
Oh, fuck. Just the wind. Just the wind. Everyone calm down. Just the wind. Oh, you're freaking out over nothing. It's just the wind. Fuck up! Oh. 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 Quit throwing rocks. Stop throwing rocks and sticks at me. Good luck catching me now. Idiots. You'll remember this is the day you almost caught Indiana Jones. Here, smile. That's gonna look so good in the scrapbook. Here, hold on. Maybe I have something to throw down to you guys. Not quite. But I'll kill this man as a warning. Nope. Stop moving. Alright, there we go. Alright. Don't forget what happened here, guys. After this cutscene, you can zip line off this balcony and get the disguise for the ring. Okay. I'll do that.
What do you think you're doing?
Analyzing.
Those are my binoculars.
Shut up. Mine now. It can't be! Nerd? I could have never guessed he was behind this. Hello, hello, yes, I'm here to fight. Get me in the pit.
Perché ci hai messo tanto? Oh, guarda questo! Ti spacco la faccia!
You're telling me this dweeb is the champion with the mitts? Merging 2 health bars into 1 seems good. I wonder if I could sneak a weapon in there. Probably not. Oh wow, oh wow. I got him with a big parry there. Okay. Okay. Take that! This is your champion? Embarrassing. I'll take my prize now.
Non si rialzerà tanto presto. Ben fatto, amico mio. Ecco la tua parte.
Thank you. Only $80, huh? It's a lot. It's a lot. Alright. Hold on, hold on. Let me bandage. Let me bandage. This guy looks substantially stronger than the other guy. The other guy looked like he went to the wrong place for the D&D club meeting. Okay. Man, my parries are looking clean though. Ow, ow! I'm out of stamina, I'm out of stamina. Ah, fuck! Oh, dropped him. Alright, potato sacked him. Thank you, yes everyone. Yep, that's me. Bonesaw is ready. Okay, how much? How much? Oh, 120, nice. Oh god, more? Alright, hold on, let me bandage. Okay, here I come. God, this guy's throwing frying pans at me. Oh, jeez. Ouch. Let me back at him. The concussion already wore off. Oh, I have no band-aids. There we go, I'm back. Alright, hold on, hold on. Here I come! Yeah, jumping kick! Okay, bad idea. It was a bad idea, I admit it. I admit it. Oh, I'm already winded. What? How did I not parry? Okay. I'm supercharged now. Flying kick? Okay, bad idea. That was a good flurry. What? There we go. Alright, huge, huge. All I needed was some Grissini. How much is this? 10,000? 240? Not it. Not it. Not enough. Only 3 rounds? Give me more! You're next! Oh, if only. God damn it. Now I need more violence. Wrong place, wrong time, friend. Oh, much better. I'm doing great. How are you? Wonderful. Hope you're doing well. Man, you look so embarrassing. Whoa, hey, hey, don't leave me like that. Fine! Fuck it then. Excellent stealth takedown. Excuse me. Thank you so much.
Boxing class?
Help me, nuns! Oh, they're... Oh, nice. Good distraction. Nice. I have a plan. Hiya! Oh. What happened to you? This guy's winded. What the fuck? Hello, everybody. I'm back. Antonio, you won't believe what an adventure I've been on.
Did you find anything beneath the tower?
Nothing.
Damn right I did.
There's nothing there. It's been ransacked. The case against P. Diddy, the baby oil billionaire, one of the most vile individuals in music industry history, has been getting more and more horrible things about it coming to light. It would take hours to go over every crime he's accused of. It is a list that goes on and on, filled with the most awful, unimaginable things possible. It would be easier to talk about crimes he isn't accused of committing. Like, he probably started dying and dashing just for the sake of adding more crimes to his resume. And today we received some new information with one of the many celebrities that associated with P. Diddy over the years, Jay-Z, who is now accused in a civil lawsuit of raping a 13-year-old at an after party with P. Diddy and an unnamed female celebrity who was there watching.
Since Combs was indicted by federal prosecutors last fall, these parties he was known for hosting and what celebrities may have attended has been the subject of intense scrutiny. But the blast radius around the star had been relatively contained until now.
The P. Diddy party list is a lot like the Epstein list in terms of rich and powerful people that attended them. And a lot of people, myself included, have wondered if these names will ever even see the light of day because they have the means of burying it potentially. But luckily, that doesn't seem to be the case here now that Jay-Z has been named. But they should all be named, and hopefully they will over the course of this case. Make like a game of guess who and name them. Because the shit that happened at these parties is terrible, horrible, just deplorable shit. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we learned that P. Diddy threw a party where they dug up Jeffrey Dahmer's corpse and paraded around Weekend at Bernie's style or something. Like, the things that have reportedly happened there are things that everyone associated needs to face consequences for. And now Jay-Z is the first one that has been named.
The anonymous woman, who was 13 at the time, described in the lawsuit as being drugged and raped at an MTV VMAs after party she says Combs hosted in 2000. According to the suit, she recalls accepting a drink from a waitress that made her feel woozy and lightheaded before she says she was raped by Jay-Z and then Combs in a bedroom as an unnamed female celebrity watched.
There's a lot of people that have been running defense, kind of just playing like the pseudo PR department for celebrities that have attended P. Diddy's parties but are innocent of any wrongdoing, saying things like, yeah, they may have attended a party, hootenanny or two of P. Diddy's, but they didn't know anything was bad there. They didn't know there were any kids there or any victims of sex trafficking. They just went to a party. They had no clue. And I feel like that's a load of fucking horseradish, because you would know that that is a child. That is a 13-year-old. That is a toddler. They just stopped believing in Santa Claus. There's no way you wouldn't know that there were kids there if there's 13-year-olds running around. That's craziness. And that wouldn't be a huge red flag to any of these celebrities. Like, it's not normal to have a 13-year-old at a fucking VMA after party. And a 13-year-old being served a drink, like, that waitress would know they just served a drink to a child. Even if the waitress didn't know that it was spiked, why are you serving a 13-year-old kid alcohol? This is why I think everyone that attended these parties is very likely guilty of some heinous shit. So this 13-year-old was allegedly served the spiked drink that made her feel woozy and was then raped by Jay-Z and then P. Diddy, and apparently an unnamed female celebrity was watching. I'm pretty surprised they didn't name the female celebrity here. I don't really understand why. Maybe that's for like a different case coming up.
Jay-Z swiftly issuing a statement Sunday calling the claims heinous and accusing the woman's attorney of trying to blackmail him, suggesting the attorney had tried to seek a settlement first, adding, quote, "I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. My heart and support goes out to the true victims in the world." The couple will have to explain the, quote, cruelty and greed of people to their children. Combs, too, has denied any allegations of sexual assault.
Jay-Z is strongly denying these claims, and one thing that's important to note here is that the lawyer, Tony Busby, he's not squeaky clean. This is no saint here. He's got some dirty laundry of his own. He actually did get sued not too long ago for an alleged assault on a former client, and then got sued again for extortion, where a celebrity and their team have accused Tony Busby of throwing out wildly false, horrific allegations, fabricated allegations of sexual assault, and has a pattern of leveling baseless and fabricated malicious allegations at high-profile individuals and threatening to name them publicly if they fail to pay exorbitant sums of money. So fundamentally what they're claiming is that Tony Busby indulges in rumor to leverage bad headlines and bad press for celebrities, so that way they will just settle out of court with him. Now, it's very possible that that extortion lawsuit is from a celebrity who has attended these Diddy parties and is panicking, trying to cover their own ass by trying to assassinate Tony Busby's character. That's possible too. There's no way of knowing for sure right now. I just thought it was worth mentioning that Tony Busby does have a little poop on his butt. But that doesn't mean, and there's no evidence to suggest, that he or the victims he represents are lying about their allegations. This case has just begun. It's the first one that has named another celebrity outside of P. Diddy, so we'll see as the facts continue to come out. Right now, there's no evidence to suggest that this is all made up, and there's also no evidence to confirm any of the allegations, because it's still just too early into this case. So I'll keep my finger on the pulse of it. I'm sure this will be a very big case that'll be talked about a lot. And I do want to just say, even if it turns out that this case isn't real against Jay-Z, I still don't believe Jay-Z is innocent of, like, wrongdoing. He was so close with P. Diddy for so many years, there is no fucking way. There is no chance on God's green earth that Jay-Z didn't know about the horrible shit that P. Diddy was doing. Because these parties, like, it was all right in their faces. It wasn't a secret, per se. Like, the celebrities that attended knew that there was some foul, fishy shit going on there. If you had kids running around at parties. And even if this 13-year-old that Tony Busby's representing turns out, like, never even went to a P. Diddy party or something, there still are tons and tons of other cases with overwhelming amounts of evidence to suggest that there were kids at these P. Diddy parties. And celebrities, I think, would know what a kid looks like versus an adult. So I just don't think someone as close to P. Diddy as Jay-Z was would possibly be squeaky clean here. Like, they would know about a lot of these crimes. Even if he didn't directly participate in them, I think him knowing about it and refusing to do anything is still extremely fucking horrible too. But again, this case has just come out, so we'll learn about whether or not these claims are true as it develops.
Now, in a statement posted online, Busby, the lawyer, acknowledged sending Jay-Z a letter prior to filing this complaint, prior to this whole thing, seeking a confidential mediation, but says his client never demanded a penny from Jay-Z. At the time, she is now seeking an unspecified amount in damages, guys.
Jay-Z did post a lengthy response, basically saying Tony is an ambulance chaser that's attempting to blackmail him and extort him for money, using some absolutely horrific allegations to try and have him cave in and settle and just pay a bunch of money based on nothing at all. And Tony Busby then responded saying that it's not blackmail at all, and says, Mr. Carter previously denied being the one who sued me and my firm. He even filed this frivolous case under a pseudonym. And then he confirms that he did send a letter prior to this lawsuit, but it was looking for confidential mediation and never demanded a single penny from Jay-Z. Now, I haven't passed the bar. I barely passed my fucking SATs, so I'm not going to pretend to understand how lawsuits work, but what I do know is that in a civil lawsuit, Jay-Z is not necessarily going to go to jail if it turns out all of this is true and he's found guilty on all counts of this lawsuit. It would then go to paying out an unspecified amount of damages, as the news segment covered there. So I don't understand the sending a letter for confidential mediation and exactly what that entails. I really don't get the whole scope of it. All I know is that this is the first celebrity outside of P. Diddy that has now been accused of horrible things at P. Diddy's parties, and I think that this will be the first of many. Again, I really feel there is a huge number of celebrities that either participated in or knew about a lot of the illegal, horrible, vile shit that was happening with P. Diddy and his parties. And I guess we'll see if Jay-Z is one of those celebrities that knew or participated soon enough. Like, this case just started, so we'll see what happens. That's really about it. See ya. I've talked about tons of evil companies and industries over the years, but the one I want to talk about today makes Umbrella Corp from Resident Evil look like Weenie Hut Jr. Health insurance. Now, I've ranted and raved about health insurance on stream quite a few times, way before the big thing that happened recently. And I'll just be clear up front that I'm not here to talk too much about Brian Thompson getting banished to the Shadow Realm. I'm here to talk mainly about health insurance itself and how corrupt and malicious it is, as well as the United Health Group CEO Andrew Whitty's video that he made about the response to this whole thing. So to be clear, Brian Thompson was the CEO of United's insurance division. Andrew Whitty is the CEO of United Health Group.
I'm sure everybody has been disturbed by the amount of negative and in many cases vitriolic media and commentary that has been produced over the last few days, particularly in the social media environment.
Yeah, mean words are so much more disturbing than an entire business model that revolves around making oodles of cash off the corpses of your clients as you knowingly deny coverage for life-saving medical treatment for those individuals that have been paying you for so long for the single purpose of you stepping in to help in an emergency situation. Then when that unfortunate time arises, it's just crickets and radio silence and then like a giant stamp of denied from United. Here's a nice little graph that helps showcase how efficient these health insurance providers have become at denying your claims. And United Healthcare, they got it down to a science. They are way out in front. They got the gold medal with 33% denied claims. To put that into Fortnite terms, United is grittying to a fucking winner chicken dinner dubski as you and your loved ones are dying. It's no surprise why people hate health insurance. It's not a political issue like a lot of people are trying to make it. You can see some of the usual suspects on YouTube saying things like, oh, the lefties are celebrating the death of this healthcare CEO, an innocent man just looking to put food on the table for his families. And if you look at the comments, it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on, everyone has been fucked equally by health insurance. They are the Thanos level threat to human beings' survival. Everybody knows somebody, and you may even be the victim yourself, that has been denied by their health insurance provider because the whole purpose of the health insurance business model is you pay them for a long period of time to do a single task for you, which is help in an emergency situation, and their goal is to find ways out of doing that task you pay them for, to fuck you in the face, literally just let people croak because they don't want to pay the money to cover those procedures that could save someone's life. They make money off normal people dying, and normal people are paying them for the service. It is so fucked up.
And I want to reassure you of a few things. Firstly, we are going to continue to make sure that we put patients, consumers, and members first, as we always have done.
What? Pardon? I must not have heard him right. There's no way Mr. Krabs just tried to sit there with a straight face looking like my wrinkled nutsack saying that United has always put members, consumers, and patients first. What? I mean, oh, maybe he meant like putting them first in the ground after they deny the life-saving medical treatment that they were looking for. Maybe that's what he meant. I'm not entirely sure, but there's no way he actually tried to say that United puts the patients first, right? There's no way. I mean, you could just look at the data. 33% of all claims being denied? Like, in what universe does he think anyone's going to believe that? Everybody has been affected by this. It's not like this is some big secret. Everyone knows how fucking foul the health insurance industry is, and United is the worst offender. Like, here, I'll give you actual footage of the United CEO anytime one of its clients die after a denied claim. Man, I just broke that. Man, look what you made me do, Andrew! Look what you made me do!
The mission of this company is truly to make sure that we help the system improve by helping the experience for individuals get better and better.
Mission failed then, Andrew, in the biggest possible way. And the response that you're seeing to all this should be a pretty clear indication that every single human being on the planet that has been cursed with United health insurance coverage feels that the experience has only gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse as you have made more and more and more and more and more and more doubloons off of denying claims. Hey, real quick, Andrew, can you go ahead and put on your reading glasses and take a peek at this for me? Look at this chart and tell me exactly whose experience has been getting better? Because it's not the normal American that has to have health insurance. It seems more like it might just be United Health Group itself. I'll quickly take a moment to play in the pigpen and tackle the most brain dead that are trying to justify or defend the health insurance companies. Like, I couldn't imagine anything more pathetic than doing free PR for health insurance of all things, but there are those absolute worms out there doing that in the trenches right now. I see a lot of people making the comparison that a health insurance provider denying a claim is not the same as killing someone. It's fundamentally doing that. If someone's coming to their health insurance that they've been paying for how many years, and they are looking for coverage for a very expensive medical procedure, and they say no, and that person dies because they no longer could afford that medical procedure that would have saved their life, then that is the insurance provider fundamentally killing that person. And the comparison that some of the pseudo-intellectual enlightened super dweebs on Twitter are comparing it to is saying like, oh, well, if someone needs a kidney and you're not on the kidney donor list, so you don't give them a kidney, did you murder that person? Shouldn't even really need to explain why that's absolute dog shit, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. Was that person paying you for years and years with the sole purpose of you donating that kidney to them should they need it? Probably not. They weren't a client or anything like that. Like, not being a kidney donor is completely different than being a health insurance provider who is paid for a sole task, and then they do everything they can to not do that task. And then when someone dies as a result of their refusal to do that task they have been paid for, that is the health insurance provider having a big hand in that person's demise. Another pretty obvious difference here is that giving a kidney is an extremely big deal. Like, that is a risky thing to the person who does it, whereas in health insurance, the only risk in paying for someone's medical procedure is that your shareholders might not get as many millions of dollars because now you might actually have to start doing what people are paying you for. If there is a chance that United Health paying for a medical procedure means they can't afford to pay for someone else's, then they shouldn't be in business in the fucking first place. It means they're trash at what they're supposed to be doing. They're being paid by everyone to do this task of covering their medical procedures when they need it. And if they can't afford to do that, they should not be around.
There was nobody who did more to try and advance that mission than Brian Thompson. And there are very few people in the history of the US healthcare industry who had a bigger positive effect on American healthcare than Brian.
Hey, come back to reality. Andrew, we're losing you. You're fading into Narnia right now. What are you talking about, man? Making tens of millions of dollars at a company that leads the nation in denied health insurance claims is not pushing the industry in any positive direction for normal Americans, man.
And we are going to make sure that we not only acknowledge and honor that legacy of Brian, but we will continue it.
That's right, everyone. We are going to be pushing for 50% denied claims next year in honor of this mission. It's a lofty goal, but I think we can deny even more claims come 2025. So mark your calendars. 2025 is United's year. We're making history. Half of all claims will be denied. Mark my words. Like, this isn't something to get excited about, man. The mission has just been growing your profits while denying more claims. So you proudly announcing that you're going to be continuing that mission is about as painful as you coming out and saying that you're going to continue waterboarding me. Like, why would I be pumping my fist about that? The only one that gets excited there is your shareholders.
Our role is a critical role, and we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and it's delivered when people need it. And we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable.
What is sustainable, though, is all of that growth United keeps experiencing. That's what really matters. We need to make sure that is sustained. This is garbage, man. This is actual just baloney. He's just blabbering about nothing. It's a yappuccino trying to spin this as like them trying to do something good. It's not. What Andrew and his company deem unnecessary care is completely unreasonable oftentimes, where it is very necessary for the patient to stay alive. Well, we denied this claim because we felt it was unnecessary, because we did a cost-benefit analysis and we concluded that the patient was going to die in 60 years anyway, so what's really the point in spending all this money to keep them alive now when they're just going to kick the bucket in, a couple of decades?
So we're going to continue to make that case. We will continue to do the work we do. And I have never been more proud of this company and our colleagues and what this company does on behalf of people in need across the country.
You would really think, with what happened here, someone like Andrew, and I don't believe that he's even really human anymore. I believe he has sold his soul many, many years ago and is just this hollow husk that's only filled with money. But you would still think at some point the neurons would fire in his noodle and he'd see this response and be like, that mission, about helping people, kind of failed at that, didn't we? Maybe we should do something different. But he hasn't even had that realization. Or maybe he has and he just doesn't care, which is the more likely explanation. But you would just truly think that the reality would set in like, oh, people fucking hate us. People are awake to how exploitative we are and how we are actively making their lives harder.
I encourage you to tune out that critical noise that we're hearing right now. It does not reflect reality. It is simply a sign of an era in which we live.
Great advice. All those people talking about how corrupt this industry is, yes, please plug your ears to that so that way you don't actually hear from the victims of our business model. We don't want you to start feeling sympathy for the numbers on our bottom line, all right? We need to make sure that we don't look at them as anything real. They're just imaginary NPCs for our money, and we like that money, don't we? It's just so crazy. It's so crazy. He's saying that it doesn't reflect reality. Brother, that is the reality. These are your clients that are coming out and sharing their experiences. It doesn't get any more real than that. As opposed to your fucking barnacles that you're vomiting out here, that is the fraudulent fakeness. The reality is that people have been fucked by your health insurance company and plenty of others. The industry is rotten to its very core. And people know that, which is why this isn't some big political issue of left and right. Everyone is united in how hard they have been fucked and how many times they have seen people be affected negatively by this industry. And this guy just refuses to let that set in, and he's trying to brainwash his employees to just be numb to it and pay no attention to it.
What we must do is focus on what we know to be true. And what we know to be true is that the health system needs a company like United Health Group, and it needs people like Brian within it. We're fortunate that within this company, we have so many people driven and inspired in the same way that Brian was, and we will continue in our journey to help everybody who needs it within the health environment.
It's just crazy. I know I don't need to keep ranting about it, but it actually does just blow my mind that he would even say things like that, which are so provably false. It's honestly like almost a threat that they have plenty of other people like Brian in the company that are as inspired as Brian and focusing on what Brian was focusing on, which is clearly the profits in the company and denying more claims so they can make more money. That's a bad thing. And he's just talking about it like it's an accolade to be super proud of and something to be excited about. It's just frightening. It's actually just frightening. So yeah, I wanted to rant about health insurance a little bit. That's it. So yeah. 2024 has been an extremely good year for indie games and low-budget films. Some of the best games of the year have been indie. Unfortunately, the best indie game of the year didn't get the attention that it rightfully deserved. I'm talking about Nine Souls. Got snubbed at the Game Awards. Should have been nominated for Game of the Year. I know I've been glazing this game for like 3 months now, but I can't help it. I can't help but gushing grannies over how good Nine Souls is. It's like when SpongeBob eats that Krabby Patty with jellyfish jelly. Hey all you people, like that's what I'm doing with Nine Souls, shaking people awake to how great that game is. And now I'm about to do that for what I think is the best animated movie of the year, Flow. This is a low-budget film made on, I think it was a $4 million budget, and it is breathtaking. It is wholly unique. There is no other film I've seen like this, period. And I appreciate that. In a climate where everything that comes out is either a sequel or a regurgitated remake or some formulaic AI-driven quick cash grab piece of shit like Red 1, this is such a refreshing experience. It's a movie that doesn't have a single line of dialogue. And I know some people will hear that and roll their eyes going, ugh, so it's relying on a gimmick. No, Scrooge, it's not. It just so happens this movie didn't need a single line of dialogue to convey an extremely compelling piece. It tells a wonderful story and conveys so much emotion without ever needing words. And I'm glad they elected not to have anyone in this movie talk, because it's a movie about animals in a, we'll say, post-apocalyptic world. I don't want to give away too much, but it's a very mysterious environment with a lot of intrigue to it. In a lot of ways, when I was watching Flow, it reminded me of playing Journey for the first time. If anyone played that on the PlayStation 3, absolute masterpiece of a game. I got the same kind of sensation watching this movie as I did playing that game. And honestly, when I first saw the trailer for this, I thought this was a game, especially with Stray still being fresh in memory, which was a great game, and it featured a cat as the main character. Flow features a cat as the main character as well, but they are wildly different experiences. I am just stunned by how beautiful this film is, knowing that it only had a $4 million budget for it. I say only because animation is expensive. I feel like most people know that, but $4 million for an animated feature film is unheard of this quality. That's like Tony Stark putting together the Iron Man suit in a cave with a box of scraps. You don't make an animated feature film for less than 8 fucking digits, and yet the director, Penguinz0 I think that's how you say his name, did it, and did it exceptionally well. I'll talk about it a little bit, but I don't want to spoil anything, because I think this is a film that's best left to interpretation. This feels like a movie that everyone's going to walk away with a different explanation for what they think it all really means. But in a nutshell, it's about this cat who's all alone in an abandoned place that may or may not have been their owner's place, what have you. There's really no telling exactly what the significance to the cat is with this location, but we see this cat there relaxing in this bed in an art studio. It's clearly from humans that were once there but are no longer for whatever reason. And then all of a sudden, there's a giant flood that sweeps through. And the water just keeps rising and rising, slowly but surely, and then the cat ends up finding a boat that is occupied by a capybara. And from there, more and more characters enter into the fold as they go on this grand, magical adventure. And I guess that's probably the best to leave it at. The animals in here don't act like, G-Force hamsters or something, they're not like super intelligent Megamind galaxy brain animals, augmented or anything, making human decisions and all of that. They're animals being animals, but over the course of the film, they get more and more adapted to the environment to the point where they do start doing things like steering the boat. I will say, that is a part where the movie goes from like just a normal adventure to more of like a magical one. And the steady build up to it just feels so good. So like the animals are always like very grounded and realistic to real life animals, but as the adventure continues and more animals enter into this boat, they start becoming more friendly towards one another and starting to understand how to coexist, and they start to understand things like how to steer the boat. And then all of a sudden, there's a bird in the boat that's like fucking Nami from One Piece, like this master navigator who can steer the boat like a professional. It's like, it does get more magical, but the animals always feel very grounded and realistic to like the real life counterpart, even when like the more magical elements are introduced, which I think is really cool. And it's not like they're doing anything like overly crazy. It's not like all of a sudden they start doing algebra on whiteboards and posting YouTube videos about, crypto, and then you discover penicillin or anything like that. They are still animals being animals for the most part, and I think that's really nice. I feel like as a pet owner, you can see your animals reflected in the film. I have 2 dogs and a cat, and the cat in this movie acts significantly more cat-like than my actual one. Like, I'm starting to wonder if Io is like the fake cat and the one in this movie is a real one. It is so impressive how well they captured these animals. I just really loved everything about the movie. The music, the visuals, the camera work was also really cool because the camera was constantly moving with the cat. So it always felt like even the movie itself was flowing. I don't know. I just really, really liked it a lot. And I feel like it's a movie that's going to mean so many different things to different people that I'm really curious to see what people think it all means, like what they believe it represents. Because I have my own perspective on it, and I feel like everyone's going to walk away with a different idea on what it all actually means, which I think is super cool when a movie does that, to challenge the viewer to kind of think for themselves on what exactly did this scene mean? What did that visual represent? Because it's a movie that clearly has deeper meaning. It's not just like cats and dogs in a boat and the boat goes from, point A to point B. There's a lot that happens and a lot of growth with the characters. Even though there's not a single word spoken, the animals, of course, do still make animal noises. They're not completely silent or anything, but you're not going to have them monologuing about their feelings or breaking out into a song to explain what the viewer should be feeling during this moment. I just really like this movie. I fuck with it so hard. I really hope that this film succeeds in a big way for the team, because clearly a lot of passion and soul got put into this. It was worked on for 5 years from what I've read. 5 years on a $4 million budget, and I really think they knocked it out of the park with this. I hope that it is a huge success for them. This is just the exact kind of movie I love. A completely unique premise that is executed extremely well. I've been saying for years now, the future for both video games and movies is less $250 million budget super stinkers like Red One and Borderlands movie, and instead do more lower budget films that are extraordinary, like Flow. And in gaming, less $100 million super stinkers that no one wants and they flop in a big way like Concord, and instead more lower budget great games like Nine Souls. Like, I really think that in both of these industries, the best path forward is lower budget but more passionate productions that aim to deliver something new, something fresh, and something great. And I think Flow nailed that. So I just highly recommend checking this movie out. It's a shame more people aren't talking about this movie, and it also seems like it wasn't a massive release to theaters, because when I went to watch it today, there was only like 3 showings at all today in the theater I normally go to. So I'm not sure if it's been released in a ton of theaters, but if it's playing near you, I definitely think it's worth going to watch if you want to go see a great movie. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I posted a video 2 days ago that showed myself and some of Florida's top minds getting together using math and science to figure out exactly how this woman named Lily Phillips was going to try and accomplish the inhuman feat of having sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. Like, that is something that Stan Lee would be recruiting for his Avengers squad in real life. There's also been doctors coming out urging her not to do this. It's too extreme. This will be a cooter catastrophe. And I think the experts are right in their concern here. I may not be a vaginal scholar. I don't know everything there is to know about the vagina, but I do know that 1,000 of anything is a lot. I would probably get winded and need to go to the hospital if I chewed 1,000 pieces of gum in 24 hours. Couldn't even imagine 1,000 penis. Like, this is one of those things that I think could probably even kill Wolverine. Like, if Wolverine tried to take 1,000 dick in the butt, his ass would die. That he wouldn't be able to regenerate that, even with the adamantium and regeneration factor at play. Like, this is something that is actually unbelievable that she's going to try and accomplish. The human body wasn't designed to withstand that level of pounding, and we had more questions than answers, so I went to the source directly, asking her, about strategy and all kinds of different questions, and she actually got back to me. A lot of people have been wondering, did she respond? And the answer is yes. So yesterday on stream, before playing Path of Exile 2, I got together with the chat and we started to come up with a list of questions that we wanted answers to. So I'm going to show you how that went, and I'll give you an update on everything there. But I know you also have a question right now, which is, where can I get that beautiful, classified Moist Global hoodie? Well, you can go to moistglobal.com to pick up this bad boy. This classified line is all about aliens and redacted documents, because I love that shit so much. So there's hoodies, there's sweatpants, there's a beanie and a hat. The hat has a cute alien on it, but I left it at the warehouse because I was wearing it yesterday. It's a great line. Check it out. Just saw the video about the girl trying 1,000 dudes is crazy. Yeah, the little, Grand Slam sampler. She actually got back to me. When Matt and Danny hop on, we can start getting our questionnaire together to figure out exactly how she plans to tackle 1,000 dudes in 24 hours. 1,000 dudes over a lifetime is common, but 24 hours? What? 1,000 dudes over a lifetime is common? I don't know about that. I don't know where you're getting your data from. Anime or something? I'll tell you right now. Quad digits, not common. I haven't even jorked it 1,000 times. That's true. That's a really good question. I bet I also haven't reached 4 digits on masturbation. Rookie numbers? Well, I've never done more than like one peepness stretch like a day. So we'll do some math. Probably started when I was, like 12, 13, so about 17 years worth of experience. And then I didn't, like, even going through puberty, I didn't masturbate much. So we'll do like an average of like, let's just do like 3 times a month. We'll use that number here. I'm going to break out the calculator. So if I did 3 times a month every year for the last 17 years, I will have only played the skin flute 612 times. But then it's impossible to know for sure, because then there'd be some months where I'd do more, where I'd get like really feverish. But I think it'd be close. I don't know if I've actually done like 1,000 jerks 3 times a month. Yeah, I really did not hit it that hard back in the day. How's she gonna find 1,000 men to sign up for it? She has applications. She's doing a casting call. I don't know what the requirements are, which is a question I'd like to ask her. I'll do like a bullet point format. What are the requirements of the athletes that apply? Is it to completion? What counts as sex? Ooh, that's another good question. Will they be tested? Because I imagine she doesn't want to contract like 1,000 STDs, so what about STD concerns? Do you have like what would be like a vaginal masseuse? A gynecologist? Probably not a gynecologist, but someone to like 1,000 dudes in 24 hours, like her pussy's gonna blow up. Like, you won't survive. You'd need a professional, but I don't even know what professional would specialize in that. So I don't know how to ask that. I guess here, I'll do it all-encompassing. Do you have a pit crew? I'll put in parentheses in case she doesn't watch NASCAR or F1 or anything. Team that will help. How will she eat or pee? Another good question. Are there bathroom breaks? Food breaks? Catering for athletes? Nice. Maybe they can prepare themselves beforehand and immediately... That's not even going to be a good speedrun strat. The only real speedrun strat you can do for this is you would start naked, so you don't have to waste time taking clothes off. So you just have a queue of 1,000 naked men, and it's just like a assembly line that you go down. That's the only way. That's the only real speedrun shortcut. That's wrong. You'll also need lube. Oh, good question. That's a good question to ask. How do I ask that? Lube question? I'll just do lube question mark. I don't even know how to phrase it. I think she'll know what I mean. Is she going to start from smallest to biggest? That'd be a good strategy. I don't think it'd save time or anything, but it would definitely help with pain, I would imagine. Will there be fluffers for the next 10 or so dudes so they aren't soft when it's their turn? I already asked about like her pit crew. I'll specify fluffers though, because I imagine that has to be a necessity here. I don't even... Man, my questions read like a caveman asking them. Will there be team of fluffers so time isn't lost on softness to hardness? I don't know what's going on with my brain right now. I'm not asking questions in a coherent way. There, that's a much better way of asking that. Will there be a team of fluffers so time isn't lost waiting for erection? Because you could lose a lot of time on that. And especially if if they go past the 1 minute 26 seconds allotment... because someone can't get hard, you'd have to like throw out the contestant and bring someone in quick, because there's no way. You'd already lose too much time. I will ask that though, because I imagine optimal position would be doggy, right? That'd be the quickest entry, and they wouldn't have to worry about like going on like splaying out. I said, what position is used for optimized speed? Yeah, I'll just start with these questions, and then if more arise when Matt and Danny get here, I'll throw it to her. I already asked if it's to completion and everything. All here, just so that way we're all on the same page. The questions I asked were, what are the requirements of the athletes that apply? Is it to completion? What counts as sex? What about STD concerns? Do you have a pit crew, team of experts that specialize in pain management? Do you have a team that organizes the participants? Are there bathroom breaks, food breaks, catering for athletes, lube? Will there be a team of fluffers so time isn't lost waiting for erections? What position is used for optimized speed? There should be a few hundred on the bench just in case. Where is this going to take place? A place where you can fit more than 1,000 people? No. So, at our round table meeting about it, we concluded that what's likely going to be the case is people are going to have time blocks. So it won't be 1,000 dudes all at once in a queue. It'll be like probably batches of like 20 dudes that show up at this time, another batch of 20 dudes that show up at this time. That kind of organization would be my guess. Because you're not going to find a place for 1,000 naked dudes. Like, not even Ram Ranch could handle that amount. So it's going to be blocks and showing up.
Are you excited?
I'm very excited. Also, Lily responded, so I tossed her a bunch of questions, so hopefully we'll get some more clarity on that soon.
What was her response?
Oh, she said that she thought it was fun, our conversation, and she'll answer all the questions that we have. So I sent her a huge list of questions, and now they're not there anymore for some reason because it said she has vanish mode on, so I don't know what that means.
Ah, shit. Now the real question is, did she approve us to go shoutcast?
She didn't say anything about that. Vanish mode is a feature on Instagram that lets users send messages that disappear after they're viewed. Oh, that's nice. That means she viewed it. She's probably just she's probably just talking with her team about the answers to the questions, what she can share.
Yeah. She printed that out, put on her reading glasses, and she's putting thoughtful responses to each question.
She got out a cup of Joe.
So, I saw some comments on the video saying even Lisa Sparks has come out and said like the news was very exaggerated and it was only like 150.
I just mentioned that a little bit ago too, that apparently there's a lot of debate on if it's real or not. I read a little bit about it. I didn't know Lisa said it though.
That's what a comment said. I did zero research to confirm.
Good. The way it should be. This is the chat. So she has vanish mode on, and I sent that whole list. So now that whole list isn't there anymore. Does that mean does she still have the list, or do I need to double text her and ask if she has the list? Yeah, I know it means she read it, but can she still like access it? Because there was like fucking 15 questions on there. There's no way she remembers all of it.
No, I'm sure she wrote it down on a notepad.
If she read it and closed it, it's gone. Okay, I don't know if you're telling the truth or not. I'm just gonna say, hey, did you get my questions?
You've decided you're going to type it in the way that sounds like you're like, hey, why haven't you responded yet?
I have no other way of asking it.
Why don't you just say, they disappeared on my end. Do you still have them?
That's a much better way. 24 hours later and still radio silence on the questions, but I wanted to give you all this update because I'm getting asked about it so much. I asked a bunch of questions. Hopefully we'll get some answers to them at some point, and even if we don't, eventually come, the Super Bowl of sex, we'll see how it all plays out, I suppose. But yeah, just wanted to keep you all in the loop on this. That's about it. So yeah. I know I already made a video yesterday making fun of Tuah girl and the team of parasites that surround her like locusts, latching on, trying to just siphon as much money out of her meme as they can, like babies trying to suckle milk from a nipple. But I missed one of the most entertainingly embarrassing meltdowns I've seen in quite some time. So Haley Welch has her goof troop that instructed her on this rug pull crypto scam that she pulled off yesterday. And last night, this unholy trio of buffoonery started a Twitter space to explain this giant rug pull and talk about how it's not actually a scam and everyone's wrong. And I missed a very important component, and thank God CoffeeZilla recorded all of it because it is a masterpiece, Meltdown. CoffeeZilla just made a video going over the entirety of Tuah Girl's crypto scam. It is an incredible video that I cannot recommend highly enough. It is a thorough breakdown of all of it, and it paints a very clear picture of just how malicious and evil this was with everyone that was working on it and exactly how it all went down. So definitely check that video out. And in his video, he went into the Twitter space before I did and got to catch this amazing specimen going ballistic. The alpha goober of the Tuah goof troop, his name is Doc Hollywood. Well, he had some colorful words for everyone that went into that Twitter space, and that Twitter space is where neurons went to die. Listening to these worms try and explain that it's not a rug pull, it's not a scam, was like listening to Courage the Cowardly Dog try and explain to Eustace and Muriel that the stranger that just showed up at their door is not a good guy. It was comical. It was amazing, but I missed the best part. Thank you, CoffeeZilla, for preserving this.
Anyway, enjoy.
Everyone thinks that, oh, everything's a rug. Everything's a rug. Everyone's here to you. Nah, we're here to onboard real people outside of this spaces, right? The people here, you guys are already y'all are ahead every day thinking everything's a scam. And you know what? You guys are right. Everything is a scam, but not this.
Everything is a scam. Your mom, your dad, your dog, they're all frauds. They're using you. You can't trust them. The only thing you can trust, the only thing on God's green earth that isn't a scam is Tuah coin. You know, the thing that rug pulled in less than 20 minutes and everyone lost all of their money, except for some people on the inside and some snipers. Yeah, that is the creme de la creme of real, legitimate business. If you can't trust Hawkonomics, what can you trust? And you know what? Let's say you wipe your ass with the Hawkonomics good reputation. You don't spit on that thang. You don't trust that thang. Well, how can you not trust this face? Doc Hollywood himself, with Tuah Girl and Sidekick. I'm not familiar with the characters in the Tuah extended universe, so I don't know who she is that's also getting educated on meme coins by the god, the Adonis, Doc Hollywood. Even his name is badass. It's so cool. Doc Hollywood. That actually just sounds like a scummy character from a cartoon. And he is cartoonishly scummy.
Not this. We did not spend 6-7 months of our lives dedicated to trying to do something cool, right? To do something different.
I'm going to be pausing a lot because each statement made me giggle harder and harder, and I couldn't believe that he was even saying shit like this with a straight face. What new thing did you do? What was different here? You made a rug pull crypto. That's as old as dirt. Cavemen were probably tossing that idea around before they found fire. It's that old. Like, people have seen this exact scam a million times. And the reason it's persisted is because it is still successful. Somehow, Palpatine returns, and they keep falling for it over and over and over again. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? It's unbelievable that people are still putting their ass in their asshole and just going hog wild, dumping money into a Tuah meme coin, thinking that somehow it's going to be a good financial decision. But you know what? Let's take a magic school bus ride into this guy's barren wasteland of a brain and just tinker around with the fairy tale that this wasn't supposed to be a rug pull. We'll take a trip to the alternate dimension in the multiverse where this wasn't a scam from the get-go. What new cool thing did you make, brother? Doc Hollywood, you made a meme coin. You and 10 billion other goobers on the planet. Well, it didn't do anything new. It was certainly nothing we haven't seen before. You made a meme coin to capitalize off a stale meme. Like, what are you talking about? That's like me saying I reinvented water by putting it in this glass, as opposed to, like, whatever glass you might be using. It's the same goddamn thing everyone knows. It's like, what?
Not dumping on you. Not bundle snipes. Not 100% of the liquidity or whatever was bundle sniped by the team and propped up charts. You guys are not the target audience. Sorry to say, right? This is not the target audience.
Who's he talking to?
The target audience, which is why I'm even doing this, which is what's cool about it, is it's not in this spaces. And listen, most of you, we don't want you in the community. Let's be real, right? You're not great people. I don't know y'all, right? I see some friendly faces in this audience.
This strategy is bold. This is an advanced maneuver. He's trying that Reddit/nice guys move of, well, actually, I was too good for you anyway, bitch. He's trying that on everyone that just lost money on this crypto scam. We didn't want you guys anyway. We weren't looking for you guys. You're all bad people, by the way. We're better than you and better off without you. So scram, Buster. Get out of town.
He's having a meltdown.
You know, I'm gonna say y'all, you guys, right? There's a lot of negativity in the space. I think crypto brings the mentally ill into this thing, right? If you guys are in crypto, you're most likely mentally ill, and I'm gonna count myself as mentally ill for even being here right now.
When I first heard that, I burst out laughing like Santa Claus if Mrs. St. Nicholas went over there and tickled his belly. I couldn't believe he said that shit. He's just like, all of you in here are mentally ill. And me, by the way, because I'm here in the loony bin with all of you. And you're all bad people, and you're mentally ill. Like, what the fuck? Nothing says trustworthy business quite like one of the main people behind it having this public temper tantrum and ordering some french fries and a wambulance to come pick him up because he can't stop drowning in his own tears in a Twitter space where he's trying his absolute best to somehow defend this by not defending it. He didn't answer any questions or provide any evidence or proof that somehow explains that this wasn't a scam. And I am still dumbfounded that Doc Poopsock Hollywood is even trying to defend all of this. Because typically crypto rug pullers will vanish. They will just disappear and you will never hear their name again. He is doing everything he can to go out of his way to be in the public eye here. That's the real innovation here. That is the only new thing that Cock Hollywood is doing. Just openly putting his name and face on a full-blown red alert scam. That is incredible. That is unheard of. I don't know why. Maybe that was part of the contract, the deal with Tuah Girl, that he would be the fall guy. He's got to be the sacrificial lamb for this whole thing. So now he's just playing his part, dancing on the stage. Stand back, Haley. I'll take it from here. Like he's some kind of superhero out of a comic book. I don't understand it, but I'm very entertained by it.
We're trying to actually have fun. We're trying to do something cool. We're trying to give meme tokens away for free to people who have never had any crypto before, any meme token.
What in tarnation? I gotta stand up and take a lap. What? How is that cool? What? He's making it sound like he's some kind of like saint for this act. That's like me saying, I just trimmed my pencil, so I'm going to do something great for all of humanity. I'm going to give some of this pencil shavings away for free to everyone around me. It's meaningless. No one wants it. It's worthless. How is giving away Tuah coin a benefit to anybody at all? That shit is a curse. That is walking around with a dunce cap on. In fact, it is literally a curse because once you get the Tuah, you might be susceptible to buying more Tuah and you would have lost all your money on it. Like, it is the worst possible thing you could give somebody. And it has no actual value. It's worthless. It's beyond worthless.
And you guys should be kissing my ass because I'm trying to do something dope.
An actual 10 out of 10 finale, a magnificent closing line. You all should be kissing my ass because I'm trying to do something dope. And he is. He is the dopest. He's doing kickflips on a skateboard. He's smoking cigarettes. He's looking at boobies. Like, this guy, I mean, he fucks. This is a man we're talking about here. And at the end of the day, no one's really giving him enough thanks. Like, they're not giving him the flowers that he deserves. I love that. I love that perspective from him. Well, yeah, all of you lost your money on my meme coin scam token. Yeah, you all lost money. And not one of you thanked me for it. What's the deal with that? You're all bad people and you're mentally ill. Imagine some stranger walking up to you, punching you in the nose, stealing your wallet, and then wondering where his thanks is at. Why is no one slobbering on my meat for this huge scam that I just pulled off? Hello? Why am I hearing crickets? Doc Hollywood is clearly a big piece of shit, but man, his meltdown had me laughing. I just had to share it with you. Check out CoffeeZilla's video for a full breakdown on the scam in its entirety and everything about it. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I'm hearing a lot of people having a lot of fun with Marvel Rivals. I'm getting pretty optimistic. I enjoyed the beta, and it seems like people are saying that the full release is even better. What's a cool name? What's a good nickname for a superhero? Oh, I'm gonna dust something ancient off. I'll be a Bully Hunter, if anyone remembers that initiative. How is Bully Hunter already taken? How is there more than just me that remembers the bully hunters? Oh my. Gary Peacock. Gary Peacock is great, yeah. We'll do a Gary Peacock run. No way. Oh no, we're good. No space. I'm gonna play the little shark guy, Jeff the land shark.
Jeff.
He was fucking strong in beta, wasn't he?
No, he was by far and away the worst character in the game.
Nice.
Somebody's already about to die.
That's thanks to me.
Green attached to fucking Hulk.
Oh, he didn't throw him. What an idiot. He's just running around with Hulk on him.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna hop off of him. I feel like this is too easy. Alright, here I go. Okay. Got my first kill. Gary Peacock's popping off.
He's him?
Alright, nice. I'm popping. Okay, this
Iron Fist?
This actually looks so cool.
It's so. Oh wait, you can also wall run and shit. It's so sick, and you have 3 jumps.
Have a triple jump.
Yeah, dude, that character's sick.
Fuck him up.
Alright, this guy is so cool. What the fuck?
Yeah, when you start getting chased, you start jumping around and wall running.
Oh!
You can't hit shit.
He's one tiddlywink of health left. How did I not kill him?
Get it in.
Oh, I got an Iron Man.
They had an Iron Man.
Hard countered.
Holy shit, I got deleted.
Oh man, I popped off.
I got exiled.
Iron Fist.
Oh, what?
But you're still alive?
I am.
He ulted! He ulted! The Iron Fist ulted!
How does my E work? Do I have to hold it down? Oh, I see.
You just tap it and then don't move.
It's a Yi meditate.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
I'm still alive. Oh my god.
I tried to keep you up.
Thanks, brother. Alright. I'm learning him. That's a little too deep, I think.
I'm on my way, team. Stop dying.
What the fuck? I'm able to just chase Iron Man through the air.
What the fuck?
I didn't get anything done. They were able to heal him really well.
But it still looks cool.
It did look really cool.
Alright, I got him.
Alright, I'm going ballistic now. Oh, I wasted that ult.
An Iron Man. Hulk should die here. Yep. Nice.
Alright! That's all me, baby. That's Gary Peacock difference. This is gonna be huge. This is gonna be a crazy strat. Just watch this.
Iron Man died.
Like a fucking bat. Oh! Oh, plan worked.
That was actually huge. Oh, support's dead?
Yep, I've mastered this character now. It's easy. Oh my god.
No! The Hawkeye ulting! That was so good.
Oh my lord, I've killed everybody! Meditate. Bang. Yep, I might be top tier Iron Fist, I'm not gonna lie to you. 19-6 game 1 Iron Fist, yep. Yeah, it might just be him. I feel like throwing my hammer all the time is just not the move, just a hunch.
Oh god, I can't heal her. No. Did she use that? She did.
What am I getting hit by? I can't fucking see what's hurting me! Ow! Oh, she was above me?
Damn it. Look at the swim.
Here I come! Bitch!
Oh, I'm one.
Wait, I'm actually cooking so hard right now. No, I missed.
Okay, Hulk's out.
Fuck. Oh my god, I blow so much ass. Never mind, I'm cooking. I actually might be the best Captain America in the game.
What the hell is that guy doing? What the hell is that guy doing?
I'm getting him with the loop-de-loop and pull right now. They might just be confused, a little disoriented.
Vulnerability thing.
Nice.
I'm trying to kill him.
Okay. That was a little too aggressive, but sometimes it's worth just doing a little heat check. You feel me? You fucking smell me?
Oh, I'm smelling it.
You're just feeling him out.
Lady isn't.
You get a shield, right? I think it does.
Get that shark.
Shit, look at the jet.
Man, I am actually just the best Captain America. I was staying in that man's cheeks, fucking playing him like bongos that whole run up there. Don't worry, I'm on there, Jeff. Killed him.
All dead.
Alright, I eventually got through.
Oh, poor guy.
I'm actually unreal with this character. Oh! Who is this guy? I'm not human! Wait, what? Why can he swim at the walls? That's the only way to counter me is running away from me. Yeah, I'm actually the best Captain America in A. It's actually disgusting. This character needs... Yeah, it needs to be permanent banned to keep him out of my hands.
You think so?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I killed Iron Man.
I wasn't even in the hitbox, man.
Oh my god, that headshot! Holy shit, you're gonna be seeing that on their official Twitter. Oh, so clean. Oh my god, who am I? Who do you think you are? I am. Oh! Unlucky.
Oh, they switched Venom. Oh my god.
I'm already fucking him in the mouth.
Bar for bar. Bar for bar.
What's my ult do? I don't know. I'm hitting it anyway. I'm haunting them with the moon.
SAOE. Yeah, it's a big SAOE.
And then I glide. Oh!
Chased his ass down. Holy.
I have 1 HP. Someone help! Someone help! Help!
There was one healer and I just died.
Help!
I'm on my way.
The way I just outplayed that man was a thing of beauty, though.
You dare. You can throw. No, don't you dare! Throw me the Thor.
Alright, that.
Oh, no. throw me in.
Why'd that Thor go AFK? Was that one of your abilities?
Might have been his E. I think Hulk has like a stun with his E.
I've got my squirrels going.
Yeah,
No!
used to like take a person out of play and it kind of sucked, but now it's like an
Goodbye, Hawkeye.
That's right.
That man just hit the luckiest headshot of his gaming career. He's gonna go tell his mom right now, gonna wake her up for it.
This is the one.
Oh wow, I just ate a big one.
Wait, can you spin on that?
No!
That Hawkeye he's dialing in on me. She's one. Oh my god, I still killed her without ever seeing her.
This was Jeff.
I need Hulk back.
Thor on me, Thor on me.
Alright, the Psylocke's behind, flanking guys.
Okay, this Hawkeye I don't think he's missed a shot on me. Fucking Hemorrhoid Bob is going ballistic.
Damn.
Damn it, Hemorrhoid Bob's won again and I missed my shots. There we go, sniped him out of midair. That's me, baby.
Dude, can he not be immune during that ultimate? Please?
Oh my god!
Thank you,
What a
thank you.
play! What a play! Tell your friends. Let them know what you just witnessed.
Fuck that Venom.
Go.
Squirrels!
Go, we have the point. This is the
Fastball,
win.
fastball, fastball.
I just saved us.
Easy.
I'm the hero.
Let's
I'm the hero. They're gonna write songs about me.
They write comics
This
about
might
it.
be your MVP. Like, actually.
Yeah, it should be. Thanks to Resub Thomas and Shock.
Let's go.
Oh,
Yeah, it's Gary Peacock. There is a Jeff!
Fuck him up.
And I did kill him! Nope, I
Venom
killed the
low,
Iron
Venom
Fist. Alright, my shots are nasty with this.
Venom low, Venom low.
I got him.
Nice.
Yeah, this character's busted in my hands.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're probably gonna like that character a lot.
Yep, I'm going ballistic. Well, this might be the easiest game for sniping I've ever experienced. Up there with fucking Cyber Hunter.
I'm surprised that game didn't take off.
Oh my lord, these headshots.
Did he, like, just kidnap all of them?
Oh, he's looking for my ass. Oh, yep.
Iron Fist, Iron Fist.
Oh, I'm popping off. I just got play of the game. 2 kills, play of the game.
That's crazy. What? Okay.
Oh my lord.
God.
Oh wait, the point.
If I'm not MVP here, then there's truly a glitch.
Oh, shot, it was me. I played like poo-poo that game.
Yep, Gary.
Oh, there it is.
The back-to-back Gary Peacock.
There it is. Wait, hell is over the setting?
Yeah, we got her.
What a dumbass. Charlie, turn around.
I'm coming. Throw me. What the fuck was that?
Nice toss, dude. I got knocked back.
Ow. That was pretty fucking cool, though. They're all so low. I just did it again, but I saved myself!
Oh,
I don't know. Oh my god. What a shame. What a shame.
This fight got a lot more personal.
Thought that was a door?
Why did that guy just trauma dump in the middle of this?
Kinda
You ready?
Yep.
We need to capture this location.
Yeah, yeah! You threw me, what the fuck, in the front line?
Whoa, I mean, there's not much else I can throw you, too.
Can you not
And it's working.
It is actually working so well.
You tapping? Oh god, hell is on me, hell is on me.
See, they didn't
no.
expect the front line.
I can't believe that shit.
And you know what? They're not going to expect it a second time either.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right.
Matter of fact,
I'm ready.
Oh, she's over there.
we just going to hold it.
Yeah.
Where is she?
Jesus!
Okay, there's only a certain amount of time I can throw you for. But it works!
It's working every time!
I'm coming,
He pushed me back.
Fine by me.
Dude, Star-Lord, so annoying! I can't touch him.
Holy fuck, I can't believe I'm still alive. That was unbelievable.
Damn it! Captain America's won.
I'm fucking ready!
Hold.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Are you ready, fellas?
I'm ready.
I'm gonna jump in.
Just throw me!
Oh no, Cloak and Dagger's ulting.
I got Star-Lord. Magneto's low.
Nice, nice.
I'm on a 5-player kill streak. I'm finally doing something. Oh shit!
He's him.
Help! 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 Hawkeye! I'm out strafing him.
Where's the fool at?
Man, that guy needs to uninstall. He needs to uninstall right now, and it needs to be enforced by the developers of this game. He should not be allowed to play this anymore after that. That is
Thank
a
you, thank you,
mandatory
that was
uninstall
embarrassing.
moment for that guy.
Okay, that was good pressure at least.
Hawkeye down.
Cap low.
Luna low.
Cap on point.
Luna down.
Oh god. Oh god. I'm scared.
Big group's ass. There's no shield, so.
Squirrel girl down. I'm doing it.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm good Loki.
Loki low. Loki down.
Keep me up. Almost got Capel.
Nice.
Good shit.
Big ol'.
Luna one.
Luna down. I'm going crazy. I might be the best Psylocke, but it might be a bit too early to say for sure.
I'm the best. My goat.
Captain American back in.
Oh, they talked about my Psylocke.
I got her.
Thor's almost dead. Thor's dead.
Come on, Cap. Okay, Iron Man's super good against Captain America.
Captain dead. Looking good. Looking good. I'll go zone them. I don't know where they spawn. Alright, I'm lost. I'm running towards our spawn, I think.
Yeah, welcome back.
Right there.
Alright, this Captain America's actual dog shit. It's disgusting. He's making me sick to my stomach.
The Black Widow just like...
Oh, she put me to sleep? Huh? You put me to sleep? God damn it, get back here!
The hell? Oh my god, you're...
Ah!
Let's go!
I'm at full health through all of that.
Are you really? What the fuck?
Switch up supports.
This Captain America needs to get this game off his computer.
Just gotta go back to Overwatch.
Yeah, he actually needs to leave. Widow's going around. How am I hitting her? I'm actually upset for her.
Oh my god, my bubbles. Why didn't I eat the bubble? Oh, that's lame.
Of course.
Oh, they're actually just unkillable, and their spawn is right there.
Enemy ahead. Prepare of the ship shape in no time.
Oh.
Okay, apparently they got off.
Don't worry, I got it, Force Boys. That's all me.
Hey.
You show how much damage this guy took?
Gary Peacock.
Gary Peacock does it again.
There's Flux.
Time for a little patriotic pounding. Check that kill feed. I'm gonna go ballistic. This is America's ass.
A dimensional doorway.
I missed that jump. Oh my god. They're all there. Jeff down. Wolverine down. Nope. Wolverine's still... Well, nope. I'm down.
Hulk out of Hulk.
I don't know how Wolverine stayed alive. That actually makes me sick to my stomach. Oh my god, I insta-killed her and Jeff. This character's busted.
Shooting healing shots in your general directions.
I'm on his ass. Oh, there's a guy behind me. I'm still alive. Holy.
Oh, it's about to die. No!
Uh-oh.
Nope, I killed him before he could do it.
Getting you.
Another shield. Thanks.
Get their ass, get their ass.
Hey, watch this.
Uh-oh.
No, fucking Groot.
I'm sorry.
How am I still alive? Who am I? What am I made of? Jesus Christ!
Tell him his ass should have stayed in World War II.
This character is actually so gross that I feel dirty playing it. It's like playing Meta Knight in Smash Brothers Brawl.
This nightmare has Sola's fingerprints all over it.
Hurry up! I'm just going in, fuck it!
He's going in!
Ah!
Oh shit.
There's no healing in there. Oh, wait, Gary Peacock. I got you.
Doctor Strange just had the worst ult in existence.
I know you're whining right now. I can fucking feel it.
Dude, the pocket goes
Ah! You bitch!
Magneto low. Magneto down.
Got him.
Nice.
I'm taking care of Gary Peacock. Hold on.
You son of a bitch! This is so stupid. This is so stupid.
Wait, my black.
I'm still going. Fuck him. Ah!
Oh my god.
I'm still alive.
Wait, Charlie's so alive.
I'm still going. The raid boss hasn't been defeated. This character makes me sick. They finally got me. My shield was on perpetual cooldown from being busted so many times. You better stop shooting. I'm gonna make you pay. I'm gonna make you pay. Nice.
Oh.
This character is sickening. Sickening! This Mantis wants to stop playing. I can promise you.
This Magneto is just completely ignored.
Damn, pretty pink hole got me, unfortunately.
Hey, if there's someone to go out to, yeah.
Yeah, might as well be
Black
pretty
Widow's
pink hole.
Stun batons do negative damage. Nice.
That's gonna. Oh, actually, Dankin might beat me. I don't know. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
Potentially.
Probably.
I was kind of hitting headies.
It's Gary Peacock. It's Gary Peacock. It's what everyone's saying. It's always a battle between Dankin and Gary Peacock, and it's always a coin flip. You never know.
Yeah, I think it was that 3 assists.
Yeah, the 3 assists must have set me over.
That's an upvote for me.
Yeah, I'll updoot myself.
Alright, let's get it, gamers. Lock in. Hold that shift button.
I'm holding the shift button. Don't you worry about that. You bet your sweet bippy this shift button is not getting let go of.
Not everyone does it.
Hip. I'm going in.
I'm right behind you.
Render me assistance. Enemy ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're a little far from my healing.
Created a shortcut.
I can do this all day.
Mainly because there's a Punisher. Ripping my ass.
Beat the fuck out of him.
Nice.
Dude.
Hip. Oh, I can't go through that. Yeah, I'm going.
Help, help, help.
I'll help by killing the other team. Oh my god, Dankin. Oh my god.
Team. Been there.
Oh, they
Nice.
Play the game. All right, next.
I'm trying to hit you, Chase, but Spider-Man is just...
Alright, Scarlet Witch actually has -1 health right now. It was an integer overload from how much damage I did. It's really weird.
Bro, you're not even a real Conkehead, though. You don't even have the Concord controller.
Why would I spend money on that?
Was there really a Concord controller?
Yep, and I have it. And I should have not unboxed it because I think it was like $400 last I checked.
What the fuck? Wait, you actually have one?
Yes, I do.
I love League of Legends. I said fighting back tears.
Oh my god, they're right here.
Captain America dead. Or, sorry.
Chase him down, chase him down.
Star-Lord dead.
Jeff, right? Jeff. Oh,
dead.
whoa. Holy shit. Wanda. Oh my
You're
god.
immortal, you're immortal.
Hey, thanks for the immortality.
Yo,
Appreciate it.
Wait.
Logan dead. Wanda low.
I like how you're calling them by their real names and not their
Sorry.
hero alias.
They're close like that.
That's cringe as shit. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Wanda.
Mantis almost dead.
Mantis.
Holy shit, they're immortal right now.
Hold on. Immortality field.
Oh god.
Immortality field on Gary.
Gary's feeling it?
Gary, come back behind you. Wolverine.
Cover the Thor.
Up.
Scarlet Witch dead.
Oh, that damage was crazy.
What was that?
On. Backing up Gary with the immortality.
Scared Jeff away, what an idiot. What a fucking fool.
Boots on point.
I'm Deagle peeking like a
You gotta copy
CS2.
him.
Oh, Starlord.
No!
Loki's down.
Thor on point. Thor and Wolverine.
Peter down. Peter Quill down.
On the point if you need healing.
Nice.
Jeff!
I'm chasing him. Oh, nice. Easy game. It's easy.
Damn!
Her name's Lily Phillips. She recently did... Yeah. She recently did 100 min in 24 hours.
And literally did.
Yeah, like, so she had sex with 100 men in 24 hours as like a warm-up to her ultimate goal of 1,000 men in 24 hours. And we were just talking about how unbelievable that is. So Aaron worked out the math. It's, what is it per
I might
minute?
be wrong, but it's about 1:26 seconds or so.
If
I
all of
believe.
them take
If
max
all of
time.
them took the maximum time.
Do we know if they have to finish for it
That's
to
what I was
count?
gonna say.
That's
Is
what
she
I'm-
just like
No.
enter out done, enter out done?
A lot of it hinges on the definition of having sex, right?
Yeah.
Like,
wait.
if it's just penetration.
Get the board.
We have the whiteboard.
Because if it's finishing, every single man has to warm up before they get to the act, which implies.
You can do groups.
Oh,
Sex doesn't. We're going one by one
there's
by one by
two
one.
holes.
There's more than two.
You could do 3.
Did you ever say no oral?
That's so true.
Because if a group is 3 people.
Wait, you're absolutely right. Yeah, because look, here's...
You can triple those numbers.
So I'm reaching out to her right now. I'm saying, is
You
the
drew her like a molecule.
I'm saying, is the 1,000 men in 24 hours real? What's your strategy? The math doesn't make sense if it's to completion. I have a ton of questions if you're up to answer. We
Or
think that's
she's
good.
just going for the guys who
I
are
think
going
at
to
the end,
come
like-
fastest.
Oh.
Like proven.
Oh, because so she has applications. It's open casting call.
If you
Here, wait. Let's pull up the application.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
I'm gonna still send this.
So I
one.
did
Yeah, I'll pull up the app.
24 times.
It is roughly 4.5 minutes.
Wait,
Oh,
no,
that's
time.
that's
Yeah,
doable.
because
counting
they're going in
armpits?
chunks of 3.
Are you counting?
No, that's not an
No.
orifice.
Are you counting?
Just
ears?
mouth, anus,
yeah, going in
vagina.
Must be inside.
Yeah.
That's it.
So you said how many minutes?
4.3 minutes, which is like 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
That makes it, yeah, if they're going 3.
Just to assume one at a time.
Well, then
I would think.
Yeah, it has to be,
Hand
right?
count- Does hand count? Because then it could be groups of 5.
Oh,
That's what
shit.
I was
like,
asking.
we're getting-
If you're including hand, what about feet?
Feet, yeah.
Feet goes
Really,
crazy.
you could realistically get to 6. You got the feet here.
Yeah.
But you're not finishing
Wait,
someone
wait,
with
wait,
your
And
feet
there's,
in that amount
it
of
also
time,
doesn't
bro.
count. No,
Hey,
no
there are
one,
some people out
I was
there.
gonna say.
no one would say.
Nobody counts
I
that.
had
Yeah,
sex after.
Yeah, that's
hand
true.
Which then I would argue takes out the mouth.
I would say almost takes out orifice.
Yeah,
Oral
yeah.
sex, hand jobs are not hand sex.
What is the book of Guinness?
You can also do
Boobs.
titty fucks. So
Boobs.
that's
That's true.
Can you imagine that scenario? There's 4 dudes on the ground.
The mouth guy's like, titty guy, you move.
Be a part. She does not. She says 1,000 men in 24 hours. She doesn't say 1,000 men penetration in 24 hours.
I don't know if she can legally say.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna put in my Google search what we're all scared to say. What counts as sex?
Yeah, define.
she did the 100 men in
Right.
24 hours. That was full, and she actually showed the aftermath, like all of the liquids, the fluids, like like the
did
way
they-
she was
did
feeling.
those men arrive?
They
Wait,
arrived.
have you
I believe.
All 100?
I believe it was all 100.
Level.
Oh, wow.
Have you seen the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like Google's not helping because it said Planned Parenthood says.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
What's sex? Vaginal sex, oral sex. I can
Great.
see it. Anal sex. Crazy to jump that below mouth,
Yeah.
but you know.
I looked up what sex and it said awesome.
Yeah.
I went to Catholic
Yes,
school.
please.
This is all new to me. So.
Yeah, true.
Fingering hand jobs.
That just doesn't.
It doesn't feel like it does, but then it says dry humping or rubbing,
No.
and that
Oh,
doesn't-
that's for the Mormon community.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And then it says masturbation, and it's like, well, that's an Ouroboros.
Yeah,
like that's
Yeah.
a self-fulfilling
What I'm
prophecy.
saying is, right now we have to decide what we consider sex.
Well,
That's the important
no,
part.
For the record.
We have to. No, it's not us.
It's her.
It's
It's
about
her.
her.
Yeah.
Right.
So So this is what she said after the 100.
Yeah.
We had a whole waiting room, made sure the participants had a bit of time as well to go through and think about it and stuff like that. Had to obviously sign forms, so it gave them thinking time. Obviously, they've already applied for it a month in advance, and once we got to the room, it was genuinely, I filmed it super amateur, gave them my iPhone, filmed it POV because a lot of them didn't want their faces in it. Wow. Super amateur, didn't want all of this. I didn't want all of this like I can imagine going into actual porn studio be intense. Some of them were definitely nervous. I had such a mixture, like it was genuinely, you go onto the street and every different looking person, they all kind of came, and there was like one person that showed up at all. Why aren't you going into detail about this?
Yeah, we don't care about that.
I feel like some people might wonder, like, what it was like to just look at 100 people.
Yeah, right?
No, but yours is 24 hours.
No, she took 14 hours.
Oh, 14
Yeah,
hours. Yeah, but the math is crazy. She's not going for 200. She's going for 10x.
Yeah.
What she did.
No, you're right.
It's probably what she was saying there politely is that holdup was the guys. She's saying that she could do it.
I think that's true.
So in the video where she was showing it, I'm pretty sure it's all penetrative because she had like a ton of condoms. She was like, and this was the condoms that we all use. So that I think it has to be penetrative.
Why don't we pull it up on here and blur it? 1,000 condoms? How tall is 1,000 condoms? Just unopened.
It's a lot. Like 101 was like a vase this big.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot. So, worth mentioning, the record she's aiming to beat is 919 men in one day, held by Lisa Sparks. We all know Lisa.
Of course.
God bless. And she did that in 2004 in Poland.
What if we got in contact with Lisa? We were like, listen, someone's coming for your crown.
Oh, and then we
train her to hold the record.
Okay, so if we're back to penetrative
It's gotta
sex,
be one.
that means it has to be one at a time, which
Yeah.
means that it's a minute and 26 seconds.
For Lisa Sparks, it was, judging by this, and she spent roughly 45 seconds with each man.
She must have been hot.
Okay.
What
Well,
did they
now,
all finish?
that's the thing.
That's
It
what I
sounds
don't
like,
know.
is
One
any
and
of it
done
to
sounds
completion?
All our lives as men, we've been made fun of for being fast boys.
Right.
This is a contest. You're only getting in the door if you're the fastest.
Yeah.
Only the Sonics get in the door.
Email a photo of your ID and a photo of you holding your ID to your face to this email. So it says, be a part of the record-breaking event of the year, January 2025.
Hey, Chelsea, do you know what we're talking about today?
No, what are you talking about today?
I don't know that you want to know, Chelsea.
Is it the woman that's trying to have sex with 1,000 men?
Yes!
That's crazy. Get it, girl!
All right, so I think until she answers, the only thing we can go off of is it's at most is 2.
I'm finding a little more info. So Lisa Sparks did it in 2004 for the World Gangbang Championship.
There's a championship.
It was the 3rd annual World Gangbang Championship.
Is there a belt? Is there a trophy?
No, this insinuates a rule set.
So,
it does.
So we can agree that after a certain event, there was a shift where they decided we need to do gangbang events.
Yes.
2001, something happened, and they were like, we got to start doing gangbang competitions.
Yeah, what do you think it was?
I don't know.
Is 919 the first record?
It was. It followed a pattern of this. It was controversial. So like
No.
the Warsaw mayor actually like illegalized it right before it happened. They still did it.
It's like a speakeasy.
You can't stop
Yeah,
love.
right.
You can't stop love, Charlie.
It's like Footloose.
The previous year, Mariana Rokita had a 759
Even that's
one-day
so
performance.
impressive.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's crazy.
Yeah, she's kind of washed though, because she got
absolutely
demolished the next year.
Come on.
R/am I the asshole for not going to the gangbang hangout?
They have a WordPress.
Oh,
wow,
well,
I
that's-
forgot that existed.
Well,
Wait,
maybe
not.
this will help
Maybe
you. For the World Gangbang Championship was thrown at Eroticon.
Here's a fun little fact for you from this site. 19% of guys polled said they would have sex with Brad Pitt if it meant they could have Angelina Jolie afterwards.
Okay, wait. So 1 in 5 in this room?
This is a whole new thing. Are you topping Brad Pitt or are you bottom? Like, are you switching? Like, there's so much that comes into it.
as sex?
No, it's Brad Pitt. You just say yes, dude.
You tried to go for 1,001,
Yeah.
but quit after 319.
Why?
I don't know. There's levels to this thing apparently.
Yeah, I imagine I heard, yeah.
Well, you gotta. She must not have trained for it.
Yeah.
You can't just go and.
You build up.
build up the tolerance.
50 a day, I think.
You gotta
is a good
stretch.
Oh yeah, took place in secret on October 16th. The mayor did engage police and other city services to block the championship. Police all day were cruising through Warsaw looking for the place where the championship was.
Oh my God!
Never
Could you
found
imagine?
it.
Wow. How do you hide 919? 919.
It's just a McDonald's with a line out the door, and they're like, "That's normal."
Oh my God!
The police state stopping the gangbang is hilarious. You can't be looking like you're ready to have sex. You got to be so uninteresting looking.
The event was transmitted on the internet on sexrecordwithak.com.
Great.
It was covered by Mark Medoff, which is Adult Press Service, Los Angeles, the American photographer and reporter. They let people in. Why can't we go?
Well, and so here, back to the Lily Phillips, she's planning on doing 300 in a couple of weeks. So she's working up to it.
Smart. That's smart.
Is Lily Phillips the name of the person?
Oh,
yeah.
Charlie, that might be
No
tryouts.
relation.
I was like,
oh, good for the men.
Why
Yeah.
would you do that when you know 1,000's coming up?
Yeah.
Here it says that she had sex in the 2004 world record by Lisa Sparks, bless her heart. In 12 hours, she completed 919 men.
She found
every 45 seconds they switched out.
That shows potential for over 1,800 in 24 hours.
She was doing a little bit of the men doing the work, and then they come in. Do their business.
That's just how long men last usually, guys.
Yeah, that's
what
I'm
sorry. That's a really long time.
Also, apparently Lisa Sparks was competing against 2 other women. They were all in the same room just chilling.
And each contact was carefully watched and rated and counted by a judge. Each one had a judge.
Okay, so there is an officiant there.
How do you get the license for that? How can you say I'm the official thrust counter at the World Gangbang Championship?
God, where are the rules?
If you are a counter at the World Gangbang Championship, can you message us?
Please. I want to know the rule set.
I think the last time that they had it, though, was in 2004 in Poland.
Wait, it grows. She got bored during this and ordered McDonald's.
Oh, come on.
She's an athlete.
It was a sponsorship.
You gotta fuel it.
Yeah, you gotta fuel
Let's
it.
be fair. If you're taking 1,000 men in 24 hours, there's definitely a calorie deficit.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Also,
you're gonna have to consume
24-hour periods. That's how it is.
What's crazy to me is we've never once assumed that she's gonna sleep or go to the bathroom or anything.
Yeah.
Just sit down. And
that is a time loss.
It is a time
You're right,
loss.
You're right.
But can you imagine just sitting down and being like, for the next day, I'm getting railed and nothing else?
Also,
that's crazy.
You guys were talking about time, like in a door or with a curtain. It is just an open room. Like the men are literally just lined up. There's no time loss when it comes to physical, mechanics of walking into the room or anything like that.
But she was saying for the one that she did, it was amateur POV, and there was a private space.
But that was the 100-person.
That was the 100-person. She's gonna have to figure something out.
She's doing 300 next.
So if they wanted to optimize
Chase, is that recording?
Yep.
Okay.
If they wanted to optimize it, they'd have to be like a squirter, right?
Yeah.
Then you don't have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
You are hurting.
All right, so we're gonna circle all the way back. I think we've successfully concluded.
It'll be penetrative.
Penetrative.
And
2 at once.
I think it's one at a time.
It's gonna be
At least in Warsaw, it was one at a time.
Yeah, it's
It was
gonna
one at a
it's
time.
gonna be one at a time.
I couldn't find the rules.
I found it, yeah.
Okay.
I kind of want to know why she stopped at 919. Like, you already went that long. Just go for 1,000.
She had 10 more hours too.
She probably thought no one would beat it, right? Like you get to the top, you're like,
hurts really,
yeah,
really bad.
I figured there were a lot of other
Mind over
prohibitive
matter.
things.
Yeah, but it probably hurt at like 200.
Yo, one of the people dropped out at 319. It's
What do
just
you mean one of the people, like one of the guys?
honestly,
no, it was a competition.
One of the other 3 girls.
People doing
Was
I
this?
can't do this.
Was this one with the cops? Was this one where they were looking for her illegally?
Yeah, the world.
Oh, maybe they got busted.
I'm thinking
yeah,
that,
they
or
did.
they literally ran out of guys who could get past the police.
That's true.
Could
There-
you
919
They
people is a
started to
lot of
notice when there's
people.
1,000 people in
Yeah,
one place.
that's a lot of people.
could you imagine being in I assume a big ass warehouse? I don't know where else you would do that.
Yeah.
And then someone goes, "Oh, shut the fuck up!" The cops are here. Everyone, stop fucking.
The guy over the door goes, "It's the fuzz." And there's 3 people behind him are just banging.
If you can't
Rickazon's die off, jerking off.
Yeah, did the Space Marine suits have a built-in gooning device?
Oh, they've
They
got
must.
to. It's like the medical devices Charlie wants to see.
Okay.
I remember, not on that guy. I just remembered a really cool facet about it because I'm pretty sure I looked it up on stream. So I think the guy was going for the most sex in one day,
And in order for it to count for him, they actually had to measure how much ejaculate he got out.
Oh, there was a threshold?
There was a threshold.
So no puff and smoke.
Shooting blanks doesn't count.
Yeah. This is a great time to tease one of the videos we're working on in the coming weeks. The coming weeks.
Nice.
Yeah. We're all taking fertility tests where you have to be, what is it? Sterile?
3 days charged. No,
3 days.
not
3
sterile.
days charged. Celibate, thank you.
Yeah, we're just trying
No,
to
that's a
figure-
Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do anything for 3 days.
Luckily, none of us hang out with like girls or anything. Or
We're
have,
all
or, like,
gonna
wives or married or
walk
like,
in here like silverback gorillas.
Aaron walks in, he's just fucking shoving everybody.
Found a little more info. So the guy who set the record did it in 2022. It was 57 women in Singapore and was immediately rushed to the hospital.
Oh my
I was gonna
God.
say that's still.
That's great.
People say it's-
Did he hit the
57.
threshold? He hit the threshold every single time.
I think this is the guy that had to get measured.
Like the refractory period alone is rough. Like,
Yeah.
You got to be hopped up on
There's definitely
medication.
meds involved.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
chugging Gatorade and Pedialyte. Like you're replenishing your electrolytes.
I've always said it, men just have it harder.
We do.
Men just have it harder.
That's what everyone says.
Like we literally die. We can literally die from fucking
Chelsea
like.
just sat up like someone stabbed her in her back with a needle.
No, Monique can't do that.
Unrelated, slightly unrelated.
Why'd you
to the
go
video.
there?
That's right.
Every time every guy gets a day, sees how many times it can happen in one day. That's how many votes you get. Election season comes around. That's how many votes you
I was
get.
like, I thought you
No,
just
no,
meant
no.
our group, and I was like, what are we voting on?
You get election season comes around, and it's like, well, the Democrats have like, the average Democrat load is like 15. They get like 15 votes
That's the
each.
smartest thing I've ever heard you say. I like that.
That kind of goes crazy.
Yeah, we can only elect big comers from now on.
Exactly. Yeah.
You mean a-
Face controlling insults just have an advantage.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He did not sleep with 57 women.
Fraud.
Was it men?
It was no.
It was like 3.
No, that guy made it up.
What a fraud. Wait, what?
Wait, just make up your own right now.
They lied on the internet?
So why did he go to the hospital?
Yeah. Why
No, apparently none of that's real, I guess.
He just went to the hospital because it happened once and he was like, I don't know what's happening.
I guess it means
It just started circulating around back in 2017, so even the date was wrong on it.
We've got kind of an idea, and we know for sure the most important thing is that Charlie's got to shoutcast the event for sure.
Well, if not me, someone in the field should be shoutcasting.
Yeah, it would be a real shame if they don't have
Yeah.
the preeminent experts there.
Yeah.
It should be the two like old people Muppets that sit in like the theater balcony.
I thought you were
Absolutely.
going to say the Boros twins for a second.
Oh, the
Da Vinci.
Da Vinci.
I would do that.
I
Only
will
for the
extend this because I'm assuming you agree. If you apply and are accepted, we will cover your flight to go.
How generous of you.
Imagine Ryan like.
And all of the copious medical bills after the fact.
Imagine Ryan gets there and he like passes out, and then it's like, what's the movie The Platform, where it goes brrr, and then it says what number he is. You're in room 455. It's like, no.
Oh, that's so good. The GoPro for just being in line with 999 dudes would be
Except
so
I want the
worth it.
GoPro set up like the guy who watches the trains, where it's here on his head, like his head's totally blown out of proportion, and it's just you like looking around.
Ryan in line with 1,000 guys, they're all speaking Polish. And he's like, what is going on?
This is in the UK.
Oh, it is?
He-
Oh, okay.
He's fine.
So everybody's sitting there chilling, and then one guy finally, like, they've been talking and stuff, shooting the shit, and then one guy just breaks it like, guys, I can't. We should do this we should hang out like once a year or
That would
something
be
like that.
nice. Yeah. Ryan would come out with friends
We should all
everywhere.
You'd be like, I love you guys.
You guys are great. I'm so happy I'm going behind.
And it's like, are you Ryan from Skill Check?
I'm so excited to share this hole with you, brother.
Wait, it's the guy after me. He's like,
yes, let's go!
If it's 2 at a time, I'm just picturing the Eiffel Tower. The guy looks out, you guys like high five, and he's like, Ryan? Yeah.
I reached out. We'll see.
This could be.
We'll do like a.
Just when we think we're out,
like
they
a
pull us.
40-minute video where it's this, the pre-interview, she does it, maybe Ryan.
The vlog of Ryan.
And then the end, like it's an hour-long like
Oh, brother, that's
documentary.
videos.
Yeah.
Come on, you've seen the channel.
But a documentary
A full documentary stuff.
That goes. That's straight to
Send
Netflix.
another message.
Or did they give them time blocks? They're like, Ryan, you show up at 10, and then like, Charlie, you show up at 15.
I want to
I
know,
think would be more.
serious, forget there's a camera. What's the possibility you would actually apply for this?
Oh, apply? Yeah, like 75%.
What if you were accepted? What's the chance you would go? I would fly with you. I'd warm you up. Not like that.
Like you have
It's gonna be less. It's gonna be 40 seconds at most.
Let's look at when the date is, and we'll circle back.
Okay, this is
Well,
your.
my people will talk to your people.
Yeah, this is your chance to leave your mark on history.
Yeah,
just so you know.
Well, I've never been in a world record before. And it feels like this is a good icebreaker, which is like
Yeah.
the most intimate, personal, awful thing you can be a part of.
Yeah.
We're
Which is
bringing back
just
the world records.
I didn't even think about this. You clothes are a time loss.
Oh,
Yeah, no, they are.
You're in a room of 1,000 naked men.
Yes, it's not even loincloth, man.
I can't believe you guys are just now realizing.
Yeah, I know. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like this is
Just
level
step
one.
ahead.
Yeah.
All right.
I will say though, in her 100 men thing, she mentioned that she had like a bruise on her lip, and she said because one of the guys bit her too hard. So it seems like she actually like was intimate with them.
Interesting. Look, this could be your chance at love. Will you go there, stand out in a sea of 1,000 men?
Yeah.
Hold
It's
on.
like ultimate speed date. Yeah.
Could be this guy.
If you stand out amongst 1,000 men that are all having sex with one woman, and she remembers you, you are a deity amongst men.
That
I
is
feel
actually
like.
crazy.
Like,
I'm going to put you on the spot, both of you.
Okay.
You walk in. You need to leave your mark. You've got 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
You got one-liner to rip.
Oh,
Either
a move or a one-liner?
A
Which one?
joke, a one-liner,
30
a
seconds,
move.
yeah.
What is your one thing in this exact moment that wins her over?
I'm pooping out my ass to show you how shit works. I feel like that one could work.
If Charlie was Lily Phillips, you've won.
That would have stood out in the
That
crowd.
one I felt
I'm
good
hoping
about.
she watches this video. Title it like Lily Phillips, please.
To Lily Phillips.
Yes.
Dear Lily Phillips.
Dear Lily Phillips.
Oh god.
And she watches that and she's like, him. It's now just one guy.
It's so funny because it's like, no.
I'm
taken.
You're in a loving relationship.
Ryan gets it.
I don't think it'd be a line. I think I'd have to do like a move. So I'd probably get her with like the SpongeBob footwork, and then I'd like
Here,
dive in.
This is a great. Stand up real quick.
you gotta show us, right?
All right, so you walk in.
and I would get out of the way. I'm in an inappropriate spot, I believe.
No, the judges would be close. The judges would be close, yeah.
All right, I think we cracked this case wide open.
Yeah, I think we dove into the science.
It's gonna be
pretty well.
awesome. We're gonna get an interview, and she's gonna be like, "Okay, you guys were super fucking wrong. Everything you said, incorrect."
She pulls out her whiteboard and she's like, "Keep up with me."
Yeah.
She's got her dossier out. Like, okay, so this is how it's actually gonna go.
Did you say Silk Road? All right,
that was good.
Great work. Let's drink some coffee.
Yeah, good meeting.
All right.
Yep. Great meeting, guys.
All right.
That actually was a meeting. All right.
All right, break.
Yeah, the Hawk Tuah girl launched a meme coin. That's just like a term they use, calling it a meme coin. It's really not. It's just always a scam coin. It's made for the sake of rugging her viewers within the first hour of its launch. And I feel like everyone in the world should have seen this coming, but somehow still they were able to make tens of thousands of dollars rugging idiots.
My Hawk meme coin is live!
And so, as you can see in the community note, 90% of the token supply has been sniped and being sold on the community. Buying this highly speculative Hawk coin could result in loss. Just giving people a fair warning, which wasn't heeded. So what ended up happening is what everyone knew would happen. It got rugged. Instantly, pretty much, within the first 2 hours. So then, Haley Welch's PR team made this post talking about the Hawkonomics, saying the team hasn't sold one token. Baloney. I'll call horseradish on that. We tried to stop snipers as best we could. Also, huge dirty barnacles on that claim too. And then once again a community note. The team and insiders have actually been selling their tokens since launch. Majority have never purchased anything and have only sold the token they were given. Haley is lying and will likely have to talk to a judge about this. Community note, just dropping a fucking pun on it. Cold turkey like that. Might as well. But yep. We live in a world where CoffeeZilla will now make a Hawk Tuah video. That's why this tab's open here. I'm just waiting for him to drop the the Hawk Tuah video. I'm very excited for it. The idea behind goobers putting money into things like the Hawk Tuah coin is they know it's going to rug, but they really think that they'll be the ones to capitalize off the rug. They'll pull out at the perfect time. Completely oblivious to the fact that insiders are the ones that actually make the money, not the idiots that buy in thinking that somehow they're smarter than the scammer. Like, you're not in on the scam, you are just another one of the pawns on the board. You are just another little dime into the piggy bank. You'll never beat the rug. Imagine getting rugged by Hawk Tuah girl in the year of our Lord 2024. Again, you absolutely fucking deserve it. Like, this is a scam where the only victims are the ones that actually deserve it. This is a lesson that you needed to learn. And Haley Welch took you over her knee and disciplined you. And I know they're still not going to learn their lesson. They will once again just dump into the next fucking shitcoin from Pump.fun. Why can't I find the graph again? Because it's like a beautiful rug graph. Like the most... Oh yeah, here. Someone even put it as a Christmas tree. It's just like the quintessential Solana rug graph. I know, man. People are actually begging to just be scammed over and over and over and over and over again. I guarantee if Jack Doherty went live on Twitter right now saying that he's doing another meme coin, people would buy in and he'd make another 20 grand off him. Easy. You see that the Rizzler got disrespected by Hawk Tuah girl. I know you're making like a meme off of the absurdity of like the names and the shit, like just the full culture around it. But you know what's crazy? Is if Hawk Tuah girl did disrespect the Rizzler, it's the worst thing she could do for her career. She can blatantly scam these idiots on her Twitter. They're not going to care. They'll still tune in to talk Tuah for whatever reason. Ironically, I guess. But if there was the story about how she disrespected the Rizzler, they'd all just leave her. A Rizzler level event would be the worst thing that could happen to her. But she can run these pump and dump scams till the fucking cows come home. It won't affect her. The Hawk Tuah fall off is crazy. No, what's crazy is that there isn't a Hawk Tuah fall off. She just had Mark Cuban on her podcast.
Yep.
It's disgusting. Actual industry plant that is thriving in the biggest possible way, and now just full goatsy scamming her fans. Actually dropping trouser, shitting on him, and it's not gonna matter. CoffeeZilla is live with a Hawk Tuah girl in a Twitter space. Oh, he's already on the case? Let's go. I had his channel up earlier, waiting for when he'd hop in.
There's no rug pull, and it's not done by us. Yes, snipers sniped it up to an insane market cap.
No, it's
and
not
dumped
just
it.
snipers.
That was not us. That was
listen. You know that.
Listen. No. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little.
Coffee, listen to him. It wasn't them.
I'm sure that's not you getting those fees, right? Who's making the money on the fees? Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the project. So we can keep this thing going for years. Right? That's how do you think
the Hawk Tuah coin for years.
Who makes the money on the
I love that.
Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora pools, and that goes to the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that who does that belong to?
That belongs
God.
to the project, right?
No. God owns it.
The project?
This is a.
Well, the project is over here.
Who?
Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug?
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself, right?
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking.
We're here every single day.
Millions of dollars in fees from the rug.
Day 2, day 3.
This guy's really bad at avoiding questions.
Run a project forever.
He's not even slipping out of it super effectively.
And time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing.
It is literally a nothing.
And not just do it for one.
It is actually a nothing. It's a Hawk Tuah coin.
The money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running.
Oh.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns 0 of the foundation.
So y'all
the
made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman Islands.
Who profited? Over $1 million was just
I'm
made.
telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way, CoffeeZilla, I'm not.
It's just is it a force of nature? Who owns it?
That are
It's so simple.
Because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say.
No rug pull.
Defamation.
Doc, do the math. Do the math.
It's like taking a shit and telling me there's no poop.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
Are you not going to let me talk? You just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit. So why?
No, you're not.
He just denied it. Hold on, I'll pull this up again real quick.
You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day 1 from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
It is literally a scam. Actually a
You
scam.
can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam.
Well,
and I only do this for a living. I've only seen 1 million of these projects.
This one's different, Coffee.
You, CoffeeZilla. Let's track your wallet.
Turn it around.
Over here, why don't you tell CoffeeZilla what we're doing with this project?
Where did the fees go? Where did the money for the pre-sale tokens go? Why
I love the who pays you Coffee.
So people could dump on Haley Welsh's fans? And how involved was she really? And how much?
What just happened? They muted him.
I just got muted.
That must have been a glitch.
Yeah. So I mean, like we as mentioned, like we raised a 17% strategic allocation that was done at a 16.69
Oh my God.
valuation. You know, we tried to kind of keep that kind of premise here was that, you know, we had the restriction, like we heard the request for us to do this in a public manner, and you know, I think that we, you know, having consulted with like
You were saying fucking nothing right now, and you're saying it with a big lisp.
I guess like the legal.
He's about to just start talking about dedicated wham.
And you know, kind of mitigate any kind of consideration.
This is nothing. Just answer the simple questions Coffee is posing. Who owns it? Who made the money?
Americans. That 200 people participate. A lot of people within the industry that were very supportive of the vision. Because I think that they
Why even listen to this bullshit if he muted Coffee? Because he's got to unmute him at some point.
You know, I think that
Coffee and Connor Eats Pants are in here spamming thumbs
that
downs.
This could be like a little bit of a paradigm shift. I mean, like I said, nothing that we've seen thus far with, you know.
It's a Hawk Tuah rug pull shitcoin, man.
In a sustainable manner.
He's yapping about nothing.
Of longevity of an extended time frame, and we're just trying to, you know, like try something different, right? Like I said, we went back to first principles and kind of tried.
Did they answer any questions yet?
No. The way that we think
no.
Makes sense, you know, but we kind of felt ultimately that was probably the best representation of who were her true fans.
These are actual just filler words of nothing.
That, you know,
actual
like,
nothing.
Running this initiative that, you know,
He's speaking just
into the hands of the
that's
people
all.
that have been most supportive of her and like kind of really engaged with her.
Holy.
I just you know, I just want everyone to, you know, be respectful.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen, this is
You guys hear
something
me?
that means a lot. Go ahead, FaZe Banks.
Appreciate it. I just heard this guy blab about pretty much nothing. And repeat the same shit that he said the first time around. You said something about Web 2 in layman's terms that just basically means 90%. 97% of all the tokens owned were by related wallets, friends of friends of friends of friends. They were like,
No, that's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, yes, it is true.
You can see it. You can see
You're
it.
talking, brother.
Yeah.
You're talking about some fucking, what did you say, in the Cayman Islands?
It's how you legally launch these types of things. It's a foundation. But listen, this isn't a bundled scam. This is and prove that they were not sold by us. So the bubble map stuff was totally false. That's not what happened.
Oh, so this is all a
Over
lie.
here, maybe you can
They're the trustworthy ones at the Hawkonomics.
allocations to these different wallets and clear up a lot of this, these allegations that are just false.
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of like
Oh God, not this guy.
the different wallets and stuff like.
Whoever guided you in this, or whoever directed you to do this, or gave you the advice to do this, you should fire them immediately. And yeah.
Yeah, I just want to jump in here.
Yeah, I'm doing the best I can. Thank you, FaZe.
Was that a Looney Tunes sound clip? What was that?
Ugly launch, cool. There's day 2, there's day 3, there's day
Bulletproof
4.
response.
The key is just
Bulletproof.
not giving up.
That's how you handle it.
Every single day memeing. The key is to actually onboarding her real, true fans. This might not be for
Sounded like
everybody.
Sandy Cheeks.
It's not a big deal to us. We ain't going anywhere. Haley's not going anywhere. And the Hawk Tuah meme is definitely not going anywhere. Yes, they were from the deployer wallet, but they're put into wallets for her true fans to claim. They were not sold. None of
You have
those
to unlock
sold.
the true
I just
fan
wanna make that
prestige
very,
level.
very, very clear. But listen, it's all love. I understand everybody around here is kind of used to the same thing. There's only one way to prove that this is not just like everything else, which is just not give up, right? And keep going and keep doing everything, that you possibly can.
Inspirational.
Right?
Inspirational.
To keep it pushing. And the
He's
only
right.
way that it's a rug or the only way that it's a scam is if you give up on it. And that's the one thing that we can say is no one's given up on this.
Mhm.
So over here, or if you want to ask Haley some questions, let's Haley
Yeah.
is somebody who's an incredible person, and she's had a lot of fun memeing. She really enjoys X. I think we have to really stick with the facts.
What the fuck?
And we can show all the transactions, right? And we've had them analyzed now. We can show all the transactions. That's the thing, is like the blockchain doesn't lie. And we will publish those transactions.
You just said
Not a
you were
big deal.
literally
You're
just
interested
saying
in
that it
reading that
does.
stuff. But that's not
Sometimes
the
when it
key.
makes you look bad.
Yes, it got 90.
Blockchain doesn't lie.
It was 3%
Unless
97.
it's doing something bad
that
for
was,
us.
That was held back.
No, I mean, I just wanted to be like, obviously Haley's been through a journey, and like, this launch has obviously gone the way it's gone. But yeah, I think that maybe it'd be helpful for the community to kind of hear, Haley's story, because ultimately,
they're trying so hard to push it onto Haley right now.
Like the coin and stuff like that.
Guys, we need to think about Haley's feelings. We only told her that she was going to make a ton of money from this. She didn't know it was going to be a rug pull. Haley, take it from here. We're going to leave.
Like, everybody resonates with Tuah as a meme. It's like one of the most viral memes of all time. And I think people have been making a lot of money off like derivative works, and people have launched a bunch of fake tokens, which is, maybe the launch didn't go the smoothest. But yeah,
That's one way of putting it. It didn't go the smoothest, huh?
Showing up every day, trying to run the project. I think Haley's here for the long term. Ultimately, like her career is, just kind of starting, and she's accomplished a lot of amazing things in this short period of time. And obviously resonating.
Thanks, membership, Jack.
Really strongly with the global audience. And I think, I think it'd just be useful for color if Haley was able to kind of share a little bit about that original story, because I think it helps kind of paint the picture here a little bit of how she's constantly tried to build community and use what she's built to kind of engage the broader community and be very inclusive, and she's done a lot of cool stuff around charity, and I think she really cares about dogs and stuff like that, and I think it's really cool to see.
What are you saying? What are you saying, man? What in the world?
I guess cool with what she's been able to get.
I went over to Haley's house one time, and she let me in. She let me in the door, invited me into her abode. Me. This woman is an angel.
Yeah, I don't know if Haley, that's something you're comfortable sharing with the community, or if you feel like it's a little bit too sensitive, or how you feel about that. But I definitely think that it's helpful for the community to have that color.
Yeah, guys, I'm just here to have fun. I don't really have a full head wrapped around this whole thing, but I'm figuring it out every day, and I'm here for the long term. My skin's getting thicker every day, and the hate's not going to stop me. I'm here every day trying to work on this and get better at it, but I'm not going anywhere.
Hey, thanks for summing that up. I'm glad I lost all my money. And now it's all good. Hey, you're having fun?
Like,
all right, that's what it's all about.
Get tough, and this was a learning you can integrate in all these different things she's doing, including her podcast every Tuesday. I mean, she literally, is talking about her meme token on a really big podcast, on a charting podcast, and onboarding and talking about these memes, all different types of memes, all different memes that everybody holds.
Now I'm just getting an advertisement right now. Can I skip the ad?
Bringing awareness to it, so it's like. It sucks that everyone wants to, see it fail.
It did fail. It immediately failed.
Of it.
Well, it didn't fail for you guys.
I think,
you guys made out.
In week 2, in week 3, found it. So I mean, that's my belief. That's why we're doing it. We're doing something, super innovative in my opinion.
Innovative.
With the meme token.
Dag nabbit, he's right. We've never seen something like this before.
Go ahead, man.
They won't unmute Coffee. They refuse to unmute him.
I completely agree.
I would urge you guys as well to share at least what you know now, because while people are here, they really
for sure. I mean, like I said, it was. I haven't, the bubble maps. I don't know why it's showing if it's showing 12 holders or whatever it is. We distributed.
Hey, way to explain it. I don't know why it's lying.
How many?
I'll have to investigate why it's lying.
I mean, like I said.
Sad part is crypto bros probably think they're telling the truth. I can promise you, I think even the most delusional would look at this and listen to this and be like, oh my god. Oh my god, what have I done? I got fucked.
Investors,
If they're not gonna bring Coffee back, I'm just gonna leave. This is nothing. This is just actually nothing. This is this man talking in circles with a lisp.
We tried our best to curate.
Haley did it, her team, little shady. I don't think they've done a good job of explaining this. But Haley, man, how can you even be mad at her at the end of the day, right? She said she's having fun. And that's all she said. And what else do you need at the end of the day, huh? You know what I mean? So yeah, you lost a lot of money. You got rugged. Fucking Hawk Tuah, spit on that thing. Am I fucking right? You go again. You buy the dip. So that way her investors can make some more too. Holy. Again, if you bought into this expecting to make money on it, you're a fucking idiot in the first place, to be fair. Putting money into a Hawk Tuah coin. Christ. Hawk Tuah coin was 100% unlocked on launch. That always will rug if you have people buying in with zero unlock. This team pre-sold tokens for millions and then are crying that they didn't sell and blame it. Oh, nice. I don't think there's anyone in the world that actually believes the developers here. I don't even think the most delusional of crypto bro would find anything that they said compelling. So I feel like this is one of the very few cases where people are like, oh, that was just a complete scam from the get-go. Which I feel like people should have been able to know immediately with the Hawk Tuah girl making a fucking crypto. This is some Jack Doherty shit. It is. It is actual Jack Doherty shit. Except hers is somehow even more egregious. Oh yeah, I'm surprised they were even doing that call in the first place. Usually when it comes to a big rug like this, the people just vanish. Meanwhile, those two goofballs were somehow taking it in a Twitter space, pretending that it wasn't a scam. So, I mean, they talked about innovation. That is an innovative new strategy to rug pulling. Usually they just disappear. I wonder if she even knows what crypto is. I can say with at least 85% confidence, Haley Welch just learned what Solana was a week ago. After this space, when CoffeeZilla eventually got kicked from the Twitter space, he started his own to explain to everyone exactly how this rug pull worked. He explains it far better than I ever could, and it's actually a lot more intricate than I thought it was for a rug pull. There were more moving parts to it, and even more nefarious, scummy dog shit that was happening behind the scenes that CoffeeZilla highlights. So it's more than just the simple pump.fun rug pulls we've been seeing a lot, like with Jack Doherty. This was a full red alert, DEFCON, premeditated, malicious rug pull that aimed to scam the shit out of people. Now, I do believe most of the victims here were basically just people that gamble on things like this, like meme and shit coins. I don't think a lot of Hawk Tuah enthusiasts, all of a sudden set up a wallet to participate in the Tuah coin. I imagine it's most people that were gambling on it. But even still, her scamming this many people and making this much money, her and the team. I guess I can't say her for sure because maybe she personally didn't make a ton of money, but a lot of people behind the scenes did, and CoffeeZilla explains how much and where things were going and how it all worked.
Let me start with something really basic that most people need to understand about what they're doing, the little switch they're doing. They keep telling you guys, and everybody's falling for it, with this strategic advisor grift, okay? They put 3% into the public decks. Meanwhile, they pre-sold in these SAFs at I think they said over $10 million valuation. I'll have to have somebody correct me on that. But over a $10 million valuation. So they pre-sold these tokens. Why do you think people bought these tokens? They knew that they could rug because they told people, well, there's no unlock. So if there's no unlock for pre-sold tokens and you think it's going to launch because you got this girl who's going to use her brand and use her popularity to all of a sudden pump up this coin, there's no unlock, you're going to dump into this. So two things happen at the same time. There's a lot of confusion about it, but two things happen. One, you have a sniper who jumped in at the very beginning, minutes after launch, because they tweeted out the contract address like idiots, like amateurs. Actually, the dot guy said they knew it was going to get sniped, which is crazy. I think that would be criminal if it's true. If you know your thing's going to get sniped and you launch it anyways, but whatever. So they get sniped. That guy walks out with millions of dollars. But then they put fees on top of that. They put a 15% fee on the decks. So guess who's raking in the money?
Not Haley.
I tried to ask.
Can't be Haley.
Haley said our foundation made it in the Cayman Islands. We wanted to obey the law, so we left the United States. We went to the Cayman Islands. Everyone knows that's how you obey the law. You go to the Cayman Islands. So they went to the Cayman Islands, and their 15% fee supposedly goes there.
That's true. We did hear them say that.
So they made millions of dollars right off the jump, even before they didn't even quote. They knew it was going to snipe. This sniper made millions. They made millions, and then they pre-sold for millions. Okay, everyone follow me so far? Then you have strategic advisors who are dumping on retail, and they're making millions. Who's making nothing? Well, it's everyone else.
Ubisoft, once a titan in the gaming industry, now a clown. Getting dangerously close to becoming Blockbuster right before our little peepers here. It just keeps getting worse for them. Yesterday they announced they're shutting down XDefiant, which was their big game. This is the game that for the last year they had been putting all of their elbow grease into. They were spitting in both of their hands, getting down and dirty, trying to push this game to everyone as much as possible. There was a lot of hype in the betas. People were saying, oh, this could actually be a competitor to Call of Duty. But unfortunately, when the game fully released, that hype was no longer there. People were about as excited for XDefiant as they are to learn that I'm 5'6". It's one of those things where it had a chance in the beginning, but because of not striking while the iron was hot, it had a period where Call of Duty wouldn't have been out for another handful of months. XDefiant could have grabbed some market share, but they couldn't release in the right time period, in my opinion. And when it did fully release, it was too close to Call of Duty, so most people just decided, I'll just wait. And it didn't have enough unique elements to it to make it feel overly different from COD to a point where it could be better than it. So people dropped it pretty quick too. But I actually found it to be a really fun game, just didn't have staying power. And yesterday, Ubisoft said, we're not even going to give it a chance. We're not even going to let it try and evolve into something that can compete with COD. We're just going to throw our hands up, wave the white flag, and surrender. They released this message to the players. Thank you for your incredible dedication and support of XDefiant. Regret to inform you that we're initiating the sunset process starting today. That makes it sound like the ending to Iron Giant or something. Like they're about to fly out into the sunset and self-destruct. December 3rd, 2024. As a result, new download, player registrations, and purchases will no longer be available. Season 3 will still launch, so stay tuned for more updates to come. The servers will remain active and the game will be fully playable until June 3rd. There's a personal message from the executive producer as well, which I'll go over in a second. They then expressed that they will be giving full refunds for anyone who bought the Ultimate Founders Pack, as well as people who made VC and DLC purchases since November 3rd. At least there will be refunds given to players here. With Ubisoft on this title, I thought there was a pretty good chance that they'd just say, hey, tough luck, is what it is. Your fault. It shouldn't have spent money on it, I guess. I am kind of surprised, but pleasantly surprised that they are giving refunds. It's a free-to-play game that relies on microtransactions, and I don't know why companies like Ubisoft can't recognize that a lot of the time, the reason people don't want to spend money in games like this isn't even because they don't like the game or don't want to support it or something. It's because no one knows exactly how long it's going to be around for. So what's the point in forking over clams for some skins for a game that might not exist in 2 months? It's just a waste of money, and most people are just hesitant because this keeps happening. Games keep closing really quickly after launching, so no one really has a lot of trust that it's going to be around for a while, so why waste money on it, you know? I don't know, like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're disappointed that the game's not getting more microtransactions, so it's not sustainable, but it's also not getting microtransactions and not sustainable because people think it might close in a couple of months, and now it is closing in a couple of months, confirming their fears. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? I think there's quite a few reasons why this game failed, and it's not because I think the game is bad. In fact, I actually do like the game, like I said. There were just some things that were suboptimal about it, like I mentioned, the release time period, as well as constantly postponing it from the beta, which had a lot of hype. There were some steps that ensured that it didn't stand that great of a chance of actually competing against COD. I went over some more of them on stream, so I'll play those clips real quick, and then I'll get into that personal message from the executive producer. Yeah, I did want to mention the Ubisoft stuff before starting. It just popped up for me and I was looking at it. So real quick, I'm sure a lot of you saw this. Ubisoft is already shutting down X-Defiant. This thing barely had a longer lifespan than Concord. Man, the L's for Ubisoft just keep coming. That's not true. They had multiple betas. That's not the full release, brother. I think one of the big reasons why this game ended up flopping, well, flopping's not even the right word, because during beta people were super hyped for it, but they kept postponing the actual release, and by the time it actually released, it was already too close to Call of Duty that had a lot of positive hype, and that absolutely took wind out of its sails. I also think the biggest reason that it didn't survive very long is because they relegated to the sarcophagus of Uplay. Nobody wants to download Uplay for any reason. The only reason people even have Uplay is because they're forced to for Siege. If not for Siege, nobody would have this. And the only way to get X-Defiant was through Uplay. So by not being on Steam and being like readily accessible on PC, I think that destroyed their chances. Skull and Bones is still up. It'll save this sinking ship. That's true. They still have their quadruple A Skull and Bones. Everyone loves Skull and Bones. But it's actually not just X-Defiant that's getting the plug pulled on them. I read this as well. Well, man, it's not letting me open the whole tweet. But Ubisoft is closing a lot of their studios. They're cutting 277 positions through these closures. Ubisoft is getting Gadooshed in stock price, in everything, from all angles. Old Ubisoft was good. Old Ubisoft had bangers. New Ubisoft releases NFT games in 2024. It is such a shame, man. I did like X-Defiant during beta, but once it came full release, I didn't touch it. There was other games that it was competing with, like it released in the middle of other games I was playing. Never went to it. Then I just played the new Call of Duty when it came. If Assassin's Creed Shadows fall, if Assassin's Creed Shadows doesn't go ballistic, I think Ubisoft gets purchased by a different entity. I think Tencent takes them. That's my little game theory. That is their last hope, and I don't have a lot of faith in Assassin's Creed Shadows because I think most people, like myself, are kind of fatigued with it. I'm always shooting spitballs at Ubisoft, and this one warrants a big loogie going through the pipes. It is brutal. Absolutely tragic. Well, not tragic. It's Ubisoft's own fault. It's not like the universe is working against them. Ubisoft themselves is working against their best interests. So they're shutting down Ubisoft San Francisco and Osaka. And then they're downsizing elsewhere, so it's around 277 people that are about to lose their jobs from it. What was the budget for X-Defiant? I'm gonna speculate. I would guess between 50 and 100 million. Especially, that's not taking in marketing, but with especially like the amount of faith they had in this, I would think anything, it's 80 million. Like they put their nuts in it. They went really hard with trying to push XDefiant as the COD killer. Didn't quite pan out. The only thing that will ever kill COD is COD. Yeah, I think COD's at a point where people are so married to it, they're not just going to up and abandon it for something else, especially in an age where games are closing within a month or two of launch. Like, yes, XDefiant had betas. A lot of hype in the betas, but they kept pushing the actual release further and further down the road. When it finally comes out, people aren't playing it, there's not a lot of faith in Ubisoft, and they do end up closing doors pretty quickly. So it's hard for people to even buy into a franchise because you don't know how long it's going to be around for. Games last about as long as fucking mosquitoes now. So people don't like Ubisoft Connect because you need to be online. They have lots of microtransactions. Solution, I'm probably online anyways if I'm using PC to game, and I just simply don't buy the microtransactions. I don't get the overwhelming hate everyone has for it. Spoken like a man who's never opened Ubisoft or Uplay in your life. It's significantly more than that. That is single-handedly the worst launcher that has ever been constructed by human beings. The fact that it's even allowed to exist is an affront to God. That shit is turbo cheeks. Just do me a favor, to the guy that said that, download Rainbow Six Siege right now, make a Uplay account, and tell me how long it takes you to actually open that game. You have to open Uplay like 12 different times just to even see the menu. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. In the more personal message, the executive producer goes over the journey as well as the goal to develop a new arcade shooter as well as shake up the genre by removing skill-based matchmaking, bringing back a more old-school arcade shooter experience, and also free to play. Now, real quick, I want to chime in there. I have been pretty outspoken that I'm not the biggest fan of skill-based matchmaking. A lot of people complain about it. There is a lot of whining when it comes to skill-based matchmaking. It's a very controversial, divisive debate. I believe that we had it figured out 20 years ago with Halo 2, where you can have a fully casual playlist with no skill-based matchmaking whatsoever, and then you can have your ranked playlist, which is all skill-based matchmaking. And I understand there's probably plenty of data that a lot of these soulless husks and suits at the top of the food chain at these game companies have looked at that says that if you have skill-based matchmaking, your super stinkers that can barely press 2 buttons at the same time are more likely to stick with your game because they'll be matched with people of equal ineptitude. So I understand that for player retention, I guess skill-based matchmaking is the gold standard, but truly I will never see the harm in just reverting back to caveman. Go back to Halo 2, where, yes, in your casual game modes, you'll have some people that are teaming up with friends that are much worse than them, and they will wash the opponents. It happens. But it's a social game mode there. It has no meaning. It's not the fucking esports world championship. It's a casual game mode. I realize it might not be fun to be on the receiving end of that cheek clapping, but you go next. It happens. It's equally as not fun to go into a casual game mode and still have people sweating their ass off like they're playing ranked and trying out for fucking T1 or something. Like, it's still not great either, especially if you're playing with friends that are worse than you and you happen to bring in players that are much better than them. It's just a lot more fun when it's completely random. Just people that queue up for casual to just have a good time. And it's a problem that solves itself, by the way, because people will start to recognize that, oh, if I want to play against people of a similar skill level to me, if I want to play against people that are just as shitty as I am, instead of doing casual where I won't know, I'll go to ranked where I'm actually dog shit elo. So I'll play against people of dog shit elo. In Halo 2, if you wanted to make sure you played against people of the same caliber, you would go to ranked and you would play against level 3s and 4s. So that way you wouldn't have to worry about getting stomped by someone that was, fucking smurfing and casual. Like, that was the whole point of it. And I just really think that system, at least for my personal tastes, was optimal. So I did appreciate that XDefiant tried to do something different by not using skill-based matchmaking. It clearly wasn't enough to get people hooked on the product or anything, but I don't think the lack of skill-based matchmaking was the reason this game failed. The executive producer thanks the development team, saying how great of a job they did at building this game, and then talks about some of the achievements here. So, they broke the internal record for fastest game to surpass 5 million users, and in the end they had over 15 million players play the game. Those are big boy numbers. Those are some very impressive numbers for sure. It's just, unfortunately, it wasn't able to hold on to that many players, but even still, that's something to be extremely proud of. The message goes on just to thank the player base and thank all the developers and everyone that made the game possible. I want to mention something that I briefly touched on stream. I feel like we're in an era of comfort games where people have already made their bed and they're lying in it with the games that they know they like, and they're games they will always play. And usually people aren't going to play multiple games in this genre like full time. I say full time, but I mean like as their main game. So if you're someone that likes hero shooters, most people are choosing Overwatch. There's not really another game that's beating Overwatch for hero shooters. Even as many tomatoes as that game gets tossed, it's still the king when it comes to hero shooter popularity. And Marvel Rivals is about to drop. I liked the beta for Marvel Rivals, but I would be very surprised if it was somehow able to even take a portion of the Overwatch player base to it. I'd like to be proven wrong, but I truly just believe people choose these games in these genres and they stick with that game, and they'll maybe tinker around, dip their toes into some of the other games that come out, like sprout up to try and compete with them, but never actually make a switch over to them. And another example is Call of Duty. How many times have we seen a Call of Duty killer pop up over the last decade? Too fucking many to count. And even a game like X-Defiant, which did have huge player numbers, didn't have people stick with it because they'd rather just go back to their comfort game. Even though Call of Duty is getting a ton of shit, like a lot of people have been insulting the new Black Ops game, they still stick with it because it's their comfort game. That is their Call of Duty game, and they're not looking to find a replacement Call of Duty game, even though X-Defiant was comparable. X-Defiant I don't think was as fine-tuned as Call of Duty. Like, it's clearly hasn't been around as long as Call of Duty, so it doesn't have the formula down and the feels a little off. But overall, it had a lot of potential. It just never really had a chance to grow on it and evolve and reach that level because it wasn't sustainable because it didn't have enough people playing it. And I do think a large portion of that can be attributed to Uplay itself, so congrats, Ubisoft, you put the clown nose on again. But overall, I really do think that if you're going to try and make a game to compete with a Call of Duty or an Overwatch, the odds are really stacked against you. Like, it's very, very, very slim chance of working out. Same with like live service games. Live service games are popping up and dying immediately all the time now because no one really wants a new live service game. If they want a live service game, they've probably already found one like Destiny 2 or something. And even though Destiny 2 gets a lot of shit, most of the Destiny 2 player base isn't making the switch over to any other comparable live service game. I think people just would rather keep playing these games that they already are really familiar with and already sunk a lot of time or a lot of money into. And even though they'll try something like an X-Defiant that's in the same genre, it's never going to be something they're going to make a switch over and spend a ton of money for. I have been saying for a while, I think it's much better, money is much better spent in the game industry developing lower budget titles that don't try and compete with something like a Call of Duty. Like, just do lower budget, unique titles. Single player games are fucking crushing it. Like, look at the indie space right now. Indie games are going ballistic because most of them are focused on delivering a unique experience, and the majority of them are single player experiences. Like, I just played Mouthwashing last night. Amazing game. That was a 2.5-hour game, and that was money well spent. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and stop ranting about it. Point is, big Ubisoft L again, per usual. The Ubisoft stock price, I don't know how much lower it can possibly go. Soon, Ubisoft stock price will be worth about as much as the wrappers to the Magic the Gathering cards I open. It's fucking brutal. And it's their fault, too. Anyway, that's about it. So, yeah. It's been a while since I've gone over diabolical texts, and today I've got a doozy for you. It's a maniac melting down over mayonnaise, blowing a gasket, going ballistic at his girlfriend because he believes that she has tampered with his mayonnaise, and even goes as far as to lightly accuse her of trying to poison him through this new state of matter that he found the mayonnaise in. He's a 46-year-old gentle sir, tip the fedora, who's a big mayonnaise enthusiast that really thinks he stumbled across a grand conspiracy here that his girlfriend is at the helm of. We begin our journey into madness. He says, "Funny how all the Hellmans is liquid state. Ideas?" This is clearly confusing to her because it reads like a fucking riddle. She says, "What? What does that mean?" "Lived on my own since '96. Never seen that. 2 separate bottles." I love the way he says that, lived on my own since '96. That's like some shit you'd hear from like some washed up loser who's like, "Yeah, as you know, I was the quarterback that led my high school football squad to the state championship in '98. Go Warthogs. I could have been pro if it wasn't for that damn case of athlete's foot. She then asks, are you talking about Mayo? Which he responds saying, bravo. What a fucking douchebag. This guy is turbo dweeb. And then she says, so we went all day not fighting, and you're ending the night fighting over Mayo. Okay. That's a pretty sad message because it sounds like they fight all the time. He then gets his monocle out and begins his interrogation, connecting the pieces of this puzzle like it's fucking L.A. Noire. Super weird you disappeared when you dude. And both of them melted in the fridge. I have samples. This man's got the beakers out and he's mixing chemicals, testing the viscosity and the compounds within the mayo. She then reminds him that she doesn't eat mayonnaise and then asks what melted. And he just says, "Inver seen anything like it, going to bed." What in the world are you talking about? Great question. Try to answer tomorrow. Weirdo is speaking in riddles. The timeline is all cattywampus, so he's saying that it's odd she disappeared at some point. I don't know what he even meant by that. He said that she disappeared when dude. I don't know what that means, so I'm guessing he thinks that when she wasn't like in the room with him, she must have been contaminating the mayonnaise and liquefying it for some reason. What an unhinged theory from a dangerously stupid goober. I wonder if he also goes to the fridge and freaks out when he sees that his expired milk is a little chunky. Does he accuse his girlfriend of foul play then too? Like, you harlot! You chunkified my milk! These are cyanide crystals in here! You want me dead! Like, how can he be 46 years old and not understand that mayonnaise is an emulsification of oils and egg, and sometimes that shit can just separate? Mental break, I guess you're having. Nothing you're saying makes sense. First mayo, now something about melting? How's this? I use Hellman's mayo regularly, as you know. I know the viscosity. Oh, what is this guy? The fucking mayor of mayonnaise? This guy a mayonnaise sorcerer? A wizard? He understands it inside and out? He's like a spokesperson for Hellman's. He's like advertising the shit out of this product. Both containers are literally liquid. Nothing else has melted in the fridge. And she says, and I did this? He says, I didn't. And she replies with a gif just calling him crazy. Which he is. He is crazy. She didn't do it. You didn't do it. It's something that happens to mayonnaise. You've been living on your own since 96, boofing mayonnaise for fucking 46 years, and you don't understand that mayonnaise can separate. I feel like even if someone explained this to him, he would just disregard it because he chooses not to believe it. He would rather believe that his girlfriend is trying to kill him through liquefying his mayonnaise. It's scary that people can end up at a point like this guy. Does he also go outside and shake his fist whenever the wind blows because he doesn't understand who's making the wind blow? I'd been planking leftovers for late dinner all night before tomorrow starts a new week. Then mayo came out like soy sauce. That's a first. Then the other container did it. Never seen that in my life. Even when mayo is left out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's got the magnifying glass out and he's looking at the footprints and he's starting to piece together what's happening. And then she says, and you're blaming me. I don't even eat mayo. Case in point. And I'm crazy. I don't even know what case in point he's talking about. Like, exactly. You don't eat mayo. Checkmate. She then wants just like full clarification on what he actually thinks is going on. So she says, what is it exactly you think I did? And he disregards that, just saying I'm going to sleep. Hey, Buster, don't forget to check under your bed for the boogeyman that's sabotaging your mayonnaise. Melted mayo. Sabotage your mayo. Wow. Good night. He says, do yourself a favor. Open trash can and look. Tell me it's normal. Just look at both containers. I don't even need to open your trash can. It's normal. She didn't liquefy your mayonnaise, man. It wasn't, pumped full of, plutonium or something to take you out. That happens to mayonnaise. And then here's where it gets real spicy. He says, thus far you haven't been able to poison me. Moron's been watching too much Game of Thrones. He thinks that everyone's out to get him. You're mental. We watch the same shows, which tells me he actually just can't separate reality from fiction. But I would love to know what show has a character poison another through watery mayonnaise. She says, save those bottles and go get them examined, lol, and your brain while you're at it. And he says, well, they are in the trash. Feel free to investigate. 100% he should double fist those Hellmans and take them to a forensic lab to get them checked. He should absolutely do that, and I guarantee, even when it comes back totally normal, no contaminants, he would still disregard it and say that they're lying, it's all a big conspiracy, they're working with his girlfriend to take him out. He then says, tell me if the consistency makes sense. Holy shit, this guy. So she says, so I tried poisoning you. What the hell is wrong with you, dude? I haven't touched your mayo or anyone's mayo, not even touched store mayo. How is it different from last night? What happened last night? I made a sandwich with mayo. Oh no, the smoking gun! Just last night, the mayo was the perfect viscosity, and then today, it's ruined! There's only one explanation. It must have been poisoned by my girlfriend. I realize how odd this is, but I've never seen anything like this. He's making it sound like some kind of crazy scientific discovery, like he just discovered fucking an alien spacecraft that crash landed in his backyard. I've never seen anything of this sort on this planet. It doesn't compute. Mayo doesn't just do this, and you randomly started being calm and cordial this morning, unprompted after weeks and weeks of deliberately being impossible. I threw it all out. This guy sounds like such an asshole. An actual unhinged, delusional, dumb, turbo idiot asshole. Like, Mayo does do that. Like, it is well known for doing that. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. It's well documented. And he's talking about it like this is some one-of-a-kind phenomenon, and the only logical explanation is that it must have been poisoned. And she just says, you are nuts. Which he is. He then says, it spreads a certain way, unless somehow that has changed. But it would have been within the last 24 hours. It was like it had melted. She just says, dude. Yeah, dude, you know I use mayo on sandwiches. This was like a melted mayo spread. Never seen anything like it. From both bottles. And then she's just like, okay, then we'll take the bottles tomorrow, have somewhere examine them, and you can come put them somewhere safe. Put his mayo in a vault, a refrigerated vault. You can find them in trash can. Please feel free to examine them and prove me wrong. I know it sounds weird going to bed. It's weird as fuck and mental. It's just oddly mean. Good night, dude. I don't know why he keeps challenging her to prove him wrong. It would only take one quick Google search to figure out why his mayonnaise has ended up in that state, and it has nothing to do with his girlfriend tampering with it to make an attempt on his life. What a bizarre lunatic, making a huge hubbub about mayonnaise, and then accusing his girlfriend of trying to kill him. That's craziness. I got a little parasocial here trying to learn more about this guy. I got so curious to learn more about him, and she had made a couple other posts about him. The other ones are just really sad. I'm not going to get into it, but there's nothing I learned more about him except that he is a big asshole that is very unstable, and she should absolutely leave him as soon as possible. ASAP. So, anyway, I just had to talk about this a little bit. It was a wild read. That's it. See ya. I didn't think this was going to be a topic anyone wanted to hear me yap about. I didn't think anyone would care at all. But just like George, people been getting real curious, it seems. Judging from the comment section on the last 5 videos, as well as the unbelievable amount of times on stream I'm asked the exact same question, it does seem like people really do give a hoot, which is pretty surprising to me that this one question has been getting asked more often than what happens to us after we die. It's people asking, what's going on with my room? Why is it getting progressively emptier? I am kind of surprised anyone even noticed. I didn't think people would even care about the background, but yes, the room has been getting more and more barren. I got items blinking out of existence behind me fall into the fucking back rooms day in and day out. Which has led to a lot of people speculating that I'm either moving or there's a burglar that keeps stopping by and he has to take items one by one because he's driving a smart car, so it's kind of like a long-term robbery that is, kind of perpetual. Just all kinds of theories on what's going on with my room losing items. Because only a week ago, I had this bitch looking like Santa's workshop, just filled to the brim with items and goodies, and now it's looking about as empty as a showing for Joker 2 in the movie theater. And I've talked about it on stream a little bit. It's not a secret, and it's also not this huge song and dance with a crazy deep lore behind it. I'm just redecorating the room. I'm just redoing all of it. So I've been taking a lot of the shit out of it, and I've been donating a lot of the furniture, as well as just giving a lot of things to friends who might want the items, and I'm just kind of just redoing all of it, which is why it's so empty right now, because I'm in the process of it. I've been doing it for like a month and a half now. And it's also why the audio in the last few videos sounds a little different, because there's now like nothing over here or behind me. So it sounds like I'm in like a goddamn sewer. I could probably do the Halo theme song and have it sound amazing with this reverb. But it's only temporary because I just wanted to elevate my space here a little bit. I'm not moving or anything. I've been in the same place for so many years now. I'm not planning on doing anything like that. I'm just changing the room around. There's nothing too deep to it. As I said the last time I did like a room tour a couple years ago, I just wanted this room to be like a museum for all the shit that's special to me. So I've been working with some friends to help bring that vision to life in a better way than I had it previous. I'll show you a couple of alterations I've made that are pretty close to done. I got a brand new display case for some of my cards. I'm sure all of you know that I used to have a problem, but I am a recovering shiny cardboard addict. This card display case has my fucking nuts in it, honestly. These are some of my most precious treasures when it comes to consuming, because card games have always been pretty special to me, and these are my favorites. One Piece, Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic, and Pokemon. So I have some of my favorite boxes for Magic, some of the hardest ones to find, like all the Portal boxes, even a Legends box, revised, and then all of the first 9 One Piece card game boxes, as well as my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Boxes. Then I've got some big ticket singles that would make your grandma flash her titties just to hold them for a few seconds. I got all of the manga rares for One Piece, as well as every first edition Pokemon card back when they were still with Wizards of the Coast, and all of the Gold Star Pokemon cards, because I think they fucking crushed it with Gold Star, which was post-Wizards, so I have all of those, as well as all of the cards that I actually opened on stream for Pokemon, so you can see that those sets that are sitting in those first ed boxes, I actually opened those on stream. And then above that, I have some of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghost Rares and Starlight Rares, and my Dual Knights trophy, which was a tournament for Team Samurai that I ended up winning, and then some of the Alpha Magic cards that I opened from the Alpha Starter Deck that we did a video on about 5 months ago with Pay Money Wubby. Above the display case, we have these sacred items, which are more precious and more beautiful than the Mona Lisa. They're custom frames for Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Frame is all first ed cards from the OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Sets. It's not every Ultra and Secret Rare from these sets, it's just the best ones from them. So, you know, the first edition Blue Eyes, first edition Dark Magician, first edition 5 Pieces of Exodia, all from Legend of Blue Eyes, then Metal Raiders, Pharaonic Guardians, Dark Crisis, Invasion of Chaos. You get the idea. It's just the things that make you go, yeah, I can come to that. And then in its neighbor right there, the Pokemon frame, that's every holo from the base set in first edition. So yep, first edition Charizard in there, all shadowless, of course. Now, I mentioned this last time I showed this frame. I found all of these years ago in rough condition, so they're not like, you know, a $300,000 Charizard just fucking plopped right there. That card I got for like $1,000, but it is still a shadowless first edition Charizard, but if you get closer to it, you're going to see that shit is more scuffed than toilet paper, but it doesn't matter to me because I think it still looks great in the frame. And then finally next to that is just some One Piece art I saw on Amazon that I thought looked really cool, so I put it in a frame that backlights it and it just really pops. I'm really into One Piece right now. I compete in the One Piece card game and I am so deep into the show. Just to give a quick update on that, I am deep into Act 3 of Wano. I've finished One Piece, so now I'm in Onigashima Paste. It is so good. I also redid my closet, which was a task I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. This was filled with so much garbage. It was an actual landfill in here, but I cleaned it all out and I set it up to be like this tiny little card store almost, like a pseudo card shop almost, where it has every single Magic the Gathering box ever made, except for Arabian Nights. That is the only box I'm missing because that shit just doesn't really exist. So I have one of every box in here, and I've said this before, I don't just have these boxes to squat on them forever and just kegel them, you know, just like lay on top of these Magic treasures like I'm fucking Smaug from The Hobbit or anything. The reason I have these is because on the Skill Check channel, we actually have a series where we play every single set of Magic and do a 4-player brawl format for them. So we each open 9 packs from the boxes and we play the cards. So I have one of every box ever made for that series. So all of these will be opened and every single card will be played with. And I mean played with in every sense of the word. I will sexually satisfy myself with each and every card from these boxes. And it's all thanks to the Skill Check Box Brawl series. If anyone's curious, the boxes, these units that they're sitting in, are actually shoe racks that I got from Walmart. Pretty much everything I own is from Walmart, so I'm always trying to make the most of my Walmart items, and that just served the perfect purpose for these boxes. I think it just came out looking really nice. Now, I don't have it set up super well. As you can see, I still have a gun that's just sitting behind two magic boxes, because where I initially had my guns in this room, I moved, and I didn't know where to put them, so right now I just have one of my handguns sitting there. But I guess even that kind of looks kind of hard. But that will definitely get moved to a different gun rack once I'm finished. Worth mentioning, I'm not actually done with that closet display in there. You can see some holes in the walls in the picture, and that's because I put some floating shelves up initially, but I just didn't like the way they looked. So I'm going to be redoing it, but the idea is I'm going to have some kind of shelving unit there. Haven't decided exactly what. That's going to display some of my Warhammer armies, because I've been so deep into Warhammer recently, 40k, and I've been collecting a lot of armies, like fully painted, pro-painted armies that people sell through eBay and all of that. And I've been collecting those because I'm going to not only learn to play the tabletop, but I also just really like the way all of it looks, so I'd like to present them. So I'm going to present some of them in there. There's also going to be some behind me. Like you can see that I still have my Titus that's here. He's going to be going into like a display. And I just wanted to mention that there's also going to be Warhammer in that closet too. That's going to look really cool. Those are really the only things that I have in a state that I think is presentable. Everything else is in shambles and just kind of thrown all over the place haphazardly. Except for like what's behind me where it's all kind of empty and spaced out. Like I like what I've done with the Goof Juice fridge. I think that's going to stay there because I'm going to keep my Goof Juice in it. And I like where the claw machine is because I think that it's not only accessible, but it also kind of looks good there. Those two I think are really nice bookends to what I'm going to put in the middle, which is going to be an entertainment center that's going to be filled with all the games that I've collected and all the consoles that I've played growing up, as well as some statues from some beloved franchises that mean a lot to me. So all of that'll go between the claw machine and the Goof Juice fridge. And I'm going to go ahead and answer a question that usually piggybacks off of people asking me about, you know, the state of my room. And that's asking me about what's going on with the, GamerSup claw machine over here. What's the status? If you've been to the streams, you'll know that that used to be fully functional with the stream where it would randomly choose people through the Discord to play it. They'd watch through the webcam and try and win an item. There's little labels on the stuffed animals in there that have like Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Starforge PC, and all that. And if you win an item from it, I would then send you that item. I have the claw machine grip strength set to random probability. Everyone knows claw machines are rigged, so I just set it to purely RNG with how often it's going to grab. And it's been down for the last like month or so that I've been doing the room redecorating. However, I'm happy to announce that I will be flipping that puppy back on shortly after making a couple more changes. We worked all the bugs out through like the month or so that we had it live, and when I turn it back on, it'll be available for anyone watching the streams to play and participate with. Completely for free. You don't have to be a YouTube member or a sub or anything like that. This is just totally open to anyone to just play the claw machine behind me during stream and try and win some items from it. So I'm not sure when that'll be. I think it's only like 2 weeks away-ish. Kind of just depends on a couple of the things that we're changing and working on. But yeah, it will be back on pretty soon. Yeah, anyway, that's kind of the whole rundown of the room here. It's not even close to done, but it's underway. The project it's off the ground and running. As I said, the goal is to be a museum of things that have meaning to me. Whether it's card games out the wazoo or some more personal items that I'm going to be putting around. When it's all done, I'll do a full room tour video for it, a little update to the one I did a few years back. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Desperation comes in all shapes and sizes, but this one is pretty unique. This is coming from a multi-billion-dollar corporation that seems to be panicking that no one's going to see their new movie. And those fears are pretty grounded because it's the Sony anti-hero Spider-Man franchise, Hold the Spider-Man, that has delivered some really impressive failures over the last 2 years. Starting, of course, with Morbius. God bless, who could forget? That movie started an entire movement and delivered a timeless classic that would be laughed at for eons to come, where Sony actually re-released Morbius after the initial flop, only for it to flop again because they believed the memes that people actually loved it and that they needed to try again. And in 2024, they said, "You want to see us do it again? they put out another film that can make a championship run to the title of Worst Film of the Year, Madam Web. Now, unfortunately, Madam Web is not the worst film of the year. That honor still belongs to Borderlands. Madam Web is second place right now, but Sony still has one more trick up their sleeve, one more super stinker up their ass that they're willing to pop out onto the big screen. Kraven the Hunter. It's a film no one was asking for, and it's a film whose trailers got 0 people excited. And Sony seems to be picking up on this, so they're trying a very interesting marketing push where just an hour ago, they released the entire 8-minute intro onto YouTube for free. And it looks like something I would have watched on Putlocker 10 years ago, like a pirated copy of Kraven the Hunter. I'll give you a full review of the 8 minutes they released here, because trust me, it's jam-packed. I raised my testosterone levels, pretty sure there's a lot of extra hair on my chest now from it. But I do want to dive into a bit more of the nitty-gritty with how Sony's been handling Kraven and everything they're doing to try and get people to go see it. Before even getting into that, though, I do want to make a quick mention. Godslap, the hardcover signed version, is almost gone, so if you've been desperate to get your hands on our comic series Godslap, this is the best way of doing it. It's volumes 1 through 5, all in a beautiful hardcover and signed by yours truly and the rest of the team. It's available at badegg.co. It's clear that Sony is smelling the fumes of failure here with this one, since no one's talking about it, there's no buzz. And it seems like they don't have a lot of confidence that their marketing was effective, so it's probably not tracking that well, which is why they're releasing the 8 minutes here. I don't know if it's necessarily confidence in the product, where they think the first 8 minutes is so strong that it's going to have people fucking frothing at the mouth like zombies lining up to purchase Kraven tickets. I feel like it's more like, okay, we dropped the ball with marketing. We have a pretty bad reputation right now with the Sony lack of Spider-Man verse. Let's just try this Hail Mary of a full 8-minute opening sequence drop. Hopefully that'll help. But credit where credit's due, I actually really like that maneuver. It's only a positive thing, because you can watch this and be like, okay, that's not for me, and save yourself some money, or you can watch this and be like, that's the shit I've been looking for. That's the chemical X to the formula I've been trying to find. Like, that's a good thing. I don't think it's going to, ruin the film for anyone that you see the first 8 minutes, right? Like, no one flipped over their desk in anger like, now it's all spoiled. And I think that's cool. And it's not unique to Kraven either. So if you go to Sony's YouTube channel there, they have 8 to 10 minute previews for a ton of their catalog, which I had no idea they did. I just learned that today with this shit. I really like that. I'd give that a fucking gold star on the report card, because you're showing consumers a little more of the product so they can make a decision on whether or not it's worth their money. Especially because ticket prices are pretty fucking expensive right now. I've talked about this on stream, but a single ticket to my local theater to see a movie in just normal theater, nothing crazy, not IMAX, not Dolby, not Atmos, Cosmos, Wanda, none of that like crazy stuff. It's $15. Like, that's not nothing. So yeah, definitely a good thing. A big Billy Mitchell thumbs up from me on this. But it doesn't change the fact that Sony seems very desperate in regards to Kraven the Hunter. When you're dealing with the Sony lack of Spider-Man verse, you gotta try everything to sell some fucking tickets to those goddamn things. So this is their latest in trying to convince people to go see it. They also had the director come out saying, give the film a chance, which is never really a good sign when you have to have the director publicly begging, pleading with potential moviegoers to just try the film, openly acknowledging that there's uncertainty in the franchise and that it's been a little subpar. Next week, they'll probably bring out a hypnotist to try and publicly brainwash people into buying a ticket to Kraven. They're trying every tactic in the book. And with this one, they're just gonna let the chess speak for itself. They have the whole intro here. The first minute is just like the title card sequences. And then... Hold on. Kraven's hunting a sneeze in my nostrils. It's gone. I won that fight. So anyway, like the first minute is just like the intro and everything, or the titles and everything, and then it starts. So really you're getting about 7 minutes worth of meat here from Kraven. And overall, it's not great, but things happen, which is more than anyone can say for Madam Web and Morbius. So Kraven is in a prison, and he is hunting a Russian bad guy. So he's in this Russian prison, and he's badass. And you know he's badass because they show you a really cool scene where he's doing a bench press with a lot of weight and two ne'er-do-wells come over to him looking to cause a ruckus, saying that that's a private area. So they get on top of the bar, they're pushing on the bar, pushing it to his chest, and Kraven goes, "Hoo-yeah," and he lifts them both up, and they're like, "Oh?" And then he drops the bar and slams their head against it. So he's very strong. And then he gets asked to go see the boss, like the boss wants to see him. He calls him into the fucking principal's office, and that's the villain that our anti-hero is hunting. Now, when it comes to anti-heroes and Sony, that shit does not mix. That is fart on top of pee. Those are two separate things. Sony does not understand the concept of an anti-hero. They have shown that in a big way. And this 8-minute sequence doesn't really show him as an anti-hero. It just shows him as a good guy who doesn't mind killing. So, like, an effective hero, really. I think they thought that by making it R-rated and having gore, that would be his anti-hero trait, that he kills people and they bleed. But from what I see here and what all the trailers have shown, he's still just a good guy. Which is fine, but it's not a fucking anti-hero at all. So anyway, he's face-to-face with the villain, and they do a little exposition dump where he goes, "Do you know who I am?" And he says, "Yes, you're the bad guy who gives people guns, and those guns are used to kill thousands of men, women, and children." And he goes, "Ha ha ha! Yes." Well, he doesn't like let out a big laugh like that, but he goes like, "Ah, so you do know who I am." And then Kraven starts petting this rug that he has that has the head of a tiger on it, and he rips out the tooth of the tiger, stabs a guy in the leg, and then stabs him in the neck. Another guy tries to run away, and he super strength shoves him against a wall, and I guess he dies because you don't see him again, but he just gets like ragdolled off screen. And then he goes to the big guy on top of his desk, and he goes bang, 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 stabs him with the tiger tooth, and then he escapes the prison and then leaves on a plane. It's really not bad. It's not amazing or anything. Him running away is a little silly because he like starts like drifting on all fours while like running, and he's dodging a bunch of bullets and stuff. Like, it's pretty standard cliche like action hero stuff where he's running away from gunfire, and then he gets on the plane and leaves. But it is significantly better than anything from Morbius and Madame Web so far. I'm a little more optimistic that it'll be at least entertaining. Like, I don't think it'll be a slog or like a chore to sit through. So, yeehaw there. But I'm not sold that it's actually going to be, you know, great or anything like that. I also just have to mention, there are a lot of cuts in this. It's not looking smooth. It's not to, you know, Taken 3 levels with 15 fucking cuts in 3 seconds when Liam Neeson jumps over a fence. It's not that egregious. But there are a lot of cuts that I noticed for this 8-minute sequence. That doesn't bode well for the rest of the film. If this is going to be how they shoot a lot of the action, it's a little disappointing. Disappointing's not really the right word, because it's not like I had any actual expectations of this film other than potentially just being fun bad. Like, from the first trailer, I thought there was a strong chance that this would be an entertainingly shit film. And I still think that's very much in the cards, but after watching this 8 minutes here, there's also a chance that it might just be somewhat entertaining on its own two legs. Again, nothing they show here is great, but it's competent. Like, it is more competent than Morbius and Madame Web at the very least. And I know we're really scratching the bottom of the barrel for compliments when I'm comparing these. Like, to say that Kraven is better than Madame Web, that's like saying pee is better than piss. Like, it's not, you're not saying much, but it's, you know, it's moving the needle in the right direction. It's watchable, at least this 8 minutes is. But I'm just so curious when, if ever, Sony will learn the lesson that the public has been screaming at them for years. That if you're going to make an anti-hero film, make the character a fucking anti-hero. Sony just makes heroes based off of anti-heroes. Like, there is nothing Morbius, Madame Web, or even Venom does that's even close to, like, anti-hero. They're still just straight up good guys. Like, they don't even get into the gray. And from this 8 minutes, it seems like that's the direction they're taking Kraven. Within the first 8 minutes, he says that he's hunting bad guys. He's just hunting a bad guy. You would have a much more unique film and a stronger chance of standing out if you actually just committed to having them be an anti-hero like they're supposed to be. And it seems studios are just really apprehensive about that. Like we already saw it with Black Adam. It's just one of those things where they just can't even dip their toes into it, unfortunately. So then you're just left with another throwaway, forgettable superhero film. And it's looking like that's the path Kraven's going down. Again, it's 8 minutes, so it's hard to base the entire film off of that. But when you set up the character in 8 minutes to only be hunting villains, and one of the prison guards he throws off the railing, and I was like, oh, so he does, kill some people that aren't just straight up villains. Well, no. When he throws the guard off the balcony, they make sure to show you that he lands on a little net in the prison. So like the prison has like a net that would stop prisoners from like jumping off and stuff like that. And the prison guard lands on that net, and you can even see in the background like standing up totally fine when Kraven is climbing away. So they're going out of their way to show you that Kraven is really only there for bad guys. Just because Kraven says fuck and actually kills the evil people, it doesn't make him an anti-hero. His potty mouth, his use of sailor words is not going to be enough for people to go, oh, this is actually a bad guy, but kind of heroic. No, he's just a fucking hero still. Like, come on. Anyway, though, I just had to talk about this a bit. This is the first I've learned about a movie of this size just dropping the entire intro ahead of its release to try and convince people to get tickets. And they are really trying their best to, like, almost throw a pity party to go see Kraven, like with begging people to give it a chance and stuff, and now just dropping this. So we'll see how it works out for them. I'm going to see it because I see like every movie that comes out for the most part, and I do still think this can be fun bad. So that's really about it. See ya. That's it. I'm getting me mallet. And by mallet, I mean mean words to talk about ticket prices. I had a whole stream dedicated to just ranting about ticket prices the other day, like some kind of crazy guy who yells at clouds. But it is outrageous how expensive it is to go to concerts now, for at least for like larger bands and performances. I know this is nothing new, it's not Brave, I'm not going to be blowing the lid off of this operation or enlightening anyone here with a third eye awakening. I'm just here to add to the endless pile of tomatoes that people rightfully toss at Ticketmaster and just these crazy absurd prices that are becoming more and more normalized and more expensive. So I had a whole stream dedicated to this. Well, it wasn't the whole stream, but like an hour and a half of a stream dedicated to this topic. And yesterday, I bought some concert tickets for a band that I really want to see. And do you know how much those tickets were? Only fueling the fire in my soul about this. 250 bones a pop. For decent seats. Not great seats. I'm not backstage getting a hand job from the band or anything. I don't have VIP access to watch them goatsy at me. I'm not on the floor. I'm not front row. I'm not in the fucking pit. I am on just below the second story. So that means if there is an average height dude standing in front of me at 5'10", I'm not going to be able to see the stage. I'll have to peek over his shoulder like a curious little gopher. Like I'll have to stand on top of a seat just to look at the stage, and I paid $250 for those seats. Am I stupid? Yeah. But am I wrong for thinking that that's really expensive for seats that are only mediocre? Mediocre? I don't think so. I think things are just way too expensive when it comes to this industry. It's a goddamn scam, and we're all being schmeckeldorfed by it. They are raw dogging our piggy banks, knowing full well that the tickets are still going to sell. Like, I'm not here just to regurgitate everything everyone already knows about Ticketmaster, but all of those like fees and nonsensical baloney fish paste just to keep driving the price of tickets up is downright criminal. Like, that shit should be, whoever came up with that needs to be thrown in the slammer, just institutionalized. It's fucking silly. Before I dive too deep, let me just go ahead and bring you up to speed on why I even started ranting about ticket prices even before purchasing these new ones. It was the My Chemical Romance tour or whatever that's going on, where they had a lot of shady dealings going on with those prices. So I'm going to play some clips from that stream, and maybe some of you will learn a thing or two here that it's actually not just Ticketmaster that's responsible for this. Bands themselves are actually oftentimes the ones behind these crazy prices, where they have something that's dynamic, where if there's more demand for the show, the price of the tickets go up. It's very exploitative, and it's very anti-consumer and spitting in the face of fans. And Ticketmaster, one of the big things they offer is being the fall guy. They know they are hated. They know that their shit stinks and no one likes it. So they actually act as a shield for the performers, where any flack that would be directed at the band for the ticket prices instead falls on Ticketmaster's shoulders, and they take it with an iron fucking chin and a puffed out chest. It is literally that meme of the soldier blocking bullets with the child sleeping. That is something Ticketmaster willingly does for the performers, even when the performers are oftentimes the ones that elect to do things like dynamic pricing. But then there will spawn an even more egregious case of greed that the band has no control over. Resellers. Ticket scalpers. So, in the case of like My Chemical Romance, for example, while the ticket prices were fucking bananas, absolutely bonkers, what ended up happening is, even with the dynamic pricing model, resellers swooped in like a plague of locusts and snatched up all of the tickets that they could get their grubby little mitts on. So even though the prices were very expensive, scalpers came through and bought as many as they could to turn around and resell them for like 5x the price, which is why you saw some crazy numbers for tickets there, such as things like $1,000 for like bad seats and up to $7,000 for good seats, because of the people that are reselling it. Scalpers are like one of the most unifying creatures on this planet. Everyone hates them. It doesn't matter your beliefs or where you're from. Everyone is unified in their disgust for scalpers. What you just said about Ticketmaster being the fall guys, 1,000% the biggest thing people don't understand. Ticketmaster's biggest service is being the punching bag for artists charging the insane prices. And that's what I just was learning about right before stream, which is why I wanted to talk about like the whole wild world of ticket prices. Because everyone knows Ticketmaster sucks. Everybody knows that, right? Who doesn't hate scalpers? I like everybody knows that. What I didn't know, here, we'll just go ahead and start getting into it. What I didn't know, in a case like this, where My Chemical Romance tickets are like $700 for like not great tickets, like at a not great area, like it's not Ticketmaster. So My Chemical Romance is doing fluctuating demand pricing. So the bigger demand, the bigger the price. That's their decision. That's entirely My Chemical Romance's decision. So this article talked about it a little bit down here, where according to the screenshot of the Ticketmaster website, tickets were priced anywhere from $63 to $695. The ticket prices soared later on in the sale, prompting speculation among fans that the band had opted into dynamic pricing. The controversial practice inflates ticket prices based on demand, and it's now understood that it can be turned on or off by artists. So while Ticketmaster rightfully is like a spittoon that everyone takes turns hawking loogies in, it is a lot of the times, it seems, the band's decision for outrageous prices. Like, dynamic pricing is something My Chemical Romance decided on, or at least whoever manages them. I mean, I still listen to a couple of their songs, like Helena, Ghost to You is their best one. But I mean, I would never pay prices like this. Holy. My pit ticket for My Chemical Romance was nowhere near this much. This is an hour after I bought it. Fuck resellers. $7,000 is a whole car. Section F, row 2, $6,700 for a My Chemical Romance ticket. So with the My Chemical Romance example, this is the one that really prompted me to talk about this whole thing and try and learn more about the inner workings of this enigmatic machine of greed that is concerts and Live Nation and Ticketmaster and all that. So you can see the tickets started at $63. It started at that price, but as more and more people were trying to get them, the price started to go up and up and up until eventually it was all resellers, it seems. So resellers then started to relist the tickets for thousands of dollars. Now, I recognize that the decision to opt into dynamic pricing model didn't really affect scalpers here, because they were going to engage in this fish paste no matter what, but it did affect fans, because if you got there early enough, you got a reasonable price, but if you got there even like an hour later, good heavens, I hope you've got some items to sell if you want to try and make it to that concert to afford it. It's pretty crazy. And then, of course, resellers made it even more absurd, just unhinged. Now, there is a lot of examples of this being kind of a hot button issue that I was pretty unaware of. Oasis found themselves in the septic tank earlier this year for dynamic pricing. I didn't even know Oasis was back with a comeback tour. but they did dynamic pricing and a lot of people criticized them for it. And Taylor Swift actually refused to use dynamic pricing for her tour. So it is an option the artist has if they want to do dynamic pricing or not. Now, I do think there are going to be cases where the artist won't have a say. Their management team or whoever is going to force them to do it, like maybe it's in their contract for the tour or something. I definitely think that's super possible, especially considering that Live Nation and Ticketmaster are one. They are joined. The Ticketmaster owns Live Nation, which I still cannot believe was allowed to go through. But, you know, hey, I'm not Big Brother here, I guess, but to me that seems like a bit of a conflict. That seems like a little bit of monopolization, but that's just some goofball, idiot, small brain, smooth brain guy saying that, I guess. But again, I do think given that relationship there is definitely some things in contracts that will probably prevent artists from electing not to use dynamic pricing because you stand to make significantly more money. And by making more money for the artist, you're making more money for Ticketmaster and Live Nation. So it feeds everyone. And I'm guessing someone with star power of Taylor Swift's size can basically do whatever the fuck she wants. If she says she's not doing dynamic pricing, then dynamic pricing is vetoed. It is banished to the Shadow Realm. There is not a force of nature on Earth that could change that at that point because she just has that much leverage in the industry, and I don't think there's a ton of other artists that will have that kind of power, that luxury to be able to say no if it's forced upon them by the label for their tour. So I recognize that maybe it's not always the band's decision, but in the case of My Chemical Romance, I think this was their choice, and I think in the case of some other artists, and notably Robert Smith from The Cure talked about this recently, saying that the dynamic pricing is a scam driven by greed, saying that artists know, they all know, and if they say they don't, they're either stupid or lying. It's just driven by greed. So this is one of those things I was mentioning earlier where there are artists that absolutely just say, we're going to do dynamic pricing, knowing full well that Ticketmaster is going to be the one that takes the heat, not them. So they get to have their cake and fuck it too. And that's just not good because dynamic pricing is bad for the fans. Of course, scalpers are also a sinful affront to God, but that's an issue probably dove into at a later date. All I can say for certainty is that ticket prices right now are nuts. Like, actually nuts. So yeah, I just wanted to rant about this a little bit. Big fuck you to Ticketmaster and scalpers, I guess. That's really about it. So yeah. I just saw something really cool. It's a sugar daddy shopping spree stream.
It's about if you want me to have them. It's not about that.
We're gonna take those.
That's so badass. We'll take them both. What princess wants, she gets. I'll just go ahead and take a little extra money out of my grandkids' Christmas cards this year. So this dude who looks like someone tried to create David Hasselhoff in the Soul Calibur character creator is the sugar daddy of this streamer, and she did a stream where he just bought her a ton of shit.
Wait, I feel like I'm gonna cry. Did you show me these? Wow. I'm obsessed. Terry, you have no idea what you just did.
Unironically, he might not know what he just did. He is old. He looks like he was around when they first invented chocolate. There's a good chance he forgot that he just bought you this. You shouldn't be taking him to the mall to just buy you a ton of expensive items. You should be getting him some fucking Metamucil. I've made fun of sugar daddies for a long time. I think it's one of the more pathetic things you can do. I have more respect for people that lick public toilet seats clean, to be honest. But seeing it unapologetically streamed here and putting a face to the title, it was just like a new level of sad. This guy throws on the leather jacket, puffs out his chest, and just starts buying his kitten everything under the sun in the hopes that she'll fall in love with him. Even though it's super clear from the stream, she's just using him as a piggy bank and that's it. And even beyond that, it goes a step further. She's now streaming it. So using him not only as a piggy bank directly, but also as a prop for even more money through her stream. It's also not the first time she's streamed a date with the sugar daddy. She streamed like this entire outing of expensive indulgence, and it seems like she's got him wrapped around her finger. It is a coin block, and she is Mario just jumping and popping all the coins out as often as she can here.
Thank you. No. I know, and I've been wanting it for so long.
That's what you said.
You guys. Oh my god. I can't even believe it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Oh my god.
That little glitch in the footage seemed like something straight out of a horror film, like the videotapes from The Ring. But yeah, he'll spend oodles of cash for a quick peck on the lips and a brief hug, and she'll usually laugh about it, look uncomfortable, and then show off the items to the chat. Now, I watched some of the date stream she did with Terry, and then I watched some of this shopping spree stream as well. She actually treats this guy like she's taking care of her senile grandfather.
She's helping the customers that are buying shit. He said, where does she go? To the people that are fucking paying. Come on, Terry. I'm gonna start asking other people's boyfriends to buy me shit at this point. Love you, Terry, but come on, bro.
A little peek behind the curtain there. Who could have seen this coming? She doesn't actually care about Terry. What? Oh no. That just shattered my whole universe. Who could have imagined? I also can't help but just be in awe of her gluttony. He just bought her some expensive shit and now she's like, might have to just start asking other people's boyfriends to buy me things. Tick-tock, Terry. Come on, you're awfully slow here. Let's get this farty sharded. I'm going to need more expensive items. I haven't had my fill yet. I'm not satiated. Terry, you might want to really start jogging over there and get her attention so you can buy me more things.
You're talking big game, and then we get onto the field, and suddenly you're underperforming, which is fine. I'll pay for my own fucking bag, but I want to leave with a fucking bag. I love you, but you know.
What an angel. Terry, you lucky dog. It's easy to see why you've fallen head over heels in love with this saint. I almost threw $100 at my computer screen. When she was complaining right there, I thought, no, she needs this money. Someone hasn't bought her something in minutes. She's gonna starve. I just can't believe she actually has the gall to get this angry in public and on stream about Terry not buying her enough. Saying that he talked a big game but now is underperforming after already buying her some expensive shit. Come on, man, wake up. I truly will never understand this whole sugar daddy mentality. I don't get it.
Oh, I don't fucking work here. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for somebody that does. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. My sugar daddy isn't paying. Yeah, my sugar daddy's here. Look, wait for him to come in. He told me he was talking big fucking game, right? Get in here suddenly. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if it doesn't look matter, bitch. It's for me. It doesn't look matter, bitch. It's for me.
I can't even put on any sarcasm for this part. It's just too insufferable. She is fuming, throwing a temper tantrum because Terry hasn't bought her enough. And she starts whining to just normal people in the store about it as well. Just exposition dumping, just throwing out all of the lore about this. Well, my sugar daddy said he would do all this, and he hasn't done that. Like, how can you have so little shame?
Okay, let's get that and let's go.
Let's do it?
Let's get that.
Really, sweetheart? Stop.
Let's just get that.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
We don't have to. We can walk out right now.
We'll go ahead and get it. Okay.
You better get it while he's saying yes.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and get it.
It's just so painful. I'm guessing Terry got stun-locked for a bit, fighting with the devil on his shoulder, arguing about whether it's a good idea or not to keep buying her all of these things. He eventually did cave in and buy it for her. But I really get the impression, since he took a little while to think on it, really just let it marinate, let the juices stew, that he doesn't have, like, $1 billion to just be pissing away thousands on a girl who treats him like a fucking zoo animal. Like, it feels to me like this is a guy who's just been really manipulated by this streamer, and now he just keeps spending more and more money to try and make her love him. Of course, I could be very wrong. This could very well be like a superstar sugar daddy with 50 sugar babies, all of whom he's letting suckle from his bosom, his financial bosom. It's very possible that he's got his financial teats and his udders just fucking spurting milk all this money to tons of different women. I have no idea, really. But just the fact that it took him a while to decide to buy this for her makes me think that he really had to consider that financial decision.
Let me know if you want me to pay you back. She's excited. Get something right. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll be right back. So much. Ma'am, did you get taken care of? Not yet. Okay, hold on.
Dude in the background knows this is a bunch of barnacles. His expression really sums it all up. It's so fucking weird. She hits some Fortnite emotes while she celebrates getting this man to spend more money on her. Even drops the "I'll pay you back" line, knowing full well she has no intentions of doing that whatsoever. And if Terry did actually say, "Hey, can you pay me back?" there would be hell. It would be scorched earth. It would be the last time Terry ever saw her face. She would lose her mind, go ballistic, go off her fucking gourd.
Cheers, sweetheart. I'm looking at you. You're beautiful.
You're so sweet.
And you're fun. And you are pretty fucking smart. I try to throw stuff by you, but I tried 3 or 4 things. I didn't get anything by you.
Thank God.
But I'm not giving up. I want to continue.
You can keep trying. One day, if I'm really drunk, you'll get me. But I couldn't drink today. I was driving.
Okay, no D&D. No drunken driving.
Terry, my
Connie,
Tiffany bracelet, my necklace, the purse.
the purse that we...
And they say chivalry's dead. Romance, like something out of a fairy tale. Terry, she's not pretty fucking smart. You're pretty fucking dumb, man. Open your eyes. You're being used for your clams, man. God, this whole sugar daddy thing, like I said, is just so sad. I don't know if Terry's been manipulated into this role or if he is someone who is a proud sugar daddy. That I'm not really sure of. I can't quite tell from the little bits of the streams I've seen of them together. But Jesus Christ, it is so painful to watch. Goodness gracious, holy cannoli. Anyway, I just had to share this because I could not believe that we're at a point now where we're getting sugar daddy streams. Oh, fuck. That's really about it. See ya. I'm going to be honest, I'm sick and tired of you being so weak that you can't win every street fight you find yourself in, so I'm about to change that. You're welcome. No need to thank me. I'm going to introduce you to humanity's finest warrior, Adam. He is our combat specialist that is undefeatable and invincible. In fact, he's my sensei, and I've been studying under him for about a year now, and I don't like to toot my own horn, but just to give you an example of the power that he can bestow upon us mere mortals, I don't even get bit by mosquitoes anymore because I can sense them coming and channel my chi into my palms and actually force blast them away, deatomizing them. And check this out. Think about what I can do to the human body with that kind of power at my disposal, and it's all thanks to Adam's teachings. He is a Tai Chi expert.
Very light touch. Just 1 gram of pressure. Because it's correct, not because it's light. Light is just light. Or, he's so powerful. Oh, he crushes me. I use not light, I use heavy.
Almost too much heavy nearly launched that man into an alternate timeline. This is what it looks like to be truly at the top of your game. He barely even has to touch him, and he's sending him flying. He's fucking ragdolling him here. He is potato sacking this poor gentleman for the demonstration. And keep in mind, that's only using 1 little tiddlywink of pressure, just 1 simple gram of pressure. Imagine what he's capable of if he turns that chi dial up and he gets into like 15 milliliters, like maybe even like 20 ounces, or God forbid, a kilogram worth of chi. Now, since I've been studying Tai Chi from Adam for a while, he calls it Tai Chi, I'm able to pick up on subtle things that most of you probably didn't see, so I'm going to break it down for you plebeians. Adam was actually moving so fast during this demonstration that after he sent the student flying, Adam himself zoomed over there and gave him a Naruto 1,000 years of pain, and then sat right back down, all in a single frame that you probably can't even find through slowing this video down. Only through the trained peepers of a Tai Chi master was I able to pick up on this.
I use heavy. Very heavy. Or very light. I use very slow. Very slow. Doesn't matter how fast he wants to move. I use slow.
Not only is Adam a biological weapon, he's a biological anomaly. There is no way of knowing just how old this guy is. He's got the hairstyle of fucking Neo Cortex from Crash Bandicoot. He looks like a mad scientist that's in his 70s, but has the body of a gamer. There's just no way of pinning the tail on this donkey. It's checkmate. If you were forced to give a police sketch description of the gentleman who spiritually fucked your soul without ever even touching you, how would you even describe this gentleman?
Well, I use very fast. Change. Not light, not heavy, not fast, not slow. Correct. Not incorrect. Try to follow the method. If you have sincerity towards the method, towards Tai Chi Chuan will be sincere to you.
Profound and thought-provoking words, and it's a motto I live my life by now. And thanks to following this code, this method, I am able to ejaculate without ever even touching myself.
So looking at anti-takedown or counter-takedown.
Now maybe some of you non-believing heretics didn't trust the method there with Adam's demonstration while sitting down. Maybe you thought the student was in on it and just kind of playing along with the ruse and it's all a sham. Well, do I have the answer for you? This is Sifu Adam teaching us all how his Tai Chi can be used to prevent MMA takedowns, and he peels back the curtain here on some forbidden techniques, the repulse monkey and, Lord help us all, golden cock. Also, shout out to whoever in Adam's life told him to just shave his head. Probably the best decision he's made since starting his Tai Chi training. Shaving his head was crucial. He de-aged himself like 30 years just from that maneuver right there. So even if you take nothing away from the martial arts here, martial arts, a term I'm using very loosely, let this be a lesson to you that sometimes you need to reevaluate your style.
Your repulse monkey. We shift the weight back and we step back on the line and it's got some an, jin, and you release out for repulse monkey. It's a great way to defend the single leg takedown or even an attempt at a double leg. So just to look at the method, if they were going to shoot in, I'd shift back, turn my body as he's still coming in, touch the head, and just follow far towards the ground or out to the side.
An extension of that movement that I was theory crafting on in Tai Chi is after the repulse monkey and you're following them down like this, you can keep following through, doing a full ballerina twist, getting out a shovel and digging their grave, because you just fucking killed them with the repulse monkey if you're using this technique. Only use this on someone that you think deserves to die. This is way too powerful to just be freely posting on YouTube. I can't believe it's here.
So back if you're more engaged, like so. And then if they really work it, again, throw some punches or whatever. Okay, and then of course you can step in to finish.
Good luck to MMA takedowns going forward, am I right? How do you stop that? You can't. You can't. You can only hope to, negotiate your way out of there diplomatically. Like, hey, look, I'm sorry I went for an MMA takedown. I didn't know you had mastered the repulse monkey. Please spare me and my family. I had no fucking clue who I was dealing with. But it's probably already too late, because if he busted out the repulse monkey, your goose is already cooked, friend.
So they grab your legs, and they drive forward and pick up your leg and so on to take you down. So we could look at maybe golden cock, right? In a large frame once again, and you change, and there's the on as you transfer, and then you pick up the other leg.
The golden cock, I don't even think I need to explain to you. We've all heard of that before. It's basically the dance of death. It's like a real-life waterfowl dance, honestly.
So I'd look at it slowly. If he did get my leg, I failed, I didn't get back in time. He picks up my knee and drives forward. I follow, picking up the foot like golden cock. And then I do the transition and sink the arm. Now, the key to this is that So in the form here, when I change and sink down, that I sink the chi, mobilize the chi to my foot and to my hands, mobilizing out so that my leg becomes impossibly heavy. I'm following with my leg and then firing through my leg and continuing and guiding and adding jin with the hands.
He makes it look so easy, but in practice, you'll never find someone that can do it so fluidly, because there's a lot that's happening internally. As he mentioned, he has to be mobilizing his chi into different areas. It's not as simple as just this. Only an amateur would think it's just this. There's a lot of chi that happens, and I'm going to try my best here, so if I crash through the floor, just know I made my leg too impossibly heavy with too much chi. But what he's doing is he's taking all of the chi during Golden Cock after getting his leg taken. He's bringing it up, and then he's mobilizing here, and there's a lot of chi happening down in this region. And then he does that, which, man, my bones are cracking under the pressure of how much chi I mobilized. But anyway, upon successful cock, the opponent will most likely die.
I failed. He drives forward and picks up my knee. There's the first Golden Cock. I step back and arm down. This would be the second one on the way up for the knee strike to the head. So in real time now.
Lord have mercy on anyone that tries an MMA takedown with someone who's well versed in Adam's Tai Chi. They will not know what's about to happen to them.
Which doesn't mean it's exactly the same as the form, but it has the qualities of the form. Open, upright, the regal nature of Yang style. It doesn't do weird movements. Yang style doesn't do any of that. It's always just, right? That's its nature. So you have its nature. And then you gradually start refining so that at any time you can make your body in such a way that you can control them and produce power.
I think he's saying Young style. I don't really know what that is. I'm only familiar with fucking Epic style. Am I right, gamers? But he's trying to teach something there and getting an arm massage from his student until he didn't want that arm massage anymore, and he produced an invisible blast, a force field that was projected outwards from his body.
Now, from the coarse to the subtle, you just go through the pattern and you use the repetitive nature of the pattern to produce accuracy in your body. Oh. Now, the key point is the consciousness, the chi, the jin.
The burst of energy that he's emitting is just overwhelming. You can see the students getting just fucking thrown all over the place here. On that final one, you could even hear a groan of pain, or perhaps even pleasure, as his body was confused with the energy that was thrust into it. Maybe it was something that maybe even got down there and tickled the G-spot. Perhaps a brown note that even produced a little bit of a fart with a extra little packed punch there, a little shardy party. There's really no telling, and that's kind of the beauty of Adam's brand of Tai Chi. Its power lies in its unpredictability, and as he states, the consciousness of the jinn. There's just... I could get into this for hours. It's something that warrants endless study, and you're never going to be as effective at it as Adam clearly is. But even just integrating it into your life can turn you from just ordinary Joe Schmo goober into an absolute killing machine. We already saw how effective the Repulse Monkey and Golden Cock is, and now he's showing you a couple of like invisible blasts through Tai Chi movements once you accept the consciousness, right? So it's just, you get the idea, is the point. So hopefully this will help you win all of your upcoming fights. Hopefully this will be helpful to all of you out there, and that's really about it. So yeah. Get your tissues out, because I want you to think about the saddest story you've ever read. Now dry your eyes, because I'm going to give you a much sadder story that's going to make the one you thought of seem like a holly jolly fairy tale of butterflies and good butt. A man in China sent $550,000, draining all of his money and his family's life savings, to give it to a streamer so she would call him bro. I couldn't imagine something so pathetic. Brother, I'll call you bro for half that amount of money. It's such a small ask. Like, he wasn't asking for, like, feet pics or any, like, degenerate photos. Wasn't trying to, like, buy a girlfriend here where some, like, delusional viewers will donate to a streamer hoping that they'll end up dating. Like, it'll be this, storybook conclusion where I started as a donator, now I'm her husband. Like, he didn't even want any of that. All he wanted was for her to call him bro. I can tell you right now, there are streamers that probably would adopt you, and you would be their actual brother for 550,000 clams. Apparently, Chinese social media has been gadooshing this guy. He's been getting clowned on relentlessly for this because he's been tipping this one particular streamer for a while in a desperate attempt just to hear her call him brother. That's all. And he spent so much money and had so little left that he had to resort to just eating plain steamed buns to survive amidst his financial ruin. In his poisoned, clouded mind, the dark side took root, and he was convinced by the devil on his shoulder that hearing this streamer call him brother was more important than eating. He needed it more than he needed air and nutrients. So, they only list his surname, Hong, but I imagine on Chinese social media they know the guy's screen name because they probably recognize this because most people would remember someone donating this amount of money to one individual streamer. Fucking 550,000 doubloons all going to one streamer over a short period of time, all with the same singular goal of hearing brother being whispered in the same sentence as his name. Most people are going to remember a weirdo whack job like that. And I imagine his screen name is something so silly. Like, I bet he has one of those, like, pseudo badass screen names, something hardcore, like Gore Daddy. His spiral into madness began earlier this year after he developed an obsession with a streamer and began funneling money into supporting her. And they're keeping the streamer's identity undisclosed, probably for the safety of the streamer, I would imagine, so that's not super surprising. Initially, he drained his family's savings, and then they restricted his access to the funds because he was going ballistic, hog wild with the money there, just putting it all towards this streamer. But that wasn't enough to stop him. That was only an obstacle in the way of his ultimate goal of hearing this streamer call him brother. So he then decided to take it to the next level and start committing crimes to get access to that money so he can continue to fuel this obsession. And he actually took a play out of my local crackheads playbook where he started stealing copper material. That is like crime 101 type shit. That's like something you would Google, like, how to commit crime for quick money, and a WikiHow article would come up, and this would be what they tell you to do. He was actually stealing copper in order to start paying for his donations to this streamer. So he worked in the hardware trade and started stealing the copper from it. He would routinely pilfer copper during his deliveries and sold it to waste recycling stations for cash. It continued until October 15th when the factory reported a significant quantity of missing copper, and they suspected that it had been stolen. Police investigated, and Hong, accompanied by his family, turned himself in. He confessed to only 2 recent thefts, denying any further involvement, but, spoiler alert, that wasn't truthful. However, when confronted with evidence from his financial transactions, which revealed unexplained income and substantial expenditures on the live streaming platform, he ultimately confessed. He committed over 40 thefts since May, amassing a total of $316,000, all of which were spent donating to that streamer and trying to get her to call him brother. But that is an absurd amount of copper theft. This is like a villain the Crimson Chin would have battled in Fairly Odd Parents. Like, that is a pretty impressive amount of copper, and I got a sneaking suspicion they didn't get it all. I bet he still has some stashed away for a rainy day. He's probably got like a fucking bat cave of copper. He's like the Bruce Wayne of copper. Anyway, though, he did explain his motives to kind of shed some light on why he was doing all of this. Hong stated, "I didn't want to meet her. I just wanted to hear her call me brother." What the fuck? Apparently, a good bit of the money has been recovered and returned to the factory, and the article reiterates that he had to rely heavily on plain steamed buns to stay alive and sustain himself so he wouldn't just die from starvation, because he spent all of his money donating to her, desperately trying to hear the moment she calls him brother. I picture this like that scene from The Dark Knight with Harvey Dent, where he goes, "Say it!" Like, that's him to his computer screen every time he donates to that streamer, just waiting for the word brother to leave her lips. And I guess it never did. He's still on this endless pursuit. It's actually frightening just how poisoned someone's brain can become. It is scary. He even says, like, I had no interest in meeting her, didn't want to meet her. I just wanted to hear her call me brother. Why? Like, is it like a fetish or something? It must be, like, to some degree, right? You would think. Something has truly gone awry in the old noodle up there that would lead someone to be like, I'm going to give not only all of my money, but all of my family's money to this streamer because I really want to hear her call me brother. That's so peculiar. That's so odd. Dude was willing to die for the cause too, like a brave Astartes warrior out of Warhammer 40k here. This man was starving himself. Like, I bet he was fighting rats for scraps, like, you know, beating rats for crumbs around his abode. Like, I don't know what state he was in when they found him, but from the way they talk about him, I imagine he was in a state of near malnourishment if he only had like some plain steamed buns to survive off of, because he actually spent every single dollar on this quest to hear the streamer call him brother. And I guess still never even accomplished that goal. And something else really crazy that stood out to me that I learned from this article is, according to iResearch, the market size for virtual gift donations during live streams in China reached $19 billion in 2019. I feel like I'm fucking Dr. Evil saying that number right there. That is incomprehensible. And it's projected to grow to $57 billion by next year. That is an unreal amount of money to be virtually gifting streamers. And then it goes into like some of the Chinese social media responses to the story. What kind of copper is worth over 2 million yuan? That really blows my mind. If you just want to hear it, why not record it and play it on repeat? Checkmate. There are so many ways that you could you could poke holes in this man's plan. It's not exactly the most thought out or most sensible plan. Yep, there's a lot wrong here. And another one that said 4 million yuan for a single word brother. Maybe you should see a psychiatrist. I agree with that analysis as well. I knew the market size was huge in China, but I had no idea it was that big. So I'm starting to think that maybe I'm wrong and that $550,000 from a single viewer to a single streamer actually isn't all that abnormal over there based on those numbers. Like, I actually can't even wrap my head around that. That is unbelievable. I also imagine this isn't the only time this has happened. This isn't like an isolated incident. I imagine it's still probably pretty rare for someone to donate every single dollar they have to a streamer. And it's probably one of a kind here, a unique shiny Pokemon type story of someone who's donating all of that money to a streamer just to hear them say one word, brother. That's probably never happened before. But I think Hong isn't alone in being a viewer of a stream in China that donates all of their money to a streamer they're obsessed with. We even see that happen in the States too, sometimes, on like Twitch. That's happened a couple of times that I recall over the years. I just haven't seen to this degree, where it's the family's entire life savings, then they're committing crime in order to keep going through this fixation. Like, it's scary. Like, that, it is terrifying. Another thing that got me stinking and thinking was about the streamer here who received the $550,000. Now knowing what's been publicized about the individual who donated it, do you think the streamer is going to give it back? I feel like, you know, the money was stolen from the family and then stolen from Copper. Probably should give it back, I would think, but I don't know if there's any, like, obligation to do it or anything, so I'm just kind of wondering how that's going to play out. Hopefully the family whose life savings have been drained here on this degeneracy can get that money back, because they didn't deserve that. That's horrible. That's awful. So anyway, just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Jimmy Kimmel's audience is asking him to apologize for Knocked Loose because it scared them. That's amazing. Wait, really? Hold on, I gotta see that for myself. I knew Knocked Loose was going on Kimmel, which I thought was a weird fit in the first place. But if the audience is demanding an apology, that's spectacular. Jimmy Kimmel fans ask for formal apology after inviting heavy metal band Knocked Loose to perform. Oh, Poppy was there too. Jimmy Kimmel invited Knocked Loose and Poppy onto stage for his live show. They're known for their scream-like vocals and grungy guitar riffs. Best known song, Counting Worms, gained nearly 40 million streams on Spotify despite only containing one actual verse of lyrics. Knocked Loose is fun. I like Knocked Loose. Good lord, this website's not even loading because of all the ads it's trying to fucking shove down my throat. His normal viewers and often top commenters on Facebook were quick to diss the choice. One wrote, "You know, I was trying to enjoy the program. Well, that's your first problem. You were trying to enjoy a program. Why would you turn on Jimmy Kimmel for that? You were already doomed from the start. I was sitting on the couch with my son, who was an adolescent." I don't know why he's screaming that. "Waiting to see the musical guest because we like nice music the show usually books. By the third or fourth junt from the guitars, my son was in tears." What kind of fucking word is that? Junt? Like gent? We bringing gent back? Man's out here just dropping new nomenclature here like a gadoosh. I like it. He doesn't like scary things, and quite frankly, I think the Kimmel Show and its staff should make a formal apology. Man, your son needs to grow the fuck up. If guitar riffs are scaring him as an adolescent, come on. You're setting that kid up for failure. Man's gonna cry anytime there's a beautiful sunset. Oh wow, wait. They kind of went hard for this performance. They gave him pyrotechnics. Shooting flames. It's like the intro to Triple X here with Rammstein. And they're complaining about this? It's probably the most excitement Jimmy Kimmel viewers have ever seen. If I have to read the lyrics, I'll just read them and not listen to someone yell them. Huh? What the fuck? That wasn't singing. Anyone can yell lyrics and get paid. This what not enjoyable. And you can't understand more than 5% of the lyrics. Moshing doesn't not equal dancing. Who wrote this? Go back to 3rd grade. They were moshing in the pit too at Kimmel. I gotta see this performance actually. The first time I look at a Kimmel segment in years. Oh my, okay, I gotta show you a still from this. Look at this shit. Moshing at the Jimmy Kimmel Show? Why I never... What? Wow. Imagine being so joyless that you just can't appreciate the fun. Even if you don't like the music. Like, if this was country, I don't like country music very much, I'd still be like, ah, they're having a good time. I don't need an apology from Jimmy Kimmel. At least it's not James Corden. Oh, James Corden would never. James Corden himself would probably go into cardiac arrest if Knock Loose hit a single chug on the guitar. That man couldn't take it. Have you heard of Jeffrey Lash, the man who convinced his wife he was a shape-shifting super soldier and turned her house into a super lair? It's cool they brought Poppy, too, with Knocked Loose. This concert actually looks like it went hard. On Jimmy Kimmel, of all places. How do I sing along with this? Lol. Sounds just like a screaming frenzy to me. Actually starting to hurt my ears. People who listen to this have no room to complain about crying babies or screaming 2-year-olds taking a tantrum. Haha. Unreal. They call this music, Jimmy? I'm gonna go to the Facebook page myself. These sound so good. Actually, most of the comments are pretty positive. Well, not really. Never mind. The first 3 were positive. The rest are people mad. Pretty cool. I will say, I think it'd be amazing if Jimmy Kimmel actually did come out, like, tears in his eyes, issuing an apology for scaring his viewers by putting Knocked Loose and Poppy on. That would be truly fantastic. Did you hear about the California man who tried to smuggle 71 pounds of meth using a cow onesie? Yeah, I read them earlier today, actually. It was pretty cool. He's arrested at the Los Angeles International Airport after he allegedly tried to check 2 suitcases filled with clothing soaked in methamphetamine, including a cow pajama onesie. Prosecutors have indicted Raj Matharu with 1 count of possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine. I can't believe they caught him. He's free right now on a $10,000 bond, so sleep in fear. Any onesie could be compromised. You hear about the cemetery charging mourners for VIP passes when they want to visit their dead relatives. What? Who owns that cemetery? Nintendo? Yeah, cemetery charges mourners for VIP pass to visit dead relatives to help keep gravesites safe from undesirables. Wow. Wow. The Garden of Remembrance located in the town of Stoke-on-Trent. That's the name of a town, Stoke-on-Trent? That sounds like an insult. That sounds like something you would say to someone during an argument. Fuck you. Well, Stoke-on-Trent, John. It says those who don't purchase a pass will only be able to enter the cemetery during office hours. From January 2025, the site will be protected by electric gates. The gates at the front of the site will open and close automatically at set times. Fuck me, it's like breaking into Area 51 just to visit a dead relative. The entrance to the cemetery... I keep saying cemetery. The entrance to the cemetery will be via VIP pass, making the site secure for our staff, families, and visitors. Please ensure you have your pass in good time for the new year. Okay, it claims that it costs 10 euros, approximately $12 per pass for access to the Rose Garden, and $6 per pass to visit a grave. It's unclear whether it's a one-off fee or whether pass holders will be charged that amount each time they enter. Cool. The Disney Pass model, but for gravesites. That's awesome. That's just what we needed. Fucking microtransaction battle passes for cemeteries. Love it, love it. You gotta get your cemetery subscription in. Otherwise, you're not leaving flowers for Mima, I'll tell you that much. Kids, we bought a season pass to visit your grandma. Separate notice says non-VIP pass holders can still enter the grounds from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Oh, so it still has some public access. Please note there will be no access at the weekend, on bank holidays, or any other dates when the office is closed. Thanks for your cooperation. Now I need to pay a membership fee to visit my dad's grave, Jode Bourne, whose father, Mark Bourne, is buried in the grounds, wrote on Facebook. This is an absolute disgrace. Shame on you, Garden of Remembrance. This gravesite is absolutely beautiful. What? Look at this. That's a premium pass holder right there. Sounds like EA's behind it. Wait for the holiday season pass. It's gonna be big. That's true. Surge pricing model. Is that even legal? I guess they own the land. The owner, Jason Taft, hit back telling a local newspaper that he spent approximately $10,000 on security and tech upgrades to keep it safe. VIP passes are believed to work as key cards that will open gates that provide access to the site. There's 1,300 graves there, and we could not send that many keys out, so people can come and get a card if they want one. We're not locking people out, and this gives them access till 9 p.m. when we would normally be closed. People can know it's safe when they're visiting, and they'll be safe from undesirables breaking in now. The key cards are not coming into force until January 1st because people wouldn't be happy if we did it before Christmas. They're not going to be happy in general, man. He handed out 90 free passes to the most vulnerable members of the community who have relatives buried there. What a hero. Pay to win cemetery experience, yeah. Thanksgiving is a wonderful holiday where friends and families come together to exchange smiles and food and galaxy gas. A very special holiday where we light candles and put a turkey leg by the chimney so Santa Claus can wiggle his ass down there and boof it as a little appetizer to Christmas. And I know sometimes it can be hard to think of something to be thankful for when you're going through a difficult time, so I'd like to help you out here because I think there is something that everyone should be appreciative of, a blessing that we just recently got. You should be thankful that you get to live in this time period where the worst idea ever pitched was just publicly stated yesterday. Elon Musk just announced that too many game studios are owned by massive corporations, so he's going to use his massive corporation to start an AI game studio. It's finally here. An idea worse than Concord. This is some Powerpuff Girl shit with Professor Utonium in the lab mixing all the ingredients, but the only ingredient here, the Chemical X, is just AI. AI, and AI to create the perfect pile of dog shit. If you're unsatisfied with the games that have been coming out recently, that's totally fine. I'm not your dad. I'm not going to come in there and fucking shove your face into the computer and force you to play them. There's not going to be some kind of covert, off-the-books government agency that's going to kick down your door and arrest you for not liking modern games. That's fine to not like them. How the fuck does this solve that problem? How is AI the solution here? AI has become almost this wacky buzzword that's just this catch-all that can do anything. Like a mythical, magical whatchamahoosit. Like, AI is gonna solve every single problem. You don't like these boring, formulaic, soulless games? Well, don't worry. AI is gonna make nothing but the best games ever made. How? AI right now can only produce soulless, generic, formulaic copies of things that it's been trained on. You're not solving a problem here. This is an idea almost as bad as garlic mouthwash. This isn't like some new innovation either. AI is being used by tons of weirdo assholes to produce unplayable, irredeemable, putrid cash grab garbage right now. So we know what games AI is capable of producing right now, and they're not very good. Significantly worse than anything else that's coming out. So I don't know who this is supposed to excite. As the richest man in the world, if you're unsatisfied with the games and want to start your own studio, why would you choose the cheapest, worst possible option with AI instead of just assembling the goddamn Avengers to create, like, heaters? Like, just a fucking fantasy football team of the best developers that money can buy and put together your own studio with this talent. It'd be significantly more effective and far more likely to lead to something really good as opposed to just relying entirely on AI to make games. That's wumbo idiot mode stuff. That's stupid. Anyway, though, this isn't the only thing I wanted to yap about. I do want to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. If you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you have a really happy day. You need to make today a great day, and if you don't, you're going to make me really fucking mad about it. So, you don't want to do that. You don't want to see me when I'm angry. I start doing some of that. It's not pretty. And also, I'm going to be doing a money giveaway stream tonight. It's been like a month and a half since the last time I've done one of these, so it'll be a bigger one tonight. I'll probably go for a few hours just giving money to a bunch of different people. If you haven't been to one of these, typically what I do is I just have a Google form that I pin to the Twitch stream chat or the YouTube stream chat, and you click on that and just fill out the form saying like how much money you're looking for, what you're going to use it for, and then your PayPal email, and I just go through randomly landing on them and then just fulfilling whatever the wish was. So I was going to do that as a little Thanksgiving celebration to spread a little cheer and joy to get ready for the holly jolly season of Christmas. So I'll be doing that at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. Feel free to stop in if you'd like. It should be fun. Also, here's a little bonus, a cherry on top of this wonderful holiday. Something to get excited for. Put some butterflies in your tummy. Tomorrow for Black Friday, Godslap hardcover is launching. This is the hardcover version of our Godslap comic series. This is issues 1 through 5 compiled into one nice hardcover so you can get all caught up. This is the first arc of Godslap. We're in the second arc of Godslap now, so this is the perfect way of getting caught up because the second arc is going fucking ballistic. Issue 6 is available on the site, and issue 7 is dropping tomorrow as well. So tomorrow will be the perfect day to get into our comic series. badegg.co, it's releasing tomorrow. Thanksgiving's going to become Godslap Day in 10 years from now, I'm telling you. Anyway, though, I mainly just wanted to wish you all a really happy Thanksgiving. I don't usually make holiday videos, but today I just really felt in the spirit, a little mushy, gushy, gushing grannies type vibe, and just wanted to say, hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm also going to go ahead and drop a little spicy nugget here on your plate in case any of you haven't seen this news, but it seems like DB Cooper, the DB Cooper, has actually been identified. Like, we finally have real, substantial, overwhelming, nearly bulletproof evidence, fucking adamantium evidence, I would say, because this has truly convinced me that the DB Cooper and Richard Floyd McCoy were one and the same. So a YouTuber was actually the one to crack this, and the FBI has been investigating it, even though back in 2016 they kind of threw in the towel, said, you know what, hogwash, we're done here. We can't know for sure. A YouTuber never gave up, and I think they have finally solved it. Who is DB Cooper? I already have the answer. It's my buddy Eric. New evidence may crack one of America's greatest mysteries. A parachute found in an outbuilding in North Carolina could be the new evidence that may crack the 53-year-old DB Cooper case. Could lead investigators to the identity of the man who jumped out of a hijacked plane carrying $200,000. Still one of the most interesting mysteries ever. That has a super simple answer. He died before ever even hitting the ground. He didn't survive. That's what I believe. That man parachuted straight to Valhalla. In fact, I don't think he even got a chance to open the parachute. More than 5 decades ago, mild-mannered passenger in a business suite boarded Seattle. We already know the story. I'm not gonna fucking lore recap on you. You can go to previously on Dragon Ball Z if you want to see the whole thing. Watch the Lamino video on it. Where's the new evidence? In 2016, after turning over every credible lead and suspect, the FBI seemingly threw up its hands and declared in a statement that it was rerouting resources to other investigative priorities pending any new information, particularly physical evidence such as parachutes or money. Now the agency might have gotten a new break in the case for the first time in decades. The real McCoy. Retired pilot, skydiver, and YouTuber Dan Grider told Cowboy State Daily. What a newspaper. That's like a comic book organization. That he may have found the missing link after uncovering the modified military surplus bailout rig he believes was used by D.B. Cooper in the heist. It belonged to Richard Floyd McCoy II and was carefully stored in his deceased mother's storage stash until recently. I hit that like baby talk on the stored. McCoy has long been one of the FBI's leading suspects after successfully pulling off an identical but better executed hijacking in Utah just 5 months later. That rig is literally 1 in a billion, Grider said of the distinct parachute. McCoy's children, Shantae and Richard III, cool name, or Rick, agree with Grider that they believed their father was D.B. Cooper, a secret that shrouded the family but wasn't overtly discussed. It's the site you're on. Bob! You're right! I'm on Cowboy State Daily right now! I had no idea. It's just the first thing that came up. For years, they said the family stayed... What? For years, they said the family stayed mum out of fear of implicating their mother, Karen, whom they believe was complicit in both hijackings. Upon her death in 2020, they broke their silence to Grider after being contacted by him off and on for years. Grider, who has been researching the case for more than 20 years, documented this investigation in a lengthy 2-part series on his YouTube channel, Probable Cause. YouTubers are cracking the craziest fucking cases these days, man. That's so hype. On Monday, Grider released a third video, D.B. Cooper Deep FBI Update, where he announced the FBI's new and very recent efforts in his discoveries. After watching his first 2 videos, Grider said FBI agents contacted Rick and Grider to see the parachute. It was the first investigative move by the agency since issuing the 2016 statement. Grider and Rick McCoy traveled to Richmond, Virginia in 2023, where they met the FBI agents. They took the harness and the parachute into evidence, along with skydiving logbook found by Shantae that aligned with the timeline for both hijackings, providing another vital piece of the puzzle. Also present at the meeting was Grider's friend Laura Savino, a retired commercial airline pilot and award-winning author of Jet Boss, a Female Pilot on Taking Risks and Flying High. Savino said the agents were professional and stoic. Considering they had requested the meeting, it was clear they were taking it seriously. Crucial to the discovery are the unique alterations of the parachute that have been well documented by Earl Cossey, a veteran skydiver who owned and provided the parachutes in the 1971 hijacking. Grider and McCoy's children feel it's those small details that provide definitive evidence that tie Richard McCoy to D.B. Cooper hijacking. So he survived? That's what I'm getting out of this? He actually survived and then did that follow-up heist? This man's a superhuman. He should have been recruited by Stan Lee. Let me see what the parachute looked like.
We just solved it.
That's a mic drop right there. I love that. Man's fiddling with his parachute and he's like, you know what? Nah, that's checkmate. We solved it.
Of video footage and traipsed around an investigation, and I produced D.B. Cooper Part 1. That video did very well and up and on the air and convinced a lot of people. In my opinion, Richard Floyd McCoy was definitely D.B. Cooper. Because of D.B. Cooper Part 1, I got 2 phone calls. Huge phone calls.
That's so cool, man. Good for him. I think he probably did crack it. Based on what I've read here, I think he actually got it. D.B. Cooper was Richard Floyd McCoy, and he somehow survived that jump. I don't understand how. The Lord chose him to be his warrior. I don't know, man. People have been claiming to know who D.B. Cooper is for years. Yeah, but he's right. If you know the story of D.B. Cooper, you will know that the parachute is known exactly what they gave him, and he's claiming to have that exact parachute here. The FBI seems to be thinking so as well. The family of Richard Floyd McCoy also seems to think so and has thought so for a while. I don't know. It's pretty overwhelming amount of evidence, to be honest. Physical evidence as well as testimonial evidence. They have his log dates, and he committed a similar hijacking months later. Also true. I think that this is probably dead to rights here. He died in 1974. They still won't find him. It's been too long and the case has been tainted so much. Well, he's dead. They can find him. They can just go to his gravestone and arrest the corpse if they wanted to. But the evidence is overwhelming. Before this, who else did you think DB Cooper was? I don't remember all the people I thought it was. The main thing I've always believed is that he died. He didn't survive the jump. Most experts thought it impossible to even survive that jump. Fucking pitch black. The wind, like all of it, was a miracle to have survived, and I guess he did. McCoy's death is actually pretty crazy because he got sentenced to 45 years in prison and escaped by making a fake handgun out of toothpaste and stole a garbage truck with his fellow inmates. They committed a bank robbery together soon after, and he was killed in a shootout with the FBI. Didn't see that in his Wikipedia. I'm trying to quit smoking and I'm losing my mind. Hey, I'm wishing you the best with it. I've got a tip for you. Get hooked on something else, like League. You'll forget to smoke. You'll be too fucking angry at your teammates. Yeah, I played League earlier today, but I actually had fun. But I already know if I start actually playing League, it's gonna be fucking miserable. I smoke because I play League. Alright, try getting addicted to Magic the Gathering cards, then you won't be able to afford cigarettes. There you go. This is embarrassing for me to say out loud, but I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off. I'm only human. I know it's cringe, I'm ashamed, I wish I was something more, but that's the truth of the matter, that's the brass tacks. I'm just a simple mortal, just like all of you, only shorter, though I prefer to call myself fun-sized. I smile when I'm happy, I frown when I'm sad, and today I'm frowning, because From Software seems to be going into Sony's clutches. A lot of information has come out since I covered this story a few days back about the parent company of From Software, Kadokawa, being acquired by Sony. A move that I think would potentially ruin FromSoft's spotless record. From Software has been under Kadokawa for a long time, and under them, they've been able to produce some of the best games we've ever seen, at least in my opinion. It's my favorite genre. The Souls series, the whole Souls genre, is so near and dear to my boners, and I don't want to see anything jeopardize that quality that From Software has been able to deliver, and I truly believe under Sony's umbrella, there is a chance it gets shitified. Truly shitified. Sony has a proven track record of being very hands-on, putting their fingers in the pies, going into the kitchen with the cooks and pretending like they know better with the recipe. We've seen it multiple times, and trust me, I know Sony's not just one person. It's not, Paul Sony at the head of it, pulling all the strings, I get it. But Sony, as an entity in the gaming space, has some high highs and some very low lows. And recently, it's been a lot of lows for Sony in gaming. I'm not going to keep bringing up Concord, but I just brought up Concord. You're welcome. The point is, and Helldivers 2, I will never let that go. The point is, I just would like to see From Software continue to operate the way that it has been, because I think they've been operating optimally. And a few days back, it was reported that Kadokawa, the parent company of From Software, was in talks with Sony to be bought out by them. A move that I was not necessarily, getting excited for. You wouldn't catch me ripping my shirt off like Hulk Hogan going ballistic celebrating. So I was a little concerned, and I was hoping that maybe the talks would fall apart, like maybe I'd put in a phone call to Kadokawa and beg them, grovel at their feet to not do it. A lot more information has come out since that. And also, I didn't even recognize just how big Kadokawa was, even outside of gaming. From Software is a component of Kadokawa, but it's not the biggest part. Kadokawa actually has a massive publishing arm. They are huge for manga. And Sony has already shown that they love monopolies, such as the whole Crunchyroll Funimation debauchery. I'm not going to get into that. Sony with a Kadokawa purchase would not only give them FromSoft, which of course hurts me down to my very soul, but it would give them like a fucking stranglehold on manga, at least to a certain extent. They wouldn't have all of it, but they'd have a sizable chunk of that market. They would have like publishing manga by the fucking nipples and a titty twister with Kadokawa under Sony. And as I said, I think consolidation is not good. Like having everything in the world be owned by like a few mega corporations, like super giga corporations, is atrocious. That's a bad future. And it's looking like this is kind of gonna be a done deal pretty soon, because this new information actually shows that it was Kadokawa going to Sony asking for them to purchase them, not the other way around. The lore starts to become thicker than a bowl of oatmeal as we get introduced to a new villain here, Cacao. So, Kadokawa had actually been pushing Sony towards a purchase. There was fear that Kadokawa would be subject to a hostile takeover from the South Korean company Kakao. Now, I'm not going to sit here and cosplay Smart Man and pretend that I know anything about Kakao. This is the first time I've ever heard of this company. I know butt fuck all about them. Only what I've looked up. And they are massive. Like, they are a huge company. They got the nuts over there. Like, that company doesn't have a great reputation from what I've read about, but they have a lot of power and they got a lot of doubloons at their disposal. And it seems like there was claims of a hostile takeover of Kadokawa by Kakao. And Kadokawa did not want to be owned by a foreign entity, thus they approached Sony with this offer of buying them out. According to Bloomberg reports, they'd both been going back and forth for a number of years, with the former wanting Sony to make the full purchase, whereas Sony was really just kind of interested in the strategic investments in anime and video game IP. But Kadokawa is sticking to their guns saying, no, you get the whole kit and caboodle if you want us. So it's Kadokawa that wants Sony to buy everything. It also mentions that Tencent, Kakao, and Microsoft all expressed interest in Kadokawa. It doesn't confirm that they wanted to fight off a foreign entity, but it's very heavily implied, and mentions that this purchase would be more about the anime and manga that Sony would then have in its meaty paws. They really would have a ton of that market. Based on everything I've been reading about, if Sony gets Kadokawa, that's kind of scary for anime and manga. To have one company have that much, that is pretty yucky. And it seems like that's the direction this is going. It's pretty sad. I'm not excited about it, but learning about Kakao being potentially worse kind of helps the pill go down a little easier through my gullet. If it's between Sony and Kakao, most people are saying Sony is the lesser of two evils. Again, I am in the dark on Kakao, but people seem to treat them like Voldemort. Like, there are people that just really seem to hate that company. But I know Sony like the wrinkles on my nutsack, so I can say with confidence, I am not thrilled about them being in control of From Software. I'm not optimistic about the direction that they would push them. Like, I really feel like they would micromanage From Software, and it seems like Sony is hell-bent on injecting live service into any fucking thing that breathes. It's disgusting. So I'm not super optimistic about that. This really seemed like choosing between poop and shit, with Sony and Kakao being the only options here. And from what I'm reading, it looks like we're choosing the poop, which arguably better than the shit, I suppose. So I guess we'll see how it all plays out. Should this actually be finalized? It's not, it's not in the books yet, but it seems like it's kind of already checkmate here. And a lot of people were saying, well, why can't things just continue as they have been? Why can't it just be business as usual and let FromSoft and Kadokawa just keep doing what they're doing? Well, that's not how a hostile takeover works. If Kakao really is setting their sights on that, they wouldn't be able to just, plug their ears and close their eyes to it. It's not like they can just ignore it and it goes away like the boogeyman or something. So it looks like there's going to be some changes with FromSoft. Hopefully I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope like in a year from now, 2 years from now, whenever FromSoft has their next big game on the horizon, I hope I am proven so wrong. Like maybe they only get better under Sony's leadership. But I'm still not happy about it in general. Even if you're like the biggest Sony fan, you should still not celebrate something like this because, again, consolidation is not good for industries. It's just not. You don't want everything to be owned by just a handful of unbelievably powerful, gluttonous corporations. It's not good. And that's exactly what will happen if this goes through. Not necessarily with gaming. Yes, they get another huge studio under their belt, but where they'd have a ton of power would be in the anime manga sector, where they are big boys. Big boys. Absolutely mammoth boys. Like, they would be huge. And that's not good, because you need things to be competitive with other companies out there. And it wouldn't be like a monopoly or anything. There is others that would be competing, but it's still not good to consolidate like that. At least I don't think so. I feel like most people probably feel the same. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a little update to this story because this is a little different than I thought it would be. I thought this was Sony getting extremely greedy and approaching Critikal. It was actually the other way around, where Critikal came to them in like an emergency situation, like, hey, we'd really rather be with you guys than Kakao. We think you guys would be better partners than Kakao. So it was Shu being on the other foot here. It was Critikal approaching them. So that does change things a lot. That's really about it. So yeah. Do you even realize how lucky you are to be able to just sit here in peace while there's others out there struggling by getting gadooshed every day? Huh? You ever stop to think about those people? And by the people, I mean that one guy, Wes Watson. I've made a video on Wes Watson in the past, like 6 months ago, where he got absolutely embarrassed on this podcast panel where he looked like the most insecure little bitch of all time. And since then, he's only continued to self-sabotage, Meltdown, and just devolve into this slug person who is constantly arguing with Reddit every day.
Message. There is really a person who wrote me bragging about how big of a Reddit page they have talking shit about me. Like, that's a bad thing. There's that many people that are so worried about me that I'm famous as a motherfucker. I have that many haters. That's how amazing I am at doing what I do. I trigger that many lames. The guy used the word gadooshing. The guy said that they're on there gadooshing me.
A pathetic monologue trying to put on a strong face, but it's clear that this is affecting him on a deep personal level. He's trying to cope with the biblical gadooshing that he's been receiving for the last couple months. So Wes Watson is your generic ChatGPT AI spit out life coach, where he doesn't actually do anything. He just asks people to give him money and he tells them that they're going to be successful for doing it. That's his whole life. He just takes money from people and buys cars with it and then yells in his cars about why he needs more money to teach more people to become millionaires. He has a whole channel dedicated to just whining to his followers about giving him money, how he needs more money. He is literally just a dominatrix that desperate dudes will pay and think that somehow they're going to make money from it or he's going to impart wisdom on them. Meanwhile, Wes doesn't actually have a business. His business is looking for pay piggies that will pay him under the ruse that he's going to give them life advice, but he openly mocks them for doing it too. It's this like crazy cycle.
These are the people who make the videos calling studs like me fake alphas. Oh my God!
Wes Watson has become a full-blown special grade lol cow over the last few months, and I have been tuned into the soap opera. I check in on the lore with Wes Watson every couple weeks, so I watch his newest rants, and I also watch content creators that cover him like Too Lazy to Try or John Bravo. And it's just such a joyful frolic through unhinged delusion with this maniac. He loves to brag about being in jail. Like, in every video you'll see of his, he'll mention jail at least 3 or 4 times pretty much. That's his bread and butter. Yeah, when I was locked up, I learned to put toothpicks on my nipples. Like, it's just the most out of nowhere shit. And somehow that makes him qualified as a life coach. And one thing he's always really proud of when he mentions jail is like how flexible his anus is. So he's constantly talking about like hooping his paperwork and sticking things in his butt and like showing his butt to other people in jail. Like, he even said that people wouldn't even recognize him by his face sometimes. They recognized him by his brown balloon knot, by his fucking asshole. Like, it's so fascinating. It's so interesting.
You know they love to see them buttholes. They want you to wink at them the whole nine. So I gotta show them. They want to see. They only know you by your butthole in there. They see my face and they're like, oh, who are you again? And then I just bend over. I show them the. Oh, Wes Watson, how you doing, bro? What's up? Nice to meet you again.
So the man was talking about, you know, how much gaboofing he used to do, and now he's out here complaining about getting gadooshed. You know, it's so weird. I feel like he'd be like honored to be Gadooshed as much as he is, but he keeps going like steam out of his ears, furious about it. And it is always amazing to hear him talk about it. I swear, every time Wes Watson says Gadoosh, an angel gets its wings.
Imagine this stud, this ringleader of Reddit reviewers who gadoosh me. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. No, bro. I was too busy making millions of dollars and not knowing who you are at all while you were gadooshing yourself about me.
I just love it. I absolutely love it. It kind of reminds me of like that old cartoon gag that they do all the time where a character will step on a rake and it hits him in the face. They turn around, step on another rake, it hits him in the face, and it just goes back and forth a couple times. That's Wes Watson with gadooshing. He is just constantly getting big time gadooshed. And he pretends to play it off like he doesn't care, but he's the guy who cares the most in the world about everything. He argues with everyone, even through text messages, even through Instagram DMs, on Reddit. He is constantly arguing with anybody that doesn't like him, yet pretends like, I don't even know who you are. I'm too busy making millions of dollars and having six-sums with all supermodels. By the way, there's even lore behind that. So, like, he has a girlfriend that he shows in content, but apparently it's actually an escort that he rents to be in the videos. Like, it goes crazy. I haven't dove too deep into all of that. But there's just so much there to the Wes Watson cinematic universe. You know what I mean? It's so easy to get wrapped up in the craziness of it, which is why I check in so frequently.
When you see someone as amazing as Wes Watson on your screen, you couldn't fathom how it could be real. It's gotta be all fake. Because I could never even understand how the fuck someone would pay $95,000 a month in rent. So I'm just gonna talk shit that he rents his pad, and I'm gonna fully just skip over the understanding that I don't have $95,000 a month, and I'm in his comments all buck-toothed and cross-eyed, all, he fucking rents his pad. But he leaves out the whole point that he rents it for $95,000 a month and writes that $95,000 a month off to where it's a massive tool for building his business, an expense that brings in profit.
So when he's not yelling about Reddit gadooshing and yelling to his followers about how they're pathetic brokies who can't afford $3,000 for a life-changing course that he offers, he's sometimes giving this kind of speech, and this is like the standard playbook for life coaches, the no-nonsense, tough guy, tough love approach. You're broke, you're pathetic. You're insulting me for renting my place, you just don't understand it. And I guess it can work on shaming some people into it, but I think that is so fucking sad. So what he's saying here is a bunch of baloney. This is actual fish paste. So he's renting this extremely expensive place, all to look cool on camera. He's paying $95,000 a month to rent this place just to flex it on the people that are paying for it, for him to live there. It's so fucking weird. So there are... If anyone here has a functioning frontal lobe, you'll know why it's a super stupid idea to pay $95,000 in rent. And he desperately tries to reach into that chocolate starfish of his to try and find some kind of explanation for why he's doing it, and he comes up with this, where you guys don't even fathom the $95,000 that it takes to rent this place. You don't have it. You're more pathetic because you can't afford to waste $95,000 on this kind of place. Meanwhile, even if everyone in the world had that kind of disposable income, most people are sane enough to not do this because you are pissing it away. You're not even building equity. You have nothing to show for it. You are flushing it down the shitter, Wes. And he's trying to say like, no, it's good for the business. It's good for the business. It's going to turn profit. No, it's not. It's not doing that. I guess you can almost make an argument for Wes specifically because his followers see flashy thing and it's like caveman brain, like neuron activate. Wes have flashy thing. I want flashy thing. He say I only need to spend $3,000 to maybe get it. Okay. Like, I guess it can kind of work in his line there, but it's the stupidest shit ever. Paying $95,000 to rent a mansion just to look cool on camera is so pitiful. Like, it's actually sickening. And I'll go ahead and show you another quick Wes Watson montage clip here where he's just melting down at his followers for being too broke and they shouldn't be complaining about how expensive his courses are.
The fact that there's so many fucking grown men and women who don't have 20 fucking grand. Oh my God, that would be lame. Holy shit. Do you know most people I know got millions? Like, and we're not special. Like, we're at the bottom. Like, having some M's is whatever. And you motherfuckers don't have 20 grand and say it's expensive. And the program doesn't even start at, it starts at 3 grand. You guys.
3 grand? He's basically giving it away for free. Wow, Wes. 3 grand to just get berated in like daily uploads from Wes, freaking out about nothing because he is perpetually livid. This man only has one emotion, and it's anger. That's it. I don't think I've ever seen him calm at all. Even when he's living like his super successful, happy life, he's mad about it. He's mad at somebody. He's arguing with some ghost. It's so weird. But man, it is captivating, which is why I tune in every couple of weeks. I have only made one video on Wes, but I've talked about him on stream a few times, just, you know, going through the exposition and the new stuff in the Wes Watson lore. And I just had to talk about it today because I caught up today and I could not stop giggling at this new arc we find ourselves in the Wes Watson anime, the Gadooshing arc. This is probably my favorite so far. The Gadooshing is actual top tier content. So, just wanted to talk about it a bit, that's it. So yeah. It's been 3 years since I posted the video where I bought a random storage unit during an auction and it turned out it belonged to an astronaut. And to this day, I am still asked about it often during streams. What did I do with all of the treasure inside? Well, we didn't sell any of it. We kept a lot of it. Some of it was just like old pots and pans and some broken things. So those we got rid of. Other things we donated. But overall, it's not like we made a huge chunk of change off of it or anything. It was purely just a super fun video that had some absolute priceless artifacts in there from NASA. Like, it was very cool. Also, the Rolex we found, the golden Rolex, was fake. It wasn't a real Rollie. So we might not have made off like Nicolas Cage at the end of National Treasure, but it was still very fun and a pretty special video overall. This week, we decided to do it again because it'd been so long since we bought a storage unit and we had a great time. It was a real hoot and a holler last time. So we bought a storage unit today and we went to clean it out, and Baby No Money was here visiting, just hanging out. So Alex went with us, and this one was an entirely different experience. It had some really crazy items in it, but it got very weird immediately.
Charlie did.
Yeah, Charlie ripped
it.
Charlie,
You gotta rip it.
Sleeper Bill.
You gotta crack it. I'm a strong guy. How do I rip it?
I think you just yoink it.
Nope, that hurts.
You just yank it.
Is it just this one?
It's like the sword and the stone.
It's just this one.
Yeah, just yank
This
it.
is fucked up. Like, I just came.
Alright.
Oh shit! This is crazy already, dude.
Oh, I need a new mattress. Would you look at that? Oh, this is kind of sick, actually.
What is it?
It's a magnet.
I just found something.
What'd you just find?
I'm gonna show you guys first before I show the camera.
Is it porn?
Oh,
Holy shit!
Let me see.
Am I allowed to show that? We can blur it. We can blur it.
Blur it, blur it.
Call me Weenie Hut Jr., but I'm just going to play it really safe here on YouTube. I'm not even going to show it censored. It was swastikas and a combat scene that he had drawn. So he drew a swastika, a combat scene, and it turns out this storage unit was filled to the brim with Nazi and Hitler books out the wazoo. Specifically, Hitler's legacy. He even had like some framed Hitler like pieces, like stamps and like some old things of Hitler that he had framed. He even had a Nazi uniform. I don't think it was like an authentic World War II Nazi uniform. I think it was a costume he had made for like an SS officer outfit that he had put together, because we also found some other Nazi accoutrements in there too. And I mean, he had tons of boxes of books that were all about Nazis and specifically Hitler. I don't know if it's because he had like a fascination with World War II, but based on some of the things he was writing in some of his journals and other places, some of his writing coupled with this intense focus on Hitler material, like not just the books, but also some like movies and some of the things like he himself like burned onto CDs, it makes it seem like he was just really into like Nazis and Hitler and like learning everything he could about them. Now for this video, I'm only showing you when we were going through the storage unit, like our initial impressions and digging through the boxes, but we of course got everything out of the unit and brought it to the warehouse, so we saw everything in there, and there is just some crazy shit.
They like playing on each other's units.
I found booty.
Nazi gold.
Oh,
nice.
this is. It's in fake books.
Oh, what is it?
So
Wow.
I know.
Oh,
CDs.
This is
so many. Is it
Yeah, this
porn?
is so crazy, dude.
Homemade porn?
I think Chelsea, we need your expertise.
There's a chance there's just like snuff films on these.
There is a splattered cadaver human stew.
What?
This is statues.
Goat moon.
We're gonna have to watch
Finished
some of those. I'm gonna be
steel
honest.
sword.
with
We
you.
might have to report some of these.
Dude.
Who speaks
That's
German?
German.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Mein Deutsch ist
Oh, these
scheiße.
got music there. Let's go.
Yeah, it's
I'm
definitely
stoked
music.
about this.
But that's fucking creepy.
That is very creepy.
We're gonna find some witchy stuff in here.
Wow. Look at this guy's mustache.
Garage band.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, he's great. Actually.
Johnny Nightbug.
This is a
Yanni's
sick
super-
Anubis statue.
Let me see it. Wait, that's like pristine.
Okay, we are gonna have some actually cool shit though.
Well, this is real.
And we also have
This
the
is from
gateway to shadow magic.
Egypt.
Oh, we can learn how to be warlocks.
Look at that.
That is cool.
It's beautiful.
How heavy is it?
I can't wait
It's
for
not
our
that
storage
heavy.
unit, and we're just gonna find like.
Oh, it's real
A
gold. It's
vacuum.
real gold, guys.
A vacuum in a jar of
Wait,
dirt.
I know him.
It's an
No
alien
way.
statue.
Obama Deception,
alien?
Police State 4, Rise of the FEMA.
Endgame blueprint for
Rise of the
global
FEMA is
enslavement.
crazy.
I think based on these beads, I think this is Predator to go with aliens.
I'm gonna make a bold prediction that that box that says uniform is going to have a Nazi uniform.
Let's check it now. Get it.
Alright,
Check it.
get this
Let's see
box.
if Zach looks stupid.
Are we?
Wait, this might
Look at this shit.
Alright, I'll go ahead and I'll get to the uniform box because I think Zach's
That's-
getting very close to being correct.
This thing is heavy.
Yeah,
Look at this.
Is that airsoft
Really?
gun?
I think so.
Oh yeah, it's an airsoft. Oh my
blicky.
god.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait, this guy's got nuts in here.
More discs.
Dan Goodburger.
Dude, I really like this since I Robot.
That's a great movie.
He was right.
I called it. There it is.
I don't think
It
there's
looks
no
too
way
new.
this can be real, dude.
It's just costumes, guys. It's for funsies.
These are all just burned metal discs. Wait, guys, a beholder.
What? No way.
No.
Oh,
it is.
It's a
Wait,
piggy
that's
No,
it.
it's not. That's a cacodemon. Yep.
It's a Keiko demon.
That's from Doom.
It's a piggy bank.
Yeah.
Is there anything in it?
Awesome. What the heck?
There's some really cool.
Comic books. Comic books.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my
That's a nice
god.
coffee table.
That's an
That's
old
an old Captain America lunchbox.
with stuff.
Oh, there's cards. No,
There's cards.
no
There's
way.
Pokemon cards. There's Pokemon cards.
Oh my god, he's got Neogen hollows.
Oh god.
Oh, not first ed.
You
I don't
guys,
have gloves, but I don't need them.
you guys got ruined.
They're all energies.
These
Damn.
comics,
This
dude.
is sick.
Oh, energy.
It's all of the alien.
Do you like this
comics.
better than the Spaceman?
I found Poop
Maybe.
Sock.
Poop sock.
Poop Sock.
Actually, pretty cool playing cards.
Wait, where are these? These are all.
Are any of these worth just
Oh,
something?
That one's probably only.
Zach,
I ruined the. I'm sorry. I ruined the
These are all
valuation.
completely sealed.
Wow.
Perfect
Shit.
condition.
Do we have to empty all of it out?
Yeah.
So,
Crazy.
so
bro.
what we should do
Holy
is like
shit.
stuff like this. Comics are cool. Let's leave most of them in here because we can just go dig through them later.
Oh, nice. New trap
Oh, we got new gear.
Okay, all right.
Wait,
There,
actually,
you wanna look at
Nightstand?
this?
Nice.
oh, that's
That
from
is an
stuff films.
airplane jumpsuit.
No, that's just a booty. That's a booty seat.
This actually looks like something Indiana Jones would have been fighting
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, what is this?
Like a
It's a
secret
travel
briefcase
easel.
that holds a gun.
No, it's a travel easel.
I was gonna say.
I have one of those.
I liked mine better. What the?
And you can open it to store all your paints and paintbrushes.
That's cool.
Ah, very cool.
What is that?
Look at that
Oh,
shit.
Pimp Cane?
This matches you.
Yeah, this is
That's
is
a
my
you-
energy.
that's
Now
a
I got the
you-
black gloves on now.
That looks so good with you right there, Alex. Wait a minute.
Imagine there's a comic in there worth like 100,000.
I honestly, I think there's
a chance. Also,
Look at these room dividers.
the
That's cool.
Whoa, that's for like you hit yourself in the back with it when you've been naughty.
Is it real?
What?
I saw it in the Da Vinci
it's like-
Code.
it's
talking
yeah.
about flagellation.
Like
Flagellation.
Yeah, caramba.
These are kind of your
This is
style.
dope.
oh no, flatulate.
What is that, Danny?
These are patches.
Uh-oh, this could be
Nazi?
really bad. This could be
No, these
real
look like
bad.
bands. These look like bands, maybe. That is super dope.
Oh, cool.
There's also something in there that might be interesting.
Your dad would
That
fucking
is
love
sick.
this.
He would.
Scientology handbook.
Oh, we're
Oh,
dead.
no.
We are so dead.
Toxic psychiatry. Let's
Charlie,
go,
put
dude.
this on.
Whoa.
What the fuck?
What is that?
Sleeper build.
Guys, I don't want to get too excited. A
saw-
lot more sketchbooks with maps. These are definitely D&D
These are
maps.
treasure maps.
These are treasure maps. I changed my opinion.
Oh,
Is that signed?
Yeah.
You got a Hulk Hogan signed?
A signed Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
Whoa. That's sick.
The original Hulk Hogan.
That's huge. That's such a big one.
And you know
This
what
is
it's
probably
sitting
this
in?
guy's last
A
name.
Five Nights at Freddy's box.
Oh my god, it's limited edition Star Wars The
Atlantis,
Force
The Lost
Awakens.
Empire. These are all DVDs.
You know what's kind of crazy? I feel like I've always wanted to do this.
Alex, I got this for you, so you can make music.
Oh, this is sick.
That actually feels really nice. And you got the fucking, I forget what those are called.
Yeah,
the little
I
lamp
think
things.
I think it's like it's a synth. Basically, you can just like put audio into it, change it around, and then shoot audio out of it. But it has like two little like bulbs or like little
Probably like little Tesla coils.
yeah, little Teslas. This is the early on Tesla format right here. What is this?
It kind of looks like Pog. Yeah, they're Pogs.
What are Pogs?
You guys don't remember Pogs? You're too
These
young.
feel vaguely
They're
familiar.
like, you would, so,
No, there's like 4 binders in this box right here.
so you would
Yeah,
stack
Pogs.
them up and you'd, the metal ones are called slammers.
Yeah.
I'm showing my age here. Pogs are sick.
This is a great collection.
How much do people pay for Pogs?
Probably a lot.
$20 a piece.
All right.
That's how much you're selling them for?
TikTok was like, how often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Oh.
You got some interesting stuff.
Very cool.
This says magic on the front, and it's a
Hey, fuck
binder.
with me.
That looks good.
Hey, we're watching Gladiator 2 tonight.
Pokemon binder.
Oh, there's cards in it.
No first ed yet? No first ed? This guy sucks?
Look for first eds. Oh, wait, show the camera. Let's experience it together.
Here, yeah, bring it out here in the light a little bit.
Yeah, 'cause I can't
Yeah,
see
this
it.
is nice, dude.
0 first eds, but they're in great order.
He might have done hollows in the back.
Here, you want to flip? I'm bad at that. Yeah, no. Still no first?
No first eds.
Not even a first ed Pikachu? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, kind of cringe whoever this guy is, man.
Yeah, he organized by type, but I'm not seeing.
Oh, wait. First ed, Sabrina's Hypno. Right there.
Oh, yep, you're right.
We got one.
There's one, but it's not hollow, so it's not very good.
Oh. Sorry. Here, I'm just going to give you guys the binder. My right arm's useless.
I like this pedestal.
This is the one we put in the trophy wall with our best trophy on it.
Yeah.
With Darth Vader on it.
Oh, hey!
Sorry.
Anything else good in there?
More Darth Vader stuff.
Wait.
Are those
if
just
I was
boxes?
going to hide my hollows, I'd put it in a BB-8 box.
Oh, yeah. This is really heavy.
Oh, here are the 2 best Pogs in the collection.
Okay, I found
No,
something.
it just looks
How
like...
do I open this? And what is it?
Looks
Looks
like
like CD case.
CDs,
It does look
yeah.
like a CD case, but I can't figure out how to open it.
Bro had so many notepads.
They open like this. Any good porn?
Fracture. No, this looks like just big movies. This one's, I think, Dude, Where's My Car? Nope,
Nice.
Rush Hour 2. Holy shit.
No, I used to have one of these.
I played with that shit all the
Dude,
time as a
me
kid.
too. Holy shit. The lasers,
like
they were so
the-
janky too. You just shoot like this anywhere and you'd be hit. Oh, that's sick.
Charlie,
Yeah, I can't get a grip on
there's a mini.
We got Bart.
If the pads are in there, oh my god, Bart.
Bart. Oh, this is like a plugin that you just play with. So I guess he was making music too. But
This
it's
guy
crazy.
was doing everything.
Yeah, this guy was doing everything.
Vintage.
I've never seen Omnisphere in a hard copy. This is really funny. There's no reason to buy it hard.
Oh.
I guess if you want to buy it hard, you can buy it hard too.
I kind of like to buy stuff hard. There's actual books.
Yeah, Papa Viagra.
Oh,
just
there's
go
like-
purchase things.
There's like
It's time to
every.
buy stuff.
It's time to buy.
This is a joke, right?
There's like every Star Wars, whatever this series is.
Yes, $1 trillion. Yes. That's $1 trillion. Oh, what's that? CDs. Nuts.
Man, this guy loves Star Wars.
He's got an L. Ron Hubbard book in here.
Nice.
Another one.
There's a bunch of miniature stuff in here.
Is that Smegma Man? What does this say?
Megma Man?
Smegma Man
Smed
sounds
Man.
so nasty.
What is that?
I don't know. It just says Smed Man.
Here.
Jesus.
This is like a moon-based toy.
Honestly, you guys might as well keep this if this actually has.
Oh, is that just an interface?
Ooh! Oh, I thought there was gonna be
I
drugs.
thought
Could you imagine? Find some oxy.
But hey, are those like fancy coins?
Yeah, I think so. Is that booba?
Is that a penis? What is that? Oh no, it's like a woman.
Lantry, the Kingdom of
Crazy.
Magic. No. From the mess.
Yeah, it's AD&D.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Advanced D&D. It's the second edition stuff.
Oh.
Oh wow.
What's in there?
I don't know.
What
What
the Egyptian statues are in here?
This guy was.
What's in this?
Oh, another one of
Oh.
these.
Unopened.
Oh, yeah.
Jensen.
Holy
Cassette.
shit!
This is worthless.
That looks so good on you.
Everything Alex wears.
You kind of
just
look
looks
like
good.
you're in a Clockwork Orange now with your shirt like that, and then the bowler hat.
Oh man.
Oh! An ancient Dungeon Master's guide.
That's-
and a monster manual.
We need to put those on the shelf.
Yeah.
AD&Ds.
That is cool.
That's hilarious.
Oh, we got some incense.
Nice.
Now we're
Chelsea.
talking. Oh, he's got a crazy knife
Thanks.
too.
There's got to be something
Oh,
good in here.
is it amethyst?
Wait, can I see the knife?
Yeah, it's a double edged. It's for. Oh, and it has.
It's a letter opener, I
Alphabet.
think.
It's like a ritual dagger.
Yeah.
Those are cool. These are
That's
just
like-
games.
Just two copies.
Two copies of Bioshock 2.
Wow,
These
Counter
are
Strike.
all
That's
sealed.
sick, dude.
All of these are sealed.
Yeah, these are nice.
We can sell that shit.
Why does he have just Aquaman in here? That's like the dumbest game to own.
Yes.
1988 Prestige set.
Oh my god! Imagine we find like vintage weed in here. I'm
Imagine
smoking
if
it
we
all.
find what are those pills that in the
Limitless.
Yeah,
Quaaludes? Yeah, what kind of
Quaaludes? Oh my god.
That'd be big, actually.
If you and I don't have a serious bone in our
Real
gut
talk,
on
yeah.
bones.
If we actually found Quaaludes, would you do it for a video?
I would.
For a video, maybe I think about
Charlie,
it.
I don't know that I will.
You don't even take Advil.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying shit.
That's a fucking
That's
classic.
an actual classic. The reanimation.
It doesn't.
Oh! What the fuck?
That stuff is like worthless now because they like.
That's crazy.
It's also Legion.
Stuff.
Legion. I don't think. I think it would have to be OG.
This is something you would want, Chelsea. I think.
Whoa, what? It's just a pine cone holder? No, it's a candle holder.
No, it's a pine cone
It's for
holder.
pine cones, actually.
Wait,
That's why I'd want it. I collect pine cones.
things. Oh, more pine cones.
Oh, nice.
Oh, these are
They're
dope.
candles.
Yeah, owl.
I hate when guns are put in.
Yeah, me too.
It's just books.
Bullets.
They're
On
all.
Nazi Germany.
Wait, guys,
What
look!
the fuck?
Hitler's furries.
Dude.
It's all.
Dude had a hard on for Hitler, man.
My dad has a lot of World War II books, and it's weird. He doesn't have any of these.
Oh, he's not a collector.
No, that's true. We're gonna find one signed by Hitler.
Do you think he was just obsessed with Hitler, or was he a Nazi? Or and a complete racist?
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Oh yeah.
You need a protection spell?
stuff. I do.
Oh,
From
nice.
Charlie holding these fucking guns at me.
It's plastic.
I don't care.
I'm the same way, don't worry.
Oh, here's the old,
Alright.
all the old Animorphs.
Wow, classic.
That's really cool.
There's like 30 of them.
He went to the Scholastic Book Fair.
Wait, why did he?
Oh yeah, wait, he drew that.
That's weird. Hold on.
Watch self, Zach. Watch self. Watch out, Danny.
Oh.
What? 1 second.
Oh.
There you go.
Whose lightsaber is that? Windu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a pentagram? Oh, it's like an incense holder.
Yeah.
I think that curses us.
No.
Oh, this is what. This
It's
is
from
what.
Home Goods.
Oh no, it's from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure actually.
Thank you.
In a room. Oh, that's crazy.
I had this exact same airsoft gun growing up.
It's kind of nice.
He shoots it at the wall, it just ricochets and kills him.
Yeah, it breaks my eyes.
Because we didn't put on the glasses.
Nice dope aviators. You want to throw these on?
Yeah. I'm excited for Pink Eye in another video.
Oh, that's part of the SS
I
costume.
don't want to put it on.
Put it on, man.
Come on.
Come on, man. What if something hits you in the head?
Yeah, with Charlie
I'll
with his
take
fucking
it.
guns
It really
around.
looks like. Oh, here's the airsoft.
Oh, yeah, the pellets.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. There you
We
go.
got a little.
Band-aids. This is a banger.
Oh, the Obama deception?
Dude.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's got like a collection of very
This
interesting
rips.
DVDs.
And it's on widescreen.
That with this right here, yeah.
I'm gonna say this one's. I want to watch this. I don't know what it is. It just says Starway. A short time ago in a galaxy a little too close to home. What's it about?
Who made it?
I don't know. I don't even get what it is. It's just people waiting in line. It's actually exactly what it is. Starway puts you into the line to experience the highs and lows. So you stand in line for Star Wars.
Starway?
Yeah, it's a movie where you stand in line for Star Wars, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's Alex's.
This is sick.
That's pretty cool.
Charlie, we got some stuff for the trophy shelf.
Oh, we can
so cool.
just display his trophies. It is nice.
Wait, I was gonna say this looks like it could be really nice, and on the bottom it says $24.95. It's from the Statue of Liberty.
Imagine there's a Heisman
What is
trophy
that?
in here.
This looks like an IUD for a giant.
Excuse me? What IUDs have you seen before?
Okay, never mind. This is more phallic.
Yes. Far more phallic.
Kind of looks like a ginormous. Never mind.
Oh, that's people.
That's people. We're good. We're good. We're good, everybody. We're good.
Shut it down.
It's
weird. All the Nazi stuff, for the most part, he put at the back. Oh,
that is weird.
Strange.
What do you think so far?
There's a lot of Hitler stuff for me to be
Yeah,
comfortable.
this is more diabetes
This
stuff.
guy has so many books that he started to separate theming by box. This is the dream box.
Love that.
Everything has something to do with dreaming.
Look at this.
Wait, that's collector's edition shit. These are steel books. It's all for Assassin's Creed, my actual least favorite franchise. I love that. So cool.
This is sick.
Just
The Star Wars.
Star Wars is good.
He really likes Star Wars.
Yeah.
Oh wow, these books are heavy. Holy.
Nice speaker.
Yeah, that is nice. Is this a Marshall?
Yeah. This is actually sick. I would recommend someone keeping this.
It's super common for TikTokers to treat fast food employees like props. They've been programmed by that app to believe that fast food employees are just NPCs there for their amusement and their clout. And it's very common when it comes to pranksters where they'll just go in there and harass them for some absolute garbage trash. However, there is one new TikTok superstar that's blossoming. A buddy of mine sent me this page earlier today. I'm guessing this guy's getting some steam going right now. He's kind of like the god emperor of the goof troop who's trying to use fast food employees as props, but in a positive way. A good deed, if you will.
Look hungry.
Okay.
Are you hungry?
Sure.
Pick any spot you want, we got you a free meal.
Alright. Like anywhere?
Anywhere.
Right now. Just give me a pink drink from Starbucks.
Just a pink drink?
Yep.
Alright, we'll be back.
Okay, bye.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, what's all the hype about the pink drink? I feel like everyone starts
I don't
getting
know.
it.
I really was confused and I didn't know what to say, to be honest.
What a saint. A truly selfless act that you would read about in the Bible. This man is a hero, and luckily he recorded it so we can all suck his meat. Beautiful. It's just so wholesome, tugging on your heartstrings. Oh, God, I'm about to fail the try not to cry challenge, man. It's just so moving and inspirational.
I just know you're hungry. Are you?
See, I'm fat. I'm always hungry.
No, not like that, but we're saying you pick any spot you want, we'll get you a free meal.
So, are you hungry? Yeah, I guess.
Pick any spot you want, we got you a free meal.
He comes at the workers so aggressively, too. I know you're hungry. Like, he has that car salesman won't take no for an answer type shit. You're going to accept this free meal, dag nabbit, or so help me God.
Look hungry.
I'm fine.
Are you sure? Because you can pick any spot you want, we'll get you a free meal.
Dude, I'm not doing that, man.
You don't want a free meal?
No, dude, what are you doing?
We're trying to get you a free meal.
I'm good, man.
Why are you acting like it's like we're just trying to help out the fast food workers? You're acting like we're like...
What?
We're just trying to help out the fast food workers. Why are you acting like we're like disrespecting you in this sense? You don't want a free meal? Maybe your coworker back there?
Are you recording?
Yeah, we're just trying to help out the fast food workers. Is that such a big deal, maybe?
No, are you gonna order anything?
No. We're just trying to help you guys out. We know how hard you guys work.
Oh, we're doing fine, thanks.
You disrespectful heathen, you dare decline the generosity of this benevolent gift that humanity's been given with this TikToker offering you a free meal? Are you out of your mind? I'll drop the sarcasm for a moment. I hate this. I think it's dog shit, but I will say at the very least, he's not like ruining anybody's day. Typically, douchebags on TikTok, when they start, you know, going to fast food employees, they do things that are just like harassment, sometimes even assault, and just make their lives miserable for their content. At least this guy's not doing anything to that degree. He's just making it seem like he's doing something far more meaningful and helpful than it actually is, and then patting himself on the back really hard for it, so it's pretty cringe. Like, he's not even doing the standard YouTuber thing of going through the drive-thru and giving them like $100, which I'm sure when YouTubers do that, the person who gets it appreciates it. Yes, it's very self-serving to do that content, but at the very least, at least somebody got that money. Here, he's not even doing that. He's doing less than the bare minimum of like an almost good deed, where he's treating them like zoo animals that he is going out of his way to feed out of the kindness of his heart. I don't know why he can't recognize how patronizing and how belittling that is to these workers who are just going about their day making an honest living, and now this asshole pulls up here, jerking himself off about how wholesome this is about to be, where he traps them in the worst dialogue tree ever, makes an awkward conversation they can't escape from, where they have to engage with this brain-rotted, up-dude-obsessed asshole, and then eventually they just say, okay, I'll just take this milkshake from over there. Just to shoo him away, like, get him to scram. Almost every single person in his videos seems really uncomfortable with this, bothered, and eventually just cave in and say, okay, I'll take, like, a milkshake or something small. And then this guy goes and just spends $4 and brings it back, and that's a mission complete. Post-its, that way everyone can applaud you for how nice of a guy you are for doing that, even though it's something that the employee didn't even want in the first place. And the guy you just saw in that clip wasn't playing ball with it. He wasn't going to indulge in this guy's savior complex or whatever the fuck he thinks he's parading around doing. So he was giving a hard, no, I'm fine, thanks. If you're not going to get anything, just leave. Just get the fuck out of here. And I can't believe this guy even posted this. He himself posted this TikTok, by the way. He starts being really disrespectful to the worker. And then in the caption to this TikTok, he said that there was something up with him. Like, somehow that first worker's the bad guy for not accepting your generosity. Yeah, what a real nice guy you are. The second someone doesn't want you to feed them that they never asked for, all of a sudden, yeah, that guy must be, like, deranged or something. What a strange guy. Something up with him. Man, it's just so delusional.
Am I hungry?
Are you hungry?
Am I hungry?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Pick any spot you want, we'll get you a free meal.
I don't understand why.
We're just trying to help out the fast food workers.
No, the fuck you are not. You are solely trying to help out yourself by giving the illusion that you're doing something good. Now, again, credit where credit's due. At the very least, he's not going in there destroying the business and, you know, harassing or assaulting the workers like a lot of TikTok pranksters have done in the past. At the very least, he's not actively hurting them in any way, but it's not like he's actually doing anything helpful or overly positive either. He's still, once again, just treating them like they are beneath him, and he is doing them a favor by being there and using them for content. I imagine every employee in these videos would have much rather he had just ordered something and then been about his day. Just fucking leave, as opposed to having this side quest appear in front of them. Because it's food they didn't even want in the first place, and I would venture a guess, pretty much all of them that just, you know, reluctantly said, okay, I'll take a pink drink, never even drank it out of fear of something being wrong with it, like contaminated, because most people aren't going to be that trusting of a stranger who scoots in sideways, fucking filming them in a drive-thru and then offering a free meal or free drink.
Here you go.
Seriously?
Yeah. We got you a fried rice for the side of it too.
Alright, well thank you.
Yeah.
I actually can't believe it. You guys getting anything?
No, we just wanted to help you out.
Okay, well thank you.
Yeah.
You guys, I guess, have a good rest of your night?
Yeah, you too.
Pretty much every single video concludes with him explaining that he's doing this because he wants to help the fast food workers. Which, again, just sounds like a really belittling thing to say to someone who is actively working. Like, I'm here to help you because you need my help, clearly. Which is why I'm doing this out of the kindness of my soul. I'm helping you. And then every single worker that's showcased, when they do eventually just say, okay, I'll take it, and then he brings it, they just say, like, okay, thanks. Have a good rest of your night.
You didn't get anything, but I know you're hungry. Pick any spot you want.
I don't want to see that shit and the TikTok.
Oh, you don't want to be in there? Is it good? But you look hungry.
Huh?
You look hungry. Pick any spot you want, and we got you with a free meal on us.
Really?
A free meal anywhere you want.
No.
No. Do you want a free meal?
No free meal.
Almost every single person in these videos says no, but then he just keeps pestering them over and over again, bothering them until eventually they give up and say, fine, I'll take this small meal or this small drink. The first person in this video didn't want any part of this garbage. Good for them. Even saying, don't want to be in this TikTok you're making, and then just shuts the window on him. And he still posts it. He still shamelessly posts that. And then the second group of fast food workers, the first person says no. Like, just straight up, nope, don't want that. And then he, like, targets someone in the back saying, you want a free meal? You want a free meal? And then she comes up and is like, okay, no free meal, but I guess a drink? And then he goes and gets her a drink. Woohoo.
Are you hungry?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because you can pick any spot you want, we'll get you a free meal.
No, we work here, we eat for free.
No, anywhere, not just from here. It can be your favorite spot, like. Are you sure?
We're good.
Does she maybe want something back there? Would you like a free meal from any spot you want? Your favorite spot. What's your favorite spot to eat at?
Like from here?
No, from anywhere.
I don't know. I'm not from here. We live like an hour away.
What's your favorite spot though usually to eat?
I don't know. I've never been to Rocky Rococo.
It's a pizza place. You want something from there?
Sure.
What do you want?
Surprise me.
Surprise you?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back.
Okay.
Holy cannoli, just leave. They are both clearly not interested. They have said no, and he keeps prying, breaking her down until eventually she's like, okay, yeah, I guess that place you just said, yeah, you can get me something from there. Surprise me. She doesn't want it. You're not helping her. You're bothering them. You are bothering everyone you do this to. It just goes on and on and on. And a few of them have millions of views. So one of the fast food workers actually recognized him from this. Like, not actually recognized the guy, but when he said, "Are you hungry?" she immediately picked up on it, started giggling, saying, "Oh no, I saw this on TikTok, oh no," and just like uncomfortably laughing about it, and then still saying no. She doesn't want to participate in this. She doesn't want that free meal thing. And then eventually someone in the background, he gets on the hook to eventually, say, all right, I'll take this meal. But even the people in the industry who recognize this don't want to take part in it because it's not actually helpful and they're not actually asking for your help in the first place. They're not begging for you to come save them with a free milkshake. It's just silly, and you are obsessed with getting your little good boy points on TikTok by pretending that you're doing something hugely positive and just groundbreakingly kind. It's just fucking dumb. I had to talk about it. That's it. See ya.